It's live now. We are on air.
Yeah. Should I begin the recording? Should I begin the recording?
Yes, I do that recording.
It's live now. We are on air.
Yeah. Should I begin the recording? Should I begin the recording?
Yes, I do that recording.
It's live now. We are on air.
We are all live.
Yeah. Should I begin the recording? Should I begin the recording?
Yes, I. कपिल जी आप शुरू करिए।
नमस्कार आप सभी को हिंदू इकोसिस्टम की तरफ से मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं आज के इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस डिसमेंटलिंग ग्लोबल इस्लामिक कम्युनिस्ट जिहाद। आज 9/11 है। आज के दिन आज से ठीक 20 साल पहले दुनिया ने इस्लामिक जिहाद आतंकवाद का सबसे भयानक और बर्बर मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में सबसे भयानक और बर्बर चेहरा देखा था, जब अमेरिका के ट्विन टावर्स में इस्लामिक आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया और हजारों लोगों को मार डाला। ऐसे ही जिहादी हमले दुनिया लगभग पिछले 1400 सालों से बार बार देख रही है, लेकिन 9/11 जो कि मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में हुआ, टीवी कैमरों की मौजूदगी में हुआ, आज की दुनिया की आज के लोगों की मेमोरी में उसकी इमेजेस, उसके वीडियो, उसका पेन वो अभी जिंदा है। इसीलिए 9/11 के दिन हमने ये सोचा कि जब दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा आतंकवाद को जिन लोगों ने झेला है, हिंदुओं ने, भारतीयों ने, हम यूएस के इस पेन को समझते हैं, अमेरिका के इस दर्द को समझते हैं जो आज से 20 साल पहले अमेरिका की धरती पे हुआ, और हम आज यहां पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं उन सभी लोगों को श्रद्धांजलि देने के लिए, याद करने के लिए, नमन करने के लिए। उनके साथ दुनिया के सभी ऐसे लोग जो आतंक से पीड़ित हैं और जो आतंक से लड़ना चाहते हैं, जो आतंक के खिलाफ हैं, उन सभी लोगों की आवाज में भारत के और भारतवासियों के, पूरी दुनिया में बैठे हुए भारतवंशियों की आवाज को मिलाते हुए आज का ये कार्यक्रम हम लोगों ने आयोजित किया है। सबसे पहले शुरू करने से पहले इस कार्यक्रम को मैं 30 सेकंड के लिए हम सब लोग आंखें मूंद कर अपने मन में 9/11 में जिन लोगों ने अपने परिवार के लोगों को खोया है, अपने अपनों से दूर हुए हैं, 9/11 में जिनका दर्द बांटने के लिए हम आज सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं, उन परिवारों को नमन करते हुए 30 सेकंड के लिए ईश्वर से, भगवान से प्रार्थना करने के लिए मौन रखते हैं और उसके बाद इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे। 30 सेकंड का मौन। ओम शांति। हिंदू इकोसिस्टम की तरफ से मैं स्वागत करता हूं उन सभी लोगों का जो आज के इस ऐतिहासिक हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट में जुड़ रहे हैं। ऐतिहासिक इसलिए कि इस प्रकार का कोई इवेंट इतने बड़े स्केल पे पहले कभी आयोजित नहीं हुआ इस विषय पर, जहां पर खुलकर बात की जाए इस्लामिक आतंक की और उसका साथ दे रहे सो कॉल्ड लिबरल्स की, कम्युनिस्टों की। इनका जो नेक्सस पूरी दुनिया को आज दर्द की तरफ, बर्बादी की तरफ, हत्याओं की तरफ लेके जा रहा है, इस नेक्सस के खिलाफ बोलने के लिए जो लोग आज इस मंच पर आए हैं और सुनने के लिए पूरी दुनिया से जो लोग ट्विटर पर, फेसबुक पर, यूट्यूब पर, हिंदू इकोसिस्टम के प्लेटफॉर्म से, संगम टॉक्स के प्लेटफॉर्म से और जयपुर डायलॉग के प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उन सभी का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। हमारा ये कार्यक्रम, हमारे पास 3 पैनल है और इन तीनों पैनलों में पूरी दुनिया के, विश्व के जाने माने लोग इन तीनों पैनल्स में आज हमारे साथ हैं। हमारा पहला पैनल रिमेंबरिंग 9/11, डिसमेंटलिंग ग्लोबल इस्लामिक कम्युनिस्ट जिहाद। इसमें हमारे साथ आज जुड़ेंगे नीरज अत्री जी, रॉबर्ट स्पेंसर जी, स्मिता मुखर्जी जी, सुखी चहल जी, विभूति झा जी। इसमें 9/11 का जो दर्द है उसके बारे में चर्चा की जाएगी और ये जो इस्लामिक जिहाद और उसको कवर अप करने के लिए लिबरल्स और कम्युनिस्ट का जो नेक्सस है, अमेरिका में आज वो नेक्सस दिखाई दे रहा है, भारत में ये नेक्सस पिछले कई सालों से है। पूरी दुनिया में ऐसे लोग जो एक तरफ तो शरिया के नाम पे औरतों को पूरी तरह से कवर करने तक को जस्टिफाई करते हैं, उनकी पिटाई तक को जस्टिफाई करते हैं, उनकी एजुकेशन बंद करने को, उनके पॉलिटिकल पार्टिसिपेशन तक को जस्टिफाई करते हैं, और दूसरी तरफ दुनिया के सबसे एडवांस्ड, सबसे मॉडर्न, सबसे साइंटिफिक धर्म में अगर कोई औरत बिंदी भी लगा ले तो उसके भी खिलाफ नैरेटिव बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं। इस प्रकार का प्रो जिहादी कम्युनिस्ट लिबरल नेक्सस, इसके बारे में इस पैनल में चर्चा की जाएगी। दूसरा पैनल जो आज शाम को भारत के समय के अनुसार 8 बजे शुरू होगा, मॉडरेट इस्लाम, रियलिटी और मिथ। बहुत सारे लोग जो दुनिया में टेरर को समझते हैं, आतंक को समझते हैं, इसके पीछे के इतिहास को समझते हैं, इसके मूल कारणों को समझते हैं, उन सभी लोगों का यह मानना है कि यस, डेफिनेटली देयर कैन बी मॉडरेट मुस्लिम्स बट देयर इज नो मॉडरेट इस्लाम। इसके ऊपर डिबेट, इसके ऊपर चर्चा मीनाक्षी शरण जी, कोयनाड जी, बिल वॉर्मर जी, आभास जी, संदीप बालकृष्णन जी, बहुत ही पावरफुल, इंपैक्टफुल पैनल। ये दूसरा पैनल जो आज हमारे साथ जुड़ेगा। तीसरा पैनल इस्लामिक जिहाद, ग्लोबल फंडिंग नेटवर्क एंड कम्युनिस्ट लेफ्टिस्ट सपोर्ट, एडवोकेट मोनिका अरोड़ा जी, फ्रांसिस गोयते जी, रवि रंजन जी, विनय कुमार सिंह जी, खालिद उमर, जयरोम एंटो। ये 3 पैनल टेरर के अलग अलग एंगल्स पे चर्चा करेंगे और एक्सपोज करेंगे उन लोगों को जो आज कहीं किसी बंद कमरे में बैठकर हिंदुत्व को डिसमेंटल के सपने पाल के बैठे हुए हैं। वो लोग जिनका अपना कोई वजूद नहीं है, जो केवल हिंदुत्व को गाली देकर अपनी पहचान बनाना चाहते हैं। वो लोग जिन्होंने पिछले 15 दिनों में शायद हिंदुओं की आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ने वाले बाकी सभी कम्युनिटियों की जो दुनिया में एक साथ इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, उनकी आवाज को समझा होगा। मैं उनका थैंक्स कहना चाहता हूं क्योंकि उन्होंने एक ऐसा हमला किया दुनिया के सबसे शांतिपूर्ण लोगों के ऊपर, दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा आतंकी हमला झेले हुए लोगों के ऊपर, टेरर के विक्टिम्स के ऊपर, कि शायद ये रिस्पॉन्स जो आज पूरी दुनिया में टेरर के खिलाफ, जिहाद के खिलाफ, इस्लामिक आतंक के खिलाफ और लिबरल्स के खिलाफ एक साथ मिल रहा है, ये पॉसिबल नहीं होता अगर इस प्रकार नीचे गिरकर डिसमेंटल हिंदुत्व का हमला, साजिश, कॉन्स्पिरेसी, जहर फैलाने की कोशिश न की जाती। आज पूरी दुनिया जानती है लिबरल्स और कम्युनिस्ट केवल एक मुखौटा है इस्लामिक जिहाद का। आज पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि ये सो कॉल्ड लिबरल्स जो हैं ये कवर अप प्रोवाइड करते हैं। जैसे भारत का एग्जांपल है, यहाँ आतंकवादियों को मासूम बताने वाले न केवल मीडिया में बैठे हैं बल्कि यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी बैठे हैं। इंटेलेक्चुअल डिस्कोर्स को गाइड करने वाले लोग आतंकवादियों की मदद करने के लिए पहुंच जाते हैं। कोर्ट खुलवाए जाते हैं रात को 12-12 बजे। और आज यूएसए भी, अमेरिका में, कनाडा में, नीदरलैंड में, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, फ्रांस में, जापान में, यूके में बिल्कुल सिमिलर एंटी नेशनल, एंटी ह्यूमन वो लोग ठेकेदार बन के बैठ गए थे ह्यूमन राइट्स का। वो लोग ठेकेदार बन के बैठ गए थे ह्यूमन वैल्यूज का, और इसके नाम पे उन्होंने जगह जगह न केवल जिहादियों को माइग्रेंट के रूप में अपनी कंट्रीज में घुसाया और उसकी एक अलग प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट की, बल्कि सामने से हो रहे सुसाइड बम्बर्स तक को, उनकी फैमिलीज तक को, उनके पीछे के बैकग्राउंड तक को जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश की, बार बार की। यूएसए में की, जर्मनी में जो अटैक हुए उसमें की, फ्रांस में जो अटैक हुए उसमें की, और इंडिया में तो पिछले 30 सालों से ये साजिश की जा रही है। जब पहली बार मॉडर्न वर्ल्ड में इस्लामिक जिहाद ने भारत के ऊपर हमले शुरू किए थे, बम ब्लास्ट शुरू किए थे, चाहे वो कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ जो एक्सोडस हुआ, नरसंहार हुआ, उसकी बात हो, या उसके बाद मुंबई में, दिल्ली में जगह जगह होने वाले भयानक बम ब्लास्ट हो, उस वक्त जो सन्नाटा था इन ह्यूमन राइट के सो कॉल्ड ठेकेदारों का, उसी सन्नाटे की कीमत आज पूरी दुनिया चुका रही है। अगर जब भारत में कश्मीरी पंडितों के ऊपर आतंकवादी हमले हुए और उनको अपनी जमीन छोड़ने के ऊपर मजबूर किया गया, तब अगर दुनिया चुप ना होती तो मुझे ये कहने में कोई गुरेज नहीं है कि शायद अमेरिका को 9/11 कभी देखना ही नहीं पड़ता। लेकिन जब दूसरे के दरवाजे पे इस्लामिक आतंक की जिहादियों की आग लगी, तब चुप रहना बाद में उस आग को आपके अपने दरवाजे पर भी लेके आया। लेकिन हम उस दर्द को समझते हैं, हम उस पेन को समझते हैं। पूरी दुनिया में अगर इस्लामिक जिहाद को कोई समझता है, उससे लड़ना जानता है और उससे लड़कर जीतना जानता है, तो वो केवल भारत है। और आज जब सीधे सीधे आतंकवादियों के हाथ में एक देश की सत्ता आ चुकी है, आज जब तालिबान में खुलेआम शरिया लागू है, तब अगर इस पूरी दुनिया को कोई एक कम्युनिटी, कोई एक समाज शांति की तरफ ले जा सकता है, भाईचारे की तरफ ले जा सकता है, सद्भावना की तरफ ले जा सकता है, आतंक से विजय की तरफ ले जा सकता है, तो वो केवल और केवल भारत देश है और हिंदू समाज है। क्योंकि हमारे पास एक्सपीरियंस है इन आतताइयों से, आतंकवादियों से लड़ने का और शांति स्थापित करने का। शांति से मिलजुल कर अलग अलग धर्म के लोग, समाज के लोग एक राष्ट्र के रूप में कैसे रहते हैं और उसके बावजूद भी जिहादी साजिशों को कुचलते हैं, उसका अगर अनुभव किसी देश के पास है पूरे विश्व में, तो वो भारत देश के पास है, हिंदुओं के पास है। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज के दिन जब हम आतंक के पीड़ितों की बात कर रहे हैं, आतंक के कारणों की बात कर रहे हैं, आतंक की फंडिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, तब ये भी दिन है कि हम ये बात याद रखें कि अंतोगत्वा इस जिहादी लिबरल कम्युनिस्ट नेटवर्क से लड़ने के लिए जब पूरी दुनिया एक होगी, तो भारत का अनुभव, भारत के मूल्य, भारत के सिद्धांत, भारत की जो आस्थाएं थी, वो ही गाइडिंग लाइट बनेंगी। उन्हीं के प्रकाश में विश्व आगे बढ़ेगा। आतताइयों से लड़ना कैसे है और बाकी विश्व में शांति स्थापित कैसे करनी है। तो आइए आज के इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे। पहले पैनल के डिस्कशन को शुरू करेंगे। मैं पुनः सभी लोगों का जो इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सबका स्वागत करता हूं, उन सबको आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जुड़ने के लिए। और हैशटैग डिसमेंटलिंग जिहाद ये इस वक्त ट्विटर पे टॉप 3 में ट्रेंड कर रहा है। हजारों लोग ऑलरेडी इस इवेंट के लिए ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, फेसबुक पे लिख रहे हैं, यूट्यूब पे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। आप सभी का आभार। अगले लगभग 5 से 6 घंटे ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस डिसमेंटलिंग ग्लोबल इस्लामिक कम्युनिस्ट जिहाद ये चलेगी। दुनिया के टॉप एक्सपर्ट्स, विशेषज्ञ, अपने अपने विषय के जानने वाले इसमें जुड़ेंगे। आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत है। और अपने अपने जो भी आपके सवाल हों, आपके कमेंट्स हों, वो सोशल मीडिया में डालते रहिए। मैं खुद और हमारी पूरी टीम आपके सवालों को और कमेंट्स को हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स के पास पहुंचाती रहेगी। लाइव आपको उसके रिस्पॉन्सेस भी मिलते रहेंगे। हैशटैग डिसमेंटलिंग जिहाद के साथ अपनी पोस्ट करते रहिए। और मैं तानिया जी से कहूंगा कि आज के पहले पैनल के डिस्कशन को शुरू करें। बहुत बहुत आभार आप सभी का, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। जय हिंद, नमस्ते।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कपिल जी। हमारे आज के मॉडरेटर जो हैं ताहिर असलम गोरा जी, ही विल टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड। ताहिर जी, प्लीज टेक इट फॉरवर्ड।
थैंक यू वेरी मच तानिया जी, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कपिल मिश्रा जी। आपने जो बातें की वो दिल को छू रही हैं। और रियलिटी ये है कि आज जब हम 9/11 को याद कर रहे हैं तो उन गलतियों को याद कर रहे हैं जो वेस्ट ने की, और वो गलतियां सिर्फ याद ही नहीं कर रहे, वो घूम फिर के आज फिर तालिबानाइजेशन की सूरत में हमारे सामने है। यूं लगता है कि हम सब बैक टू स्क्वायर वन हो चुके हैं। यूं लगता है कि जिस मॉडर्न विशियस टेररिज्म का आगाज हुआ था, वो आज से 20 बरस पहले वो दोबारा से हमारे सर पे थोप दी गई है। और आपने दुरुस्त कहा कि इसका सलूशन सिर्फ और सिर्फ सेक्रेट हिंदुत्व के पास है, जो इनको चैलेंज कर सकते हैं, इस सिविलाइजेशन के पास है। मैं अपने आप को हमेशा से कहता हूं कि आई एम अ हिंदू बॉर्न इन मुस्लिम फेथ। मुस्लिम फेथ एक क्लब है, जिस क्लब की वजह से आज पूरी दुनिया परेशान है कि ये क्या हो गया। लेकिन हम सब ने इसका मुकाबला करना है। और कपिल मिश्रा जी, आप जिस तरह, मैं एक शब्द यूज करूंगा, जहाद पे उतरे हैं, एक सेक्रेट जहाद पे, जो इवल जहाद था उसके खिलाफ एक सेक्रेट जहाद में आप उतरे हैं इनका मुकाबला करने के लिए। मैं आपके साथ हूं, हम सब आपके साथ हैं और हम जीतेंगे। ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ हिंदू ecosystem, I welcome all you in a first panel, Dismantling Global Islamic Communist Jihad. So far, we have joined with our speakers, Shri Vibhuti Jhaji, as well as Madam Smita Mukherjee. So, first of all, I would like to request Madam Smita Mukherjee. She was born in a pro-Bashi Bengali family based mostly in Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, and daughter of a defense officer. She went on to study history in university. She got, though this sidetracked to other fields professionally, history has been her abiding love by occupation. Smita ji is a management professional and a language specialist and mother to two wonderful young adults who share with her the passion for history and a deep love of motherland, Bharat Mata. Welcome, Madam Smita Mukherjee.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you so much, Tahir Gora sahab. I'm delighted to be a part of this panel. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
We are speaking on a concern which is on the minds of a significant proportion of world citizens today and has been, thankfully, in discussion recently in almost all liberal democracies. And that is the security and preservation of their political framework, national integrity, civilizational values, and the freedoms of all inhabitants tied with it in the face of the menace of violent Islam. My word in this today would be a brief take on the example of Japan, what the world has to learn from the manner in which the Japanese state has conducted its affairs with Muslims and Islam. There were recently widely circulated popular claims in the form of emails and graphic messages, etc., portraying the Japanese state having cracked down on all forms of Islam as an ideal model for the rest of the world to emulate. The claims in these viral forwards were to the effect that Japan does not grant citizenship to Muslims, that permanent residency is denied to them, and the propagation of Islam is banned in Japan, etc., which, by the way, are not true. And it is not even possible to be a part of the Committee of Nations bearing such overtly prejudicial outlook in state policy against an entire religious demographic. The claims were categorically refuted as well by Japanese representatives. On the contrary, at a political level, Japan has particularly cordial diplomatic relations with all Islamic nations, including maintaining a representative to the Palestinian National Authority, And this has a bit of history to it, which I will touch upon shortly. The Prime Minister of Japan has been hosting, in fact, iftars for the Islamic diplomatic course at the Prime Minister's office each year. And in one of those, PM Shinzo Abe had said, and I quote, "I have found that a fundamental aspect of the spirit of Islam is harmony with and love for others. I believe therein lie points of commonality with the Japanese spirit, which is founded on coexistence." Now, this is an example of a classic disingenuous diplomatic statement. Disingenuous because the Japanese are, as we shall see, well aware of the nature of Islam and how it is incompatible with their cultural context. The Japanese have been very well acquainted with the Abrahamic framework from their interactions with the Christians over 3 centuries before they were all but eliminated. And the Japanese had the acuity to realize that these two religions were built on the same paradigm. Of course, that is not to discount the vastly different discourses that these two have taken earlier. I beg your pardon, courses that these two have taken earlier. A clear break from the past, in case of the Christian world, with the pursuit of rationality and liberalism, enlightened values and scientific progress. And the Islamic world, on the other hand, which has continued to dwell in religious obscurantism and conflict. But we see from the statement of PM Abe that the Japanese state has, in fact, made all the positive noises in its references to Muslims and its dealings with the Islamic world. Of course, part of the reason for this is not hard to imagine. Resource diplomacy is critical to Japan, being low on natural resources and with a fast-paced economy heavily dependent on fuel. The world does have, however, a lot to learn from the way Japan has handled her relations with the Islamic world. Japan stands out today as an example of having successfully kept out Islamic terrorism from its land till now. While some of the most powerful nations have struggled with it and have been plagued by acts of violence carried out by Islamists in the last about 5 to 7 decades. And the reason Japan has been able to do this is not because of active hostility or discriminatory measures against Muslims. Such would in fact be more akin to Islamic states which discriminate against non-Muslims and other ethnicities. The Arabic states, for instance, against non-Arabs, or extreme measures of tyrannical totalitarian states like China. Rather, it is a certain rootedness which characterizes the Japanese, the quality of the Japanese people and society, and the polity being firmly founded in their traditional way of life, and clear-sightedness on what comes at odds with it. A lot of the people carry a misconception, particularly in our parts, that the Japanese interaction with the Muslim world has been very meager, a nation kind of insulated from Islam. While this is true for a major part of Japanese history, it is not so since about the last century, 2 or 3 decades added to it, in fact. And this interaction was in the form of a collaboration which formed in the period of the build-up to the Second World War, and it lay in a certain power equation. The Axis nations, Germany, Italy, and Japan, in juxtaposition with nascent communist powers, primarily Russia and Chinese communists and Western imperialists, or the colonial powers. The Axis powers sought to expand their influence by projecting themselves as the refuge of people disenfranchised and hounded by communism, and as liberators for those suffering under exploitative colonial yoke. Part of the scheme was trying to galvanize pan-Islamism as a force to work in their favor, and therefore attempts to foment anti-colonial and anti-communist dissent among Muslim populations throughout Southeast Asia, Central Asia, Maghreb, which is the North African region, Egypt, Libya, etc., and the Indian subcontinent as well. Japanese imperialists, through various means, cultivated relationships with Muslims living in parts of China occupied by them. Manchukuo, it was known as. They made several overtures aimed at specifically the Muslim population, the Turkic-speaking Uyghurs, Hui Muslims, rebuilding of mosques destroyed during the war, sponsoring Muslim students' studies in Japan, facilitating Hajj travel of prominent Muslims, development works aimed at uplifting the lot of Muslims. They also fomented separatism, playing on the different origin and identity of Muslim minorities from the Han Chinese, and even attempted to carve out an independent Muslim state in North China, known as Weiwei. And the current Chinese government's policy against Uyghur Muslims has to be seen in the background of this history. Japan's first community of Muslims was formed from Crimean Muslims escaping the Bolshevik crackdown and exiled Indian Muslims as well. The first mosque in Tokyo also came up around this time in 1938, meant as a signal from Japan being the benefactors of Islam, aimed at Islamic countries with whom they had initiated diplomatic relations, and to the wider transnational and global connections which the Japanese endeavored to create and maintain with Muslims living under the shadow of colonial occupation. They had spread their network to Afghanistan, Iran, Siberia, Mongolia, and successively, as the war progressed, they replicated these measures with Muslims in areas of Southeast Asia that came under their control: the Dutch East Indies, Malaya, even parts of Philippines. But most importantly, Japan's engagement with the Islamic world was backed by thorough rigor, involving several man-hours dedicated to deep study of Islamic scripture and religion, Arabic and the Central Asian languages, and knowledge of the Islamic people. They set up the Greater Japan Islamic League, enlisting academics to produce literature on Islamic culture and religion, and framing policy for military and administrative officials for handling of Muslims. And as a result of this, it reflects in Japanese dealing with Muslims. The Japanese pitch of being the protectors of Islam did not extend to supporting Islamic theological framework or a theological rule, or urging Muslims to call for jihad against the perceived oppressors, which some of the Axis powers did, as a matter of fact. And they also eschewed appeals to anti-Semitism. The Japanese seem to understand the problems inherent in a non-Muslim power backing Islamism, and instead emphasized on their role as liberators of the Muslim populations throughout Asia along the lines of their Pan-Asian view, as protectors of the Oriental people in general around the globe. So we see Japan's involvement with the Islamic world has, as a matter of fact, been pretty intense. What then has kept them immune from Islamic extremism? The simple answer to this is that the Japanese see themselves as a homogeneous entity. A majority of Japanese live by and uphold the principles of all model liberal democracies. But at the same time, they see the preservation of their cultural context as paramount. Unsurprisingly, this has also come under criticism, typically in liberal academic scholarship, which sees it as antithetic to their vaunted ideal of multiculturalism. Political and diplomatic engagement notwithstanding, however, the Japanese people's resistance towards foreigners is well known. Now, this feeling is largely irrespective of religious identity. And in the post-war period, much of the impressions and attitudes of the common Japanese with respect to Islam and Muslims has been shaped by media coverage. Surveys reveal that the Japanese are deeply suspicious of Islam, and this intensified post 9/11. This perception also changed after this 2015 incident of 2 Japanese hostages being beheaded by the ISIS. And it has changed for the worst. And this has rubbed off on government policy, Japanese government policy as well. The small Japanese community of about 600 to 1,000 Muslims grew significantly in the mid-1980s to early 1990s when foreign workers, mostly unmarried young Muslim men, and Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Iran were allowed into the country to fill in the labor shortage in Japan's growing manufacturing economy. But uncontrolled illegal immigration and unauthorized labor soon led to successive revisions in the Immigration Control Act and revoking of visa exemption treaties with these countries, putting a cap back on the numbers of Muslims, and many were even forced to return to their native lands. Also, Japan recognizes, despite being signatories to the 1951 convention, the Refugee Convention, that it recognizes only refugees who are individually targeted and persecuted, regardless of whether they belong to a persecuted minority. This background is simply not accepted in their immigration policies. And the Japanese government's responses to criticisms of on respect of this and their low refugee intake has been marked by a polite but unwavering reticence. But it may be said that this fear of being swamped by refugees is not just with respect to Muslims, but also non-religious groups, for instance, the North Koreans, who are seen as militant, prone to bribes and drug abuse, and as potential threats to Japanese social stability. But all of these points point to a general attitude of the Japanese, as well as their government policy that refuses to compromise its homogeneity, swayed by idealistic considerations. In most of our parts, in contrast, we have subordinated our judgment and the instinctual defensive responses for keeping up with liberal propositions that has compromised the Indian mainstream, which is the Hindu civilization. The Japanese have been unapologetic, in contrast, in expressing dislike for display of in-the-face religious behavior, though in a very nuanced way. They will not, for example, be persuaded to regard kindly Muslim requests for exemptions during Ramzan fasting or allowances for prayer time. Religious gear like hijab or overgrown beards will not be welcome. In most of the liberal societies, whereas these would be unquestioned under the right to pray. In Japan, we also find building resistance against building of mosques. It has been opposed by many locals in many localities, primarily because of an apprehension regarding Muslim behavior as a bloc, as a community, and as potential cause of community problems. Even building graveyards are met with resistance because the trend among the Japanese, including among Japanese Catholics, is of cremating their dead and then burying. This is what is seen as sensible for them, and they see no reason to accommodate what to them are unreasonable religious choices. And would we say that these fears are unfounded? Is the cautious resistance of the Japanese wrong? Our historic experience has shown how Islam has gained a toehold in previously un-Islamized parts, then settled down, spread, and then beginning with efforts to impose itself, dominate, and finally obliterate the native way of life in many parts of the world. In fact, the wisdom of Will Durant's words, I don't know how many of you are acquainted with that famous quote. It is often quoted in our parts, but it is actually understood and followed indeed only by the Japanese. The Japanese inflexibility may be criticized, but that is a singular reason that Japan has not seen localities transforming into ghettos of a volatile, hostile minority. And to present the other side of the argument, such rigidity works well in the face of a dogmatic politico-religious ideology, which is what is Islam. There is, after all, no reasonability either in clinging to the Islamic burial mode just on account of an unverifiable belief that Muslims have in an afterlife and expecting a foreign nation's policy that has offered asylum to it to bend on its account. The Japanese government, on its part, did, in an effort to make the Japanese more receptive towards outsider, introduce a new concept called the Tabunka Kyosei in 2006 to promote multicultural coexistence, as it was touted. It was meant to create awareness among the Japanese people about people from different nationalities and ethnicities, and to familiarize newcomers with Japanese society and norms to build communication channels with local community and livelihood support for them in cooperation with residents from civil society organizations. But whether unintentional or intentional, whether inadvertent or whatever, the idea reinforced the binary of the Japanese vis-a-vis outsider, the measures taken by under Tabunga Kyosei made the Japanese more accepting of clothing choices like hijab and food preferences like halal, since they associated these with foreigners. But the Japanese contempt for Japanese origin Muslim converts who adopted these persisted, as they saw it as a compromise of Japaneseness. And this is something we in India in particular must learn from. And one of the most controversial matters regarding Muslims in Japan, which has been the blanket surveillance of Muslims. Mosques, their institutions and congregation spots by the police before this was preceding the 2008 Hokkaido Toyaku G8 summit, which the police stated as necessary and inevitable measures for the prevention of international terrorism. The Supreme Court of Japan upheld the rulings of the lower courts, finding, and I quote, no violation of constitutionally guaranteed rights to privacy, equality, and freedom of religion that resulted from the police profiling and surveillance of Muslims at mosques and other Islamic facilities. Now, this.
My apologies, Smitaji, we have to conclude. So say the last conclusive remarks.
So this is my conclusion now. So now this, from many accounts, this is still continuing. So this is the mutable question for our liberal world. Can a community be profiled for their beliefs? And well, why not, when their beliefs are manifestly harmful to a society inhabited by them? Clearly, the Japanese authorities feel no need to reproach themselves on this account over rights when it comes to what serves their interest of the state. And this is because they have not, unlike much of our liberal world, allowed the wisdom gained from experience and historical experience to be superseded by a set of values, of left liberal values, which is what is the case with much of our world. And this is what is something which we have to address, that should we allow a violent ideology that runs directly counter to an evolving world consciousness to really gain a foothold by the same enabling liberal values which have been developed in our political systems.
Thank you very much, Smitaji. Your scholarly intake on comparison of Japan, I must say, the way Japan and Japanese society is handling Islam. So it's a wonderful, wonderful scholarly intake, and I would say Western world need to learn from Japan for sure. Moving on, I would request Shri Atriji, who's a well-known scholar, and Shri Atriji is the president of National Center for Historical Research and Comparative Studies. He has authored the book Brainwashed Republic. His love for the nation inspired him to fight against distortion of history by insert. He is an educationist with his background in physics. I welcome Shri Neeraj Atriji.
Thanks, Tahirji. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. My regards to all the panelists. And since we are discussing, or in fact, we are remembering 9/11, so I was just trying to recollect what I was doing at that point of time. I remember I was calling a friend of mine, and it was a very petty issue which we were discussing at that time. And he said that, okay, let us stop it and just switch on your TV because there is a war going on. The Middle East has imposed a war on America. Now, that was a little shocking to me, that how can somebody be at war with America? And that too 20 years ago. And I immediately started remembering the Gulf War because Americans had gone into Gulf and bombed them and done a lot of things. So when I switched on the TV and saw those visuals, they were really ghastly, that how some people who were motivated were able to trump the entire security apparatus of world's only superpower at that point of time and kill thousands of its citizens. Now, that is a part of history, but what I would like to bring attention to is that my reaction was very lukewarm at that point of time. It did not penetrate into my head that I should think what kind of ideology can inspire someone to take thousands of lives, thousands of innocent lives, and including his or her own life. Now, I was so dumb that I did not stop to ponder upon this, which is the point that I'm trying to make over here, that we as a society, and when I am saying we, I'm referring to global middle class educated people, because I've started noticing that this is a global phenomenon. We as a class have been very systematically dumbed down, and we have stopped using our analytical faculties. How did that happen? Maybe some other panelists will talk about that. But I'm talking about my own mindset, that I did not start thinking about the source of their inspiration. And that is exactly what we should have been doing as an individual and as well as a society. What has been happening for a pretty long time is that the political class, right now when I was listening to Smitaji, she gave a statement of the Japanese premier, which was all that political correctness that we are so used to from the political leaders. You just remove that name and it could have been a statement from any head of the state. And this hypocrisy is what surprises me, or at least it used to surprise me, that how can we be so hypocritical, and especially our leaders who have been elected by us, they can be so hypocritical that they can just try to whitewash something that is so blatantly in our faces. What forces them, what encourages them, or what prompts them to be so hypocritical in their approach? Of course, we know that they are no angels. The politicians are no angels, but as far as the Islamic narrative is concerned, I can imagine a democracy in which majority of the voters are Muslims. There, if such statements are made, it can be understood that the person is trying to get maximum votes from his Muslim voters. But if it is happening in India, where how much, maybe 15%, 16% are Muslim population, and still our state leaders are hypocritical and they are claiming that it is a religion of peace. In Europe, Tony Blair is saying it's a religion of peace. Barack Obama is saying it's a religion of peace. This hypocrisy needs to be addressed if we intend to dismantle this jihadi network. Because network, when we talk of network, we think of the infrastructure that is in place over there. But before we dismantle that, I think the network that has been hardwired into our brains needs to be dismantled. What has been done is very systematically, the left has taken over the academia. They've infiltrated, they've penetrated into the education system, whether it is school level system, college level, or higher level education. They've penetrated everywhere, and they have been acting as an intellectual shield, an intellectual cover of Islamic Jihad. That is why when our kids are coming out of these academic institutions, they are not at all familiar with the civilizational struggle that is going on, which is in fact on the brink of existential crisis for us. That is why I shared my own anecdote, that my mindset was so that I did not even stop to ponder, how can somebody be so much inspired to take his or her own life? What kind of ideology can it be? It has to be something of a very high order, some very high inspiration has to be behind it. But after 10 years, when I started reading the Islamic literature, I was shocked that how can any sane person believe in this and he can wage a jihad on innocent human beings. So now what can be done or what should be done over here? I think this hypocrisy which is surrounding us, whether it is from our political class, whether it is from our education system, whether it is from our pop culture, if we are serious enough of thinking about dismantling it, then there can be different layers about it. One is about state policies. Forget the Islamic countries. Can we have a state policy and a stated state policy that we will have zero tolerance for terrorism or zero tolerance for terror? Yes, Americans say that they have it. It sounds very masculine also. It sounds very muscular. But the problem is that they shy away from defining what is terrorism. So unless you define it, how can you fight it? How can you say we have a zero tolerance policy for it? That brings us to the second point. If you're not defining terrorism, then how are we going to identify the source of the terrorist's mindset? He is deriving that inspiration from an ideology. If we are not going to address that ideology, that means we're going to fail our objective. So zero tolerance for terrorism should mean we have defined terrorism, we have defined who is a terrorist, and then we are supposed to address the source of the terror. And once we can identify the source of this terror, then we can proactively try to defang any future terrorists from taking place. And now, how can this be done? I think it should be simple enough. What the leftist and Islamist handshake has done is they have hidden the true face of Islam from us. What a state needs to do is bring the basic tenets of Islam into public domain. Let there be a discussion. It can be done through the education system. It can be done through documentaries. I remember Robert Spencer has created a very good documentary. We should be having hundreds of such documentaries addressing or explicitly stating the contents of Islam, the contents of Quran, the Hadith, the life of the Prophet. These all should be brought into public domain. And let us have a fair debate. Let the people decide that if it is something very good, let us all of us embrace it. And if it is a global scourge as we are looking at it today, then let us bring those people back who can be in future mobilized or brainwashed into acting as future terrorists. It's not a very tough ask. Any state can do it because they have those resources at their disposal. Obviously, the condition is that they have to come out of this hypocrisy, which is right now prevalent, that everything is peaceful, all the religions are same, and Islam is a religion of peace. Secondly, the times we are living in, I think this is the right time. It is the right time to declare Pakistan and Afghanistan rogue countries or terrorist countries. This might sound a little harsh, but I think right now what we are looking at is they are displaying their ideology in all its glory. So I would request the states that these two countries, at least these two countries, should be declared terrorist countries, and then they should be dealt accordingly. Now, that is as far as the state is concerned. Now, what about individuals? When 9/11 happened, I was telling you about my mindset. I was just thinking about earning more amount of money, investing more in stock market, getting a bigger and longer car for myself, which are the standard aspirations of any middle class individual. I was thinking of having a life insurance policy for myself so that I can have a secure future. Then I went a little back 12 years prior to 2011. What happened in Kashmir? The Kashmiri Hindu population must also have had the same sort of aspirations. They also must have thought about investing something for their future in insurance schemes, in bank deposits, and all those things which we think about. But all those investments came to naught because they were not looking at the major threat which was facing them in the face. They were, since I've been interacting with these people who've been forced out of Kashmir, they say that we had a very little apprehension that such an exodus could be enforced upon us. So we were going about our daily lives. Of course, they used to hear incidents of a murder here, a rape there, but they were not unduly concerned. They went about their lives. And this is what we now should be thinking of, that we cannot keep on going with our lives as if nothing is happening, as if nothing is going to happen. Because if 30 years ago it was happening to Kashmiris, it can happen to anybody. So as individuals, we have our own duty to perform. We have to learn the basic tenets of Islam. We have to teach them to our family members and try to disseminate this information as far and wide as possible. And if individually it cannot be done, let us make a group of 4 or 5 individuals, 10 individuals. Let us have small organizations which can work on it. What I think is that since a major component of this battle is at an ideological level, so the reply should also be ideological. Now, the second factor is communism. We know that communism is a failed experiment the world over. We know the number of lives it has taken. We have examples of Russia, we have examples of Mao, we have examples of the entire Maoist corridor, which is right now present in our country. And see what has happened. Today, Nazism is a bad word. Fascism is a bad word, but communism is not. Why? Although the number of individuals which have been killed by communists is far more than what has been killed by Nazis or what has been killed by fascists. But the success of communists is that they have hidden all those aspects from public discourse. An example that I would like to bring is, try to imagine a group of 20-30 people holding a Nazi flag in their hands and saying that we are going to create a Nazi party. Okay, I'm going to conclude that we're going to have a Nazi party and please vote for us. I'm sure people will just beat them black and blue and they will have to run away from that place. But the same is not happening with communism, because the dark aspect of communism has been hidden from public view. So let us bring the darker secrets of communism in public domain so that the sword of Islam and the shield of communism both can be exposed and we can make world a safer place. With this, I would like to conclude. Thanks all of you for being patient and listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri. Your concerns and your questions are very relevant, very valid, and not our panelists will ponder upon them. I'm sure our viewers will think on those questions. And now moving on to the land where this tragic incident happened 20 years ago. I mean, Dr. Robert Spencer, who is a great scholar and who is alerting the world about threat of jihad. And Robert Spencer is the director of Jihad Watch. He's the author of 21 books, including the New York Times bestsellers, The Political Incorrect Guide to Islam and the Crusades. Spencer has led seminars on Islam and jihad for the FBI, the United States Central Command, United States Army Command and General Staff College, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the Justice Department's Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council, and the US intelligence community. He has discussed jihad, Islam, and terrorism at a workshop sponsored by the US State Department Center for Security Policy. We all would like to know from Robert Smith ji, that is there any political will, is there any awareness in today's America to fight against jihad? I appreciate Robert Spencer's comments in next 10 to 15 minutes. Welcome, Robert Spencer.
Thank you very much. I am very honored by your invitation to be here, and thank you all for attending. The question that you just asked me, is there any will to resist jihad in the United States today? Unfortunately, I hate to bring bad news, but there isn't. Most people have decided that this is a problem of the past. It no longer exists. Joe Biden, as a matter of fact, recently said that he wants to address not the problems of 2001, but the problems of 2021. And meanwhile, his Justice Department has said, without any evidence whatsoever, that white supremacists are the largest terror threat in the United States, not Islamic jihadis. Consequently, what Joe Biden clearly means is that he's going to be directing the counter-terror efforts of the US government against American citizens that he's calling white supremacists, not against Islamic jihadis. But the problem, of course, did not start with Joe Biden. The problem actually started not even on September 11th, 2001. In a very important way, the problem began on September 17th, 2001, a day which everyone has forgotten. But on September 17th, 2001, the president of the United States at that time, George W. Bush, went into a mosque in Washington, D.C., and he declared that Islam was a religion of peace. Standing behind him were Nihad Awad of the Council on American Islamic Relations, which has been found by the United States Justice Department to be the American arm of Hamas, which is a terrorist group in Gaza, and Abdurrahman al-Amoudi, who was the head of an organization called the American Muslim Council, which no longer exists, and al-Amoudi is in prison now for financing al-Qaeda. So in front of these two supporters of jihad, Bush declared this, that Islam was a religion of peace, and this has deformed the American response and the global response to the jihad terror threat ever since, because he made it difficult for the American government to assess the motivating ideology behind the attacks. And so Niraj was just speaking about having a fair debate and the necessity to speak honestly about the belief system that led to the situation that the world is in today regarding jihad terrorism everywhere. And yet the problem is that the American government worked assiduously to ensure that there would not be a fair debate and there would not be any way to discuss these issues. You introduced me just a moment ago as having instructed the FBI, instructed military organizations in the United States about the nature of the jihad threat. And that is true, I did that. However, it must also be noted in the context of the discussion today that I did that in the face of pressure from people in the FBI, people in the CIA, and people in the military who thought that it was a terrible thing that Islam was being discussed in connection with terrorism, because they were committed to the idea that Islam is a religion of peace and had nothing to do with terrorism, and that the terrorists, despite their own words, were motivated by considerations completely apart from Islam and jihad. Now, this was fantasy and had no basis in reality, but nonetheless, it became the policy of the US government. And so in 2011, 10 years ago, I was dismissed from instructing the FBI and the military, and all materials containing any mention of Islam and jihad were removed from counterterrorism training by the Obama administration. And the Obama administration renamed the counterterror approach Countering Violent Extremism. Now, this is extremely insidious in ways that were not immediately apparent in 2011, but are now. Because what has happened in the interim is that extremism, this very vague word that can be used as a catch-all for pretty much anything, has been applied not to the jihad terrorists, but actually to me personally and to others who have spoken honestly about the motivating ideology of the terrorists. And so you have the United States government working with an organization here called the Southern Poverty Law Center, which has classified me and others who speak honestly about the jihad threat as extremists. So when the Obama administration and now the Biden administration says they're countering violent extremism, they mean me and others like me. And not, this is no joke and this is no exaggeration either, because the violent part remains absurd in the light of the fact that I have never advocated for or approved of any violence of any kind, and have always called for legal, lawful measures within the limits of the legal systems of the various nations to resist jihad violence. Nonetheless, the Global Internet Forum for Counterterrorism, which is an organization that is sponsored by Microsoft, YouTube, Twitter, and so on, the social media giants, has classified my organization, Jihad Watch, as violent extremist. Now, this has no basis in fact, no basis in reality, and I apologize for the reference, the personal references, but it's not just me they're going after, and ultimately this isn't personal. What there is a concerted effort on the part of the left internationally to destroy any resistance to jihad violence, to stigmatize, demonize, marginalize, and silence those who speak the way we are speaking today. And so the real problem is the left. If it weren't for the left, and this is why I commend you for having a seminar about jihad and communism, because if it weren't for the communists and the stooges and useful idiots of the communists like George W. Bush and others, if it weren't for them, then we could deal adequately with this threat. And we could take up the example of Japan that was so ably delineated earlier, that Japan has no problem unapologetically speaking out in defending its own culture, its own society, its own history, its own mores. If you tried to do that in the United States, and I would venture to suggest if you tried to do that in India as well, then you get called racist and bigoted and Islamophobic and all these words that are designed to make it so that people of goodwill will not listen to what you are saying, but will turn away and think this is some monster, this is some racist. We have to go elsewhere to find any workable solution to this problem. The victory of this perspective in the United States 20 years after 9/11 is near total. For example, the Virginia Department of Education recently released a video instructing teachers about how to teach about 9/11. And it said, what you have to do is avoid Islamophobia above all. You have to avoid talking about Muslims as if they had anything to do with this, because Muslims are being victimized in the United States by vigilantes who are blaming them for 9/11. Now, this is not true. This doesn't happen. There are hate crimes in the United States. The FBI keeps track of hate crimes, and there are some hate crimes against Muslims, but it's a very small number. Even one is not justified. I'm not saying that any of this should happen, but it's a very small number, much smaller than the number of attacks on Jews. But you hear nothing about anti-Semitism in the United States. You hear only about Islamophobia. This is because this is part of a larger campaign to deflect attention away from the jihad terrorists and to make people ashamed and think they can't talk about these issues because they will be called racist, they'll be called Islamophobic. And so recently, a video producer went to the University of Florida and showed them some of the video from the Virginia Department of Education and asked them, what do you think? How should we speak about 9/11? And they said, we should above all avoid blaming anyone and focus on the faults of America. This is in America. This is in the University of Florida. But pride in one's own nation has been stigmatized, and defending one's own nation has been stigmatized. And I would venture once again to say this is not just in America, this is happening. And this is because of the left. In its attempts to destroy the existing governments, to destroy the existing nation states, and pursue its goal of socialist internationalism. Now, many people ask me, but why would socialist communist internationalists want to ally with Islamic jihadis when the communist internationalists are libertines and the Islamic jihadis have a very strict morality, morality that's twisted in many ways, as we know, but nonetheless, it's a morality that conflicts with that of the left in many ways. And the answer is they both want to destroy the existing order. And on that basis, they are allies. They both want to bring down the societies that exist and establish an authoritarian super state that transcends national boundaries. Now, what is Sharia? What is Islamic law? What is the caliphate? But an authoritarian superstate that transcends national boundaries. And so the left and Islam have a very deep ideological bond based on their shared desire to destroy nation states as they exist today, and to create an internationalist authoritarian state that is fundamentally opposed to the freedoms that many of us take for granted around the world today. And so you look at their foremost enemies, and you have Narendra Modi in India. Why is he so hated? Because he speaks up for an identity for the nation, and he defends the nation in a way that is unacceptable to the internationalists. Donald Trump said, we're going to put America first, and every leader of every nation should put his nation first. And this is why he was very friendly with the Prime Minister of India. But Donald Trump had to be destroyed as a result, because putting America first is exactly what they don't want to do. They want to put all the nation states last and destroy them. Islam works wonderfully with that because it lends itself to authoritarianism. There has never been a free republic, never been a democracy in a majority Muslim country, with the partial exception of Turkey. And it's only a partial exception because secularism in Turkey never had any influence outside of Istanbul and Ankara, and was always imposed on the rest of the country by the force of the military. And so Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, is wildly popular because he wants to destroy secularism. And he's working on bringing that about. And so the task before us is very great. We have to resist the Islamic Jihad, but above all, we have to destroy the left that is enabling the Islamic Jihad. And there is no easy answer to how we can do that, except to continue to support politicians who stand against the left and stand against its insidious and frankly evil agenda. And so this is a very tremendous problem, but the war is not over. And 20 years later, the situation is very great, but the fact that we're having this conference in itself is an indication that people are awakening to the magnitude and the nature of what we're facing and coming together. And this is what we need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert Spencer-ji, for your candid views. And we always appreciate your insight into those very complex issues. And you are probably one of those scholars in today's world I personally salute and personally appreciate. And sometimes I feel that probably we the people are on actual classical meaning of leftism, because we are struggling. We want to liberate the world. And the people who claim to be leftists and people who claim to be liberals are actually fascist. So sad state of affairs. And we would love to have you again in a couple of minutes in our interactive discussion within the panelists. We really appreciate for your participation. And now from the United States of America, we are joined with another gentleman who's fighting all kinds of extremism. I mean, Mr. Sukhi Chahalji, who's a chairman of Punjab Foundation, USA, founder and CEO of editor-in-chief of the Khalsa Today, a proud Sikh and computer engineer by profession. Sat Sri Akal, Sukhi ji, welcome. We would love to hear your views in this regard.
जी नमस्कार सत श्री अकाल अस्सलाम वालेकुम सभी को. So this is a very fantastic discussion actually so happening right now, because especially I was supposed to say a lot, but it seems like actually so everything is covered by Neeraj ji, Smita ji, and Robert Spencer ji, very learned people actually. So this is something actually so as Mr. Robert said actually, so we should be talking a long time back. It means we are awakening. The pain which we are talking actually, myself, as you mentioned actually, so I'm talking on the issue for almost more than 20 years. The day this happened, 9/11 happened. But the thing is, we have to go back. What happened actually? So when one of the Air India plane was hijacked actually, so it landed in Afghanistan actually, so we knew that like how the terrorism worked. I came from Punjab, state of Punjab, one of the best state in India, actually, so one of the most prosperous state in India that had been destroyed by the terrorism. And now I recently went to Kashmir, actually, so I saw what terrorism can do to the people, to the state, and to the local culture. And sometime in the West, the people fail to understand. At that time, they thought, okay, so no, it is the problem. The terrorism is the problem of people who lives in India. It is the problem of India. It is nobody else's problem. The reality is until we realize actually, so what is the root cause of the problem? Although we will be covering lots of base over here, one of the root cause problem, if we are not going to talk about the role of the Pakistan deep state, we are not going to make a progress anywhere. What happened inside the Afghanistan, and what is the root cause of the whole terrorism, the whole world, and all the dots are being connected with the Pakistan ISI directly or indirectly, and also their journalists and army. Nobody want to talk about it, because this is the business for these deep state. Until we going to pinpoint, we are going to talk about it actually, so we will not be able to make any progress. But the problem is, in these days, actually, so most of the scholars studying the region have failed to acknowledge the role of the other state in the conflict. And that particular, again, especially the Pakistan. So it is very important actually. So we have to highlight, we have to tell the world, like this is not like one who's the main responsible party over here. And on top of that, like, they have been very sophisticated actually, because unfortunately many of us actually, so we have seen many other states too. They are in the defensive mode, and everybody want to sugarcoat. Nobody want to no, this is not Islamophobia. We don't want to talk about Islam, this and that actually. So no, if there is a conflict, if there is somebody teaching the violence, if somebody promoting the hate against others, you have to talk about it. It doesn't matter. This is the responsibility. This is your responsibility. It is not the activity of the rascals, but inactivity of the good people which can destroy the society. And this is exactly happening in my America today. Because the people, nobody want to know the truth. Nobody want to say the truth. Nobody want to speak the truth. And also many people, Tahir Sahab, like you face all these issues every day. You face, like I face threats from everywhere. All these Islamophobia and all these leftists, this and that. But the people like you, people like Mr. Robert Spencer, actually, so these are the people should be supported. We have to acknowledge, we have to understand what is the pain they have to go through to speak for the nation. You are not doing what you are doing for yourself. And Mr. Robert Spencer, actually, so I admire his writing and his task, actually. So it's very, very informative. This is what we have to teach our youth. The problem is because if we are going to be like somebody go to Stanford, Harvard, this and that, no, let's not talk about like just go ahead and just be a doctor or engineer, this and that. We are on the slippery slope. We have to learn the social science. We have to teach our kids. We have to teach our generations. We have to teach them the value. Unless they don't have a guts to speak out, these people will take the advantage of yours. And like anybody who's trying to speak the truth, I don't know, actually, so many forces, actually, so they get together, including my own so-called Khalistani too. And they are not left behind, actually. So they will be part of this all the scenario. And imagine, actually, so I'm a Sikh. I'm proud to be a Sikh. What happened inside the Pakistan and what happened inside the Punjab? Punjab has been destroyed. Where all this like who was the main authority or main state behind the conflict in Punjab? It was Pakistan. And somehow only few of the people from the Sikh community, so-called Khalistani, and they are still in the bed with the ISI, with the Pakistan deep state. So they are like a good thing, like an interesting thing. Pakistan deep state has done so much investment on the information warfare, and they are winning. Unfortunately, this is the reality, actually, because other states too, they have to wake up, they have to do their homework, and also until we provide them the solution, because what is the role of the Pakistan? Because they use terror as a tool, as a statecraft. What needs to be done? Because we have to give our input, actually. So we have to tell the world, especially many states, many law enforcement agencies are watching this program. What we want to tell the whole world, listen and understand where the pain is and what is the root cause of the problem. And I request the people, those who are sitting in the Washington, D.C. too, that please list the Pakistan as a state sponsor of the terrorism and add them to the FATF blacklist. That should be the #1 priority. And also impose, not only I'm not talking about the whole Pakistan, impose the targeted economic sanctions on the Pakistan generals, businessmen, and the security contractor involved in supporting the Taliban and the other proxy wars, those who are promoting the terrorism over there. And also we have to support the Afghan diaspora and the democratic activist people like you in the West, those who are speaking out against the Pakistan's sponsor of terrorism. We have to support each other. We have to support those people, those who dare to speak out the truth. And also, last but not the least, adopt the French model over the American one to address the Islamo-leftism. That the alignment of interest and the goal between the most radical element of the far left and the Islamic radicals. Until we speak out, because although nobody, you think or I think actually nobody is listening, no, people are listening. If we are speaking today and many people are speaking like a listening alive, it means we are making difference. We are trying to wake up the people. So like last, Dr. Iqbal one time mentioned, so दिल से जो निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है. Because whatever you have inside, bring it out. Let them oppose, let them be factual. Because the thing is, by speaking out, you are doing the service to your nation. I am a proud American today. If I'm speaking out, I'm not speaking out for XYG. I'm speaking for American. I'm speaking for America. And I am proud. I'm proud. You can see the flag on my back. You can see the flag in the middle Israel. I admire that country. I admire that people. As Mr. Spencer said, actually, so what all the Jews even going through today, anti-Semitism inside America. Today, these are the people. If we don't support them, tomorrow it's going to be Hindu, and the day after it's going to be Sikh. So it's better to like learn the lesson, speak out, especially encourage our youth to speak out, educate them. And also there is a lots of conflict, even the historical books within India too, that needs to be relooked at. That history has to be rewritten. There are so many things, actually. So though many people, even some of the people, those who were involved in the terrorism activity in India, those who has done suppression in India, they have been glorified. You go to India today, you will see all the Aurangzeb road, Aurangzeb lane, this and that. All that nonsense has to be taken out. You cannot tell your kids, actually, how can you educate them, actually? So no, dad, father, like this and that, because no, that person was good, because I read in the history books. That's what has been being taught in your schools. So that's why when somebody like Mr. Modi, as Mr. Robert Spencer said, who tried to take on this terrorism, then the whole world, no, this is the threat to Islamophobia, this and that. All that nonsense has to be stopped. We have to speak truth. Like it's not only one person. The long journey is start with the one step. So steps have been taken. Everybody in this group, in this panel, I admire your courage. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Please keep doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukhiji. You spoke from your heart. And you rightly said that unfortunately Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism. It has not conducted terrorism in India only, has conducted terrorism in the United States, all over the world. And I must say, today we are remembering 9/11's terrorism that was planned across Pakistan as well. We have to remember this reality too. So I love you, three flags behind you. God bless India, God bless Israel, God bless United States of America. And as I live in Canada, I am a proud Canadian. God love Canada as well. And my next and the final guest speaker today is actually my guru, Vibhuti Jhaji. As a very respectable scholar, Vibhuti ji came to the US in 1991 in leadership role with the American Express Bank to build and develop Indo-US business relationships. Vibhuti Jhaji developed understanding of Indian culture, its richness and values. Vibhuti Jhaji has contributed a lot for Dharma. Currently, he is organizing Jaipur Dialogue from the United States of America. Welcome, Vibhuti Jhaji.
Thank you very much. And you used the word guru, and I was thinking that, guru hi dusre ko pehchanta hai. Only a guru recognizes the other guru. So thank you for calling me Guruji. Bill, good to see you here. We had a fabulous conversation on political Islam on Jaipur Dialogue USA a few weeks ago. To all the panelists here, it's a wonderful. Smita ji, you gave such a wonderful lesson to the world around. Look at the Japanese example. You don't have to look for miracles. It's happening right out there. How they did it. Sukhi Chahal Sahab, wonderful. Sat Sri Akal ji, Jairam ji ki, all of it together. Neeraj ji, good to see you finally. And you have promised to come on my show, and I invite all of you. Because my thought process is something like that. I have been a hardened fighter on the streets. So like Tahir Sahab said that I came to the US in 1991, and my job was to market India's liberalization program here. So a foreign banker, American Express banker, with an office in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, here I am talking about India. And at the C-level scenarios, people have the ability and desire to ask questions, which is terrific about America. They want to know. They want to ask you questions. So the I became a better Hindu because I had to learn so much about our culture, our diversity, the way we are. You know, for example, in American Express in New York, we had formed a diversity team and I was part of it. And I said, go to India. That's an example of diverse life. You don't need to take lessons in there. But coming back to this, one of the biggest advantage of speaking the last is perhaps every point is already covered. but the issue is very important that we have to highlight on that. We have to recognize, because change doesn't happen by just talking about it once. A change happens because you repeat the conversation, you internalize the conversation, and you address the conversation in the manner that it deserves. So all of you, thank you for making my life easier. But I would take it from here that one of the most important things happens is you got to confront the truth. There is no escape from it. The moment you skip confronting truth, that's the time you begin to hurt yourself. And that's what I was addressing a think tank 10 to 12 years ago when Mr. Bush was the president. And people said that this is such a rotten president and things like that. I said, listen, presidents come and go. It is the system whether it will survive or not. So like Robert mentioned about the beautiful similarity between the behavior and conduct of George Bush as well as President Barack Obama. The unfolding of this story here that happened just a few days ago, today Taliban is being installed in Afghanistan. You know, I was thinking to ask President Obama, I was daring to ask, and I will in a tweet, that you wanted to change America fundamentally. Is this what you wanted your party to do? That is the important part, and that's coming my second theme. We know a lot already. Today, thanks to technology, we are in different parts of the world and interacting with each other. This was not possible 10 or 12 years ago. Today it is. And our voices need to be heard, known, seen by the world around us. And thus, we have to indulge in a conversation. Robert Spencer, Suki Chahal, Neeraj Attri, Bill Warner, Tahir Gora, Smita, and Vibhuti are not alone anymore. We have a voice and we have to confront that. The other part which I wanted to say was understanding the Islam part of it. It's a very interesting conversation. 9/11, I was here dressed in my suit and tie to meet a client who had just arrived from London in the World Trade Center at the Marriott Hotel. It was just a fortuitous circumstances that he called me at 7 in the morning. I was going to take the train from Port Washington, Long Island, where I am. And he got a call. He said to me, can we meet at 11? I said, absolutely fine. I have dedicated this day for you. Rest is history. I don't need to tell you that. I don't say I was going to die. I was lucky to survive. Maybe I would have walked the Brooklyn Bridge. That's a different matter. But the issue is, it was so close. When you are close to something, then you begin to look at it from a different perspective. And that's what began to happen. There are things that we know. I say this very simply. Knowing what we know now, knowing what we see now, with the great work of political Islam done by Bill and Robert Spencer, and all of us put together in our own little mind. Kapil Mishra ji organizing this, daring to be different to organize this particular event, Dismantling Global Islam. This emanated from a thought that happened, dismantling global Hindutva. And I demanded in my tweet that let's ask all these 40 universities to co-sponsor and support a discussion on dismantling global Islamic terrorism. Why nobody's talking about it? And that takes me back to a few steps that are very important for us to bear. And that is, what can we do individually? Most of the time, we are tied down by our inabilities that the system is not supporting, which is very true. The system doesn't support. Today, Robert, Bill, people like us are victims. We are called extremists. We are the ones who are called extremists. Isn't it bizarre? You know, I was thinking about it. Here is a Hindu community that is loved community as an immigrant anywhere in the world. We are not a law and order problem. We contribute, and I'm delighted to quote what a senator once told me, that we love you Indians as immigrants to this country. You are hardworking, you are educated, you are professionals. You don't disturb anybody. You are in the highest median income. You lead your good life. You have family values. You have take care of your children. You ask for nothing. You are not a law and order problem. What else can we ask for? So when such a community is branded, there is a concerted effort to brand us as evil. If we don't arise now, when will that be? When will it be then? So this is the moment for us to all arise. I invoke Swami Vivekananda's call. Arise, awaken, and assert. This is the time for the righteous people to get up, arise, awaken, and assert. And I have added my fourth A to that. Act. Because if you don't act, your knowledge, your information makes no difference. There's no point in my having a knowledge to fly a plane if I don't have to. So knowledge has to be relevant. It has to be imbibed. So the question that comes back here, 9/11, it's a very important moment. There are two questions that I want to tell you from the street level conversation. I have a good Pakistani friend, and this is a real thing. This is not a made up story. It's happened with me. And he said to me that not one single Islamic country has the ability, strength, or power to fight a non-Islamic country in a conventional warfare. Even our weapons are supplied by you guys. But what we do know is that we can fight the guerrilla warfare. How many John Does will you protect? We are going to take advantage of every single democratic principle that you are proud of. Your freedom of speech, your freedom of religion. We will take advantage of every single of those scenarios. And your Jews, your blacks, you Hindus, and whatever else will fight my cases for free. Think about how endemic was the mindset, how much prepared they were to deal with our scenarios. The left is a cohort, is an instrument. Yes, we can conflate the entire thing equally well because neither of them. Think about it from another perspective. The left and the Islamic ideology doesn't give us freedom or choice. It is their way and they're the only way. We are believers in freedom and choice. We are all here because we are exercising our choice. Nobody told us or dictated us to do what we are doing today. That's important. That we are a free world. We are truly free people. But they don't offer you freedom. But the question is, how do we deal with it at an individual level? That was one conversation. The second conversation was a Muslim investment banker friend of mine. He asked me, why is Islam misunderstood in this part of the world? I said, it's not. It is understood exactly the way you are conveying it. He said, what do you mean? I said, tell me. He's a very educated guy. I said, do you still believe in the concept of 72 virgins in the 21st century? He was silent for 10 seconds. I said, you got your answer. That even an educated person like you couldn't emphatically, boldly deny that the whole concept is bogus. Who believes in that? Only the people who have been brainwashed. That's a very important part. While our societies, believes in saving lives, they believe in dying. That is the ultimate martyrdom. We believe in saving lives. I remember I had the privilege and honor to listen to the speech of the pilot he was the last pilot in Bosnia. The movie is Behind Enemy Lines. His aircraft was shot and he fell behind enemy lines. It was a very important moment when he was addressing the group of 500 people. He said, the one thing which was uppermost in my mind was that when I connect with my team through the speaker, through the wireless instrument, I know that my country will spare no effort to save my life. That's the US Army. That's America. That if people hear me by voice that I'm alive, they will do everything to protect me and save me. That's exactly what happened. I had the privilege of shaking him by his hand, to use the English language from that point of view. Today in Afghanistan, what has happened, it's not the US Army that lost. That use of word US lost must be dropped. It's not the US lost. It is the political leadership that buckled and surrendered. It's not the army that lost. So my friends, what I want to share with you is a couple of things that we can do at individual level. We must have this conversation. And I run a Jaipur Dialogue USA here, and I with Sanjay Dixit, we do every Wednesday a program, is to create the narrative, build the narrative, convey the narrative, and offer solutions. So I invite every one of you to come on my show. The message must move on forward. But few things are very important. Based on the conversation that I had yesterday, somebody said something remarkably interesting. And I want to share with all you audience here. He said, for them, death is their martyrdom. And 72 virgins is the glory. We need not kill them. We have to devise a way that they neither go to heaven nor they get their 72. Let them know that their life on the earth is hell. They didn't get martyrdom and they didn't get their 72. What about a strategy like that? Think about it. It's food for thought. And the other part is very important for all of us, is to begin inquiring and questioning the validities of their claims. I have asked Muslim friends of mine, would you, once you want to preach me, I just have one request. Drop the word kafir from your language, the concept of non-believers, and that their throats have to be cut. You know, people like Tahir Gora. I mean, Tahir Goraji is a wonderful human being. Not because he adapts Sanatan Dharma. No, I respect him for one reason, that he opened his mind to listen to another point of view. That's what we have to tell others. Open your mind to listen to somebody. Nobody is 100% right all the time. There are mistakes, there are inefficiencies, there are deficiencies in every philosophy. We have to begin to learn the ability to make that inquiry, to ask that question. Do you really believe in that? Is that really so? These are very simple questions. You know, I believe in Einstein's quotation that any intelligent man can complicate a simple problem. It takes courage to move in the other direction. So my friends, whether you are academicians or strategists or street fighters, we have to become authentically conscious about asking the question. Yes, it is truly tragic that somewhere along the line, the West is bending backwards. West is bending backwards to accommodate, appease, and pander to the Islamic thought or extremism of leftism. You know, we have to begin to ask those politicians this question. Why are you bending backwards? We have to ask this question. People who come to our countries to live a free life, that you have a choice. Don't bring your Sharia with you. Don't demand halal here. What is the difference between halal and jatka? It's just a nomenclature, right? We have to begin to ask. We are so many of us on the screen right now. Each one of us looks different. The stupid concept of equality and equity that is bandied about by the left and the left-leaning politicians doesn't recognize the truth. The truth is we are all different. Right here on this screen, sitting next to you or to the right or left, we are all different. If you do not accept and respect the differences of the people, then your equality and equity has no meaning. We are not all 5 feet 6 inches or 6 feet. We don't all wear number 10 shoe size, right? We are all men and women having the nose, ears, mouth, and various other parts of the body performing identical function. And we all go down our knees to pray, whether a Purna Shashtang or Ardha Shashtang. But we have to have the ability to rise to ask questions. That we must not allow anybody to take it away from us. That's an important thing to fight about. Both communism and Islam despise freedom. It's their way. There is no other way. We offer freedom and choice. Let's make that as a mool mantra or the guiding principles, as the saying goes. The point which I'm also trying to say to you is that there are so many things the politicians are doing. We have to begin questioning them. Going back into knowledge. This is how happened 1400 years ago, or 1600 years ago, 2000 years ago. We now know enough. Knowing what we know now, what must we do is the action plan. That ought to be the action plan. The politics of hate that is going on, because if you're not like me, then you are a despised one, must go. We have to address all these issues that are confronting each one of us at every single point in time. The ability to ask questions, respect freedom, offer the choices. We have to do that. And Sukhi is absolutely right. I have been to Punjab, from Delhi, where I used to live. Punjab was completely infested with drug trade. Punjab has been destroyed because it was the intended plan of Pakistan. So America, I'm asking every American here, you are sleeping with the enemy in Pakistan. It took your money and played the games with you, send your soldiers' body in body bags. Which part of it you didn't know, didn't see? If we are so blind to our blindness, then even God can't help. We can't afford to be blind about our blindness. The truth has to be confronted. If they don't, we do. And we have to bring it to their attention. Ladies and gentlemen, this conversation can go on, as I was telling Tahir Saab, that he alone can give hour-long lecture on solutions and everything else. So thank you for moderating. Thank you, Kapil, Mishra ji, for hosting this entire thing. And I'm so privileged to meet all of you, Robert, Bill, Neeraj ji, Sukhi. I've heard you on Clubhouse, Sukhi. And Robert, I know about you. I've read about what you do. I follow you on Twitter. And Bill, thank you very much for being on the show. Come again. I want to say only one thing. Knowing what we know now, let's not spend time in intellectualizing the problem. Knowing what we know now is the soldier in the battlefield. The bullet has been fired. The fight is on. There is no time to think now. The only time to think is, what is our next action plan? Go back to Vivekananda's statement. Arise has happened. Awakening is happening. Asserting has begun. Now we have to get into act. So ladies and gentlemen, all of us, let's focus on this aspect, the act, asking tough questions that how can a society and a country prosper when you subjugate 50% of the women population of that country? Think about it. We know, I made some notes, you made my life easy, all of you before. We all know, and we should ask this question of all our countries. The terrorist bases are Afghanistan, Afghan-Pakistan border, southern and western Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Somalia, Kenya, Nigeria, Mali. Many European cities have become home to terrorists and succumbing to that. I'm saying, knowing what we know now, what must we do? And here is a suggestion I'll say. Let us publicly demand that those countries, like somebody mentioned, that Pakistan should be declared a terrorist state or a rogue state, Pakistan and Afghanistan. I'm saying, declare them and eject them from United Nations. Prevent them from giving them trade facilities, because there has to be a consequence for your action. At the moment, the leftists and communists and the what you call the liberal and the Islamic terrorism, they're not bearing any consequence. They're not suffering for any consequences because we remain open-hearted and we believe in the Aman ki Asha and the ultimate faith in believing that, okay, someday they will change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not happening. The text of Islam is not changing. We have to reject it. We have to fight it. We have to contest it. And, it is very important that Saudi Arabia is going through a change. Sometimes change is forced upon you by circumstances beyond your control. Let's kind of encourage that. Pakistan is a country that is at the center of all Islamic terrorism. Unfortunately, Tahir Gora's old country is the hub of all. Terrorism, training, sheltering. Guess what? We have to confront that. And so with these words, I will end my message to you. And my message to you, all of you, is let's think of knowing what we know. What do we do next? Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Guruji. I really appreciate your candid views. And before moving to our second panel discussion, we do have about 5-10 minutes. I would like to request Robert Spencer ji to come back on the screen. So as Mr. Vibhuti Jha put a question, what is our next plan? What should be our next plan? Mr. Spencer, what are your views? What should be our next plan, please?
Well, as I noted at the end of my remarks earlier, it's very important to pursue international alliances. Actually, after 9/11, I believe, well, if I had been president of the United States on 9/11, then I would have immediately begun to reconfigure America's international alliances. The idea that the United States considers Pakistan an ally to this day is ridiculous. And it's been ridiculous for years. It's been known for many years that Pakistan takes the money that is given to it by the United States and gives it to the terrorists it's supposed to be fighting. So this all needs to end. But on our own level, I thank you for inviting me to this conference, because this is just an example of what I'm discussing, that all of us who are working against jihad violence, Sharia oppression, and the encroachments of the left on the freedoms of everyone around the world, we need to work together in India, in the United States, in Canada, everywhere. And so this is the first thing, that it has been insufficiently appreciated, I believe, how much we're all facing the same foe. And so I'm very happy to see the Indian, Israeli, and American flags there, because it's all the same Islamic jihadis who are trying to destroy all of our nations. And so we have a common cause and should come together on that basis.
Yes, I totally agree. As Mr. Spencer, you said, we do have a common cause and we have to act together. Final thoughts from other panelists before we move to next panel discussion, because I got charge of first panel discussion 10 minutes before my time, and I would like to give this charge for 10 minutes before time to the next moderator. So any final thought from any other panelists, please? Please, Guruji.
You make me smile by calling me Guruji. So now, there are two things that I wanted to say in the terms of action plan is, you know, when 800,000 African Muslims migrated to Germany, Saudi Arabia had said, we will build 800 mosques there. And it bothers me at times that when they come here, we are not demanding reciprocity from Islamic world. We have to begin to learn and accept that part. You build a mosque, fine, we have freedom of religion, no problem about that. But allow us to build a church, mosque, and a synagogue in your country as well. Because you can't say that I will take advantage of your freedom of religion, but I will not extend you the freedom of religion. It doesn't work. The world is today a remarkably, reciprocity is the name of the word. The name of the life right now. It is reciprocity we have to demand. And the second one is that we know, everybody here I think knows, that the 5 Security Council members are the largest suppliers of weapons or sellers of weapons around the world. It often bothers me. How do you do apart from the gift from America of $85 billion worth of weapons to Taliban in this scenario, where do these terrorists get their weapons from? Can we choke the supply? If we are talking about sanction, how come nobody sanctions selling of weapons? Which are the companies? On our watches, there is a registered number. Cars have low jack. There's nothing we can't track in these worlds. And I'm sure everybody knows the technology reach is so deep. You can hear words uttered across the wall and across the planets. How come we don't know who is supplying the weapons? Why can't we shame them? Why can't we stop that? Whether it's Raytheon, whether it's any company, I'm saying don't sell to those guys who are willing to kill your own people. But this is where it is important. There's a movie called Lethal Weapon 4, in which the Chinese guy who is printing the bogus notes, he is telling the America is a nation of laws. Laws are made by people and they can't be managed. So ladies and gentlemen, that's the point which I'm trying to say, is for us to assert something which Tahir Gora Sahab said, the fault of the West. And the other important element was something like Tahir Gora also said, sacred jihad. And I say, sacred jihad, let it join Dharma Yuddha. Let it join Dharma Yuddha. And mistakes of the West is fine, that's correct. But we have to reflect within ourselves. Who is it from amongst us who is selling those weapons to those guys who enjoy swinging on the swing of the aircraft windows because that's the only thing they know how to play with the aircraft. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, please, Smita Mukherjee, we'd like to hear your views, and then finally we'd like to hear Neeraj and Sukhiji's views. So Smita ji, please.
Thank you. Just a short point elaborating on what Mr. Spencer said. I feel there is a need to get rid of delusion, the national delusion that exists in each of these liberal worlds. And a short example, let me give, that I have worked almost 15 years with the German Interpol. And in the course of, that was immediately after the 26/11 attack on Mumbai, we had visited the ATS department, the anti-terrorism department. And there in the course of talks, I got to know that they run something called as a de-radicalization unit, which is very common in the Indian law enforcement. And this is exactly along the lines of what is happening in the United States. I mean, what they do there, they de-radicalize the terrorist youths who are caught, as if there is this kind of a de-radicalization possible. So this is this national delusion which India exists in and a whole lot of countries exist in, is what we have to get rid of, because any other situation is not possible to fight Islamism without getting rid of it.
Sukhi Chahal ji, what would be your conclusive remarks?
No, sir. Looks like the whole panel is that they have done excellent job. Actually, it's a very good message. I'm glad actually to be part of this the panel. What I want to say actually, so we have to again keep reminding our new generation, youth actually. So take a look actually. So who was involved in the 9/11? Where was Osama bin Laden was killed? In which country? How far he was from the Pakistan ISI's headquarters? And who was sheltering them? Who was training them? And it's not over yet. Let's not forget 9/11. If this is the way, if we will be sleeping with the enemy, if the US is not going to, our elite, our politicians, US politicians are not going to learn the lesson, and we are just waiting and watching for the another 9/11 and root cause going to be the Pakistan. Number two, because Pakistan can never be loyal to anybody. They are not even loyal to their own people. That deep state of the Pakistan, the army, they are, if there is a suffering going within the Pakistan, the whole world needs to know. And they can compromise. They don't have a dignity. They can compromise, they can go low, what, like you cannot even imagine. And look, what is China doing with the Uyghur Muslim? They are the Muslim too. And they are talking about the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, this and that, all like that. But on the other side, they ignore. They cannot even raise the voice. Because when your main job every day is the begging ball, you just beg. When the American is throwing the dollar, it's my dollar. I'm the taxpayer in the US, it's my money. When they used to get used to, today it is America, If America, no, tomorrow it's maybe going to be the China. And they want to be in the center of the whole Islamic Republic and all these countries. And they just know how to blackmail the other country. And they're going to continue. And we have to tell the whole world, as India is doing, we have to convey the message. And now the whole world knows what is the Islamic fundamentals terrorism is doing. But on the other side, you say, at least as 40 university, they are talking about the Hindu Tava. And you ask anybody, Khalistani, this and that, they're going to show if there is any root cause of the problem in this world, it is the RSS or it is a Hindu Tava. And the whole world know where the terrorism, the centers are, where the training is going on. Nobody want to talk about it. That hypocrisy has to be talked about. And the hypocrisy within the US university system, education system has to be discussed openly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sukhiji. Final comments from Shri Neeraj Atriji, please. Neeraj, please.
I'm sorry. Ji, we just have to unmask this ideology, which is being masquerading as religion of peace. For the general population, what we need to do is remove that mask, show what it actually stands for, and that should serve our purpose. And while doing so, we just have to take care that we keep two issues separate, Muslims and Islam. A Muslim can be good, can be bad, depending on the kind of ideology he or she has been fed since his childhood. But let us focus on Islam, because that is the software which is responsible for the problems which the entire world is facing. And I don't think it should be very tough once we start just unmasking the reality of this ideology. That should serve the purpose. That is what I would say. Ji.
Thank you very much, Neeraj. With those conclusive remarks, I really thank all participants and listeners of this conference, Dismantling Global Islamic Communist Jihad. Our first session is over. Now I would like to hand over podium to the moderator of second panel discussion, which is titled Moderate Islam, Reality or Myth. It's a very interesting title and very close to my heart. And I would love to listen everyone's remarks. Welcome to the moderator for the second panel discussion.
Thank you, Tahir ji. We are just going on to the second panel. And I think we will first start with Meenakshi ji. Meenakshi ji, I would just give an introduction to everybody listening. Meenakshi ji has been a powerhouse speaker on Sangam Talks and many other platforms. So Meenakshi Sharan is a hospitality entrepreneur who grew up listening to stories of bravery of her Khokar ancestors who fought invaders and sacrificed members of the family during the partition of India in 1947. The divergent history she heard as narration, I'm so sorry. Yeah. The divergent history she heard as narration by her family elders and the history taught in school triggered her to be a keen scholar and chronicler of Bharat's civilizational history. She feels it is her civilizational responsibility to research and expose the faulted history taught to generations of Indians. She propounded and pursued the idea that India should remember the genocide of Hindus over the last 1100 years. All Hindus killed for their faith, approximately 600 million over 11 centuries, deserve Shraddh on Sarva Pitra Amavas and the gratitude of the generations. Shraddh Sankalp Divas has found widespread emotional connect with Hindus now. across the world for some years now. Common Hindus have adopted the practice of performing tarpan of faceless and forgotten Hindus killed for their faith over these 1100 years. Bharat's forgotten children, in a welcome acknowledgement this year, the government of India has announced August 14 to be commemorated as Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, acknowledging the resonance of her pursuit. Her works involve River Saraswati from Shastras to the present, Shri Ram and his global presence, history of Islamic invasions and Hindu resistance, horrors of 1947, 1857, First War of Independence, ancient history of Kashmir, Vedic value system, why we are what we are, unknown personalities of Bharatvarsh who protected Dharma through 1400 years, regional art, cuisine, and its history, agriculture during the Vedic times, and also the history of Islamic and Christian invasions across the world. With that, I pass it on to you, Meenakshi ji. Please take this conference forward.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much. Sabse pehle, I would like to say my namaskar to everybody and wish you a very happy Ganesh Utsav. And today is Rishi Panchami also. So our Hindu Dharma, in our Shastra have enjoined upon us the, the duty of passing our, paying certain debts. So it's like, it's a Rishi Rin which you pay when you learn and when you spread that knowledge and carry that forward. So I'm very happy to be a part of this conference. Moreover, because I would like to actually congratulate all of us that we are actually already talking about it. Something, the elephant in the room, which people or the world refuses to see. Also, Tanya, I was just reading some comments below when the other speakers were giving their, talking about what they felt, their opinions. A lot of people are asking, that they would want to hear certain things in Hindi. So I would try to, especially more so, because all such crimes are, against the Hindus, happening largely in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and we are a Hindi-speaking belt. So they also need to know the real face, and that is why I'm talking about a little bit of the history, but I'll begin with where I come from. So I belong to this clan, which is a ferociously fearless clan of Khokars, which was the first line of defense against all the invaders, like whether it was Alexander, whether it was Ghazni, Gauri, Aibak, even Temur. And you'll be very happy to know that the people, the ones who killed Gauri also were Khokars. 20 of them entered the camp, the war camp, and entered his tent and killed him. There was this Jasrath Khokar also, who was a menace. He was the biggest danger for the, dangerous Kafir enemy of Timur and Mubarak Shah. So we also have mentions of them in Mubarak Shahi. Then even Khusro writes about them, that they were not annihilated and they were a constant troublemaker. These are the stories that I heard as a child. I grew up with these stories. And my grandfather, they were the residents of Rasool Jhelum, which is in Pakistan now, district Jhelum. And I grew up on the stories, those of the horror that they faced during the 1947. And these stories were mere representations of what millions of people in that belt, which is now Pakistan, faced of arson, loot, rape, murder, and we know it all. And the saddest part is that the biggest mass migration, the biggest Holocaust in the world history, actually finds no mention in the history books, one. And two, it did not happen overnight. It was the outcome of a long conspiracy of over 1,000 years. The worst part is that the Muslims still date, they actually exist in those same tribal times, and they still hallucinate eliminating the kafirs from the face of earth. So, abhi, thoda I will try that I should, certain points I should put forth in Hindi. And why do they do that? Why do they exist? Because when we say a moderate Muslim or a soft or a peace-loving community, the fact of the matter is that it is the book that commands him to wage an unending war on the world to establish this theocratic state or the global Islamic state, which is a dream which was envisaged about 1400 years ago. So whether it was, from the Ghazwa-e-Badr till the present day Afghanistan, nothing has changed. They are absolutely clear about what they want. The SOP remains the same, and they harbor the same dream, the same intention, and the ruthless techniques also remain the same. We are absolutely aware of that. So a little bit of their history. I agree there are lots of books available. Lots of people have written huge, enormous material over them, but somehow it is not reaching, one. And another thing is that most people or the youth today isn't very keen on reading. Their attention spans are very less, very short. So there has to be more material that has to come out, and everybody must be aware of it. It's the entire world. It is not just India that is facing that. So Islam basically is a political cult, that is absolutely clear. And this was established by a man who called himself the messenger and who forced upon his tribe to call him or accept him as a Rasul. This man, the first thing that he did was the first war that he waged was called Ghazwa-e-Badr, which was on the 17th day of Ramzan, which is the lunar calendar of the Jews. And this first war is called Ghazwa-e-Badr, and it is, he waged this, it was unprovoked, और ये था on his own cousin client, the same family, the same Quraysh clan, who were very wealthy and also the custodians of Kaaba. So this was the first war, and this man in 8 years, that is 622 to 630, he waged about 64 such ghazwas. So why should the present day Muslims not emulate, or why should they not follow? Because the book has over 100 verses to convince a Muslim to do so. I'll just read a few. There's this verse 2.193, which says, Allah made jihad a binding duty for Muslims, whereby they must keep fighting until Islam becomes the sole religion of the earth. Another one, which is 911, which says, Allah has purchased the life of believers who must engage in jihad and slay and be slain, maro or maro, just to, and be constantly engaged in jihad, kyunki aapko ye karna hi hai, this is what your book says. Then Allah also commands all the Muslims to plunder the wealth of infidels in jihad. Aapko hak hai, adhikar hai, you can take their wealth. As sacred booty, Allah ne aapko kya diya hai? He's inherited you unseen lands, और वो lands जो आपने कभी नहीं देखे, and the lands, homes and money of the kafirs. This is verse 33.27. And 8.41 says, and out of the booty that you acquire, जो आप लूट में से इकट्ठा करते हो, उसका 1/5 share जो है, वो अल्लाह ने assign किया है to the messenger, यानी the prophet himself. And ये जो model उसने बनाया था plunder और economic exploitation का, this is the most ideal example that all these Muslims emulate till date, and there is no two way about it. Jizya, Quran 20, the verse 9.29 says, Jizya shall be taken from the kafir. The economic model that I'm talking about should be taken with belittlement and humiliation. So जो dhimi hai, he's supposed to not come on a horse, he's supposed to walk, he's supposed to stand while the collector sits, and the collector is supposed to slap him after he's received it, and so on and so forth. That is 9.29. Now, this also is absolutely clear. It is there in the history, it is there in their memoirs, that Muslim rulers in India, for example, took about 50 to 75% jizya as, produce, the share of the produce as jizya, which was the land tax, which was called kharaj. And as recent as 1946, also in Noakhali, when they converted about 95% of the Hindu population, they took jizya from them. In 1920, they actually, during the Mufla riots, there was this man called Kunja Ahmad Haji who created a Sharia controlled state in the region of Kerala, and he also extracted jizya from the people. Or he also sold the Hindu women to Arabs. Now, what if these are the examples that we have? What is halal economics? That also happens to be, in my opinion, the same, absolutely same. Just the the modus operandi remains the same. The face of it changes. Now, also the book wo bhi clearly state karti hai, the Prophet kept most beautiful women for himself. जो लूट में से बूटी में से उसका भी और जो बाकी थी he would उनको वो distribute कर देते थे to his the raiders, और किसी को जो और बचती थी they would sell them for horses, for weapons and all. So I will just read a couple of those also from his first biographer Ibn Ishaq, Tarikh-e-Tehri. He says, spoils of battle, including women and children, were divided among the Muslims as a part of his share. And he says, as a part of his share, Apostle selected Raina as part of his beauty. So he would also select the most beautiful women. And again, he says, Apostle sent Saad bin Ziyad al-Sari to Najd with women of Banu Qurayza, taken as captive after slaughtering their men in the market of Medina, and sold them for horses and weapons. So women were also sold for, they were also a tool for generating money. This never-ending war that they have imposed on the world, the barbaric, regressive cult. So what I feel, or whatever I have understood, whatever I have read and studied, there is, no moderate, soft, or whatever Muslim or peaceful Muslim. A Muslim is a Muslim because he must live within the framework of Islam. And if he doesn't, he's a kafir. So he must abide by Sharia. Simple words mein agar kaha jaye, so Sharia is the law of Allah. He has to follow the book. और उसको सुन्ना कहते हैं, उसको जो prophet के deeds को emulate करना. He has to ape, he's supposed to ape and copy whatever the prophet did. That is why, and that is Sharia. और अगर वो Sharia follow नहीं करता, तो he's no more a Muslim, moderate or peaceful or whatever. So, couple of quotes from that, 24.42, 34.1, वो कहती है किताब के क्योंकि उसको किताब भी follow करना है. तो किताब कहती है कि heaven, earth and all on it belongs to Allah. Then 6.165 says, Allah made Muslims inheritors of the earth. And 2.55 says, He has promised Muslims to make them rulers of the earth. When the book is saying that, which moderate Muslim or a so-called peaceful Muslim would deny this? And if at all he says that it is misinterpretation, so let him only explain it to us. What do these verses mean? Let him come forward and say, no, this is not meant, this is not supposed to be this. And let him defy it. Let him stand up against it. Okay. So he's not a Muslim anymore if he does that. So people, now another example, people of all faiths would worship in the pagan shrine called Kaaba. So we also have his biographer, Ibn Ishaq. He's dedicated pages and is described how that was broken, how the Prophet himself, उसने कैसे सारे idols काबा में जो थे 360, उसने कैसे तोड़े, how they were broken, how they were burnt, और कैसे his son-in-law Ali stood on his shoulders to tear off the idol of their god called Hubal. So this also is absolutely clear in the book. Also by there are plenty of verses which have explained that too. Now, if I was to ask, if that is what he did, he broke that and he created the first mosque. Which moderate Muslim or which educated Muslim has ever objected to the breaking of anybody's place of worship, whether it was our Adityastan in Multan, when Sindh and Multan fell, whether it was Ram Janmabhoomi, the Babri dispute, whether it is Kashi Vishwanath, whether it is the Bamia Buddha, who has stood up against it? Kisne uske bare mein khade hokar ke bola ki this is wrong? Who has condemned it? So again, I'm just trying to shatter or break in the whatever little given time that I have, all the, with facts and figures, all the impressions or all the ideas that you have of a moderate or a educated Muslim. There are n number of educated Muslims today, we know that very clearly, who are terrorists. Yeah, so huge population also of the Muslims, who are, I'm really sorry to say that, unfortunately, are a parasite on the progressive societies, and they are not educated, and they don't even wish to get educated. Why? Because the book says so. Another quote. The book says, the Quran 7.157 says, follow the Prophet who can neither read or write. Then you have 8, 175 and 176, 26 and 224, which says, Bukhari 8.175 and 176, poetry and music is haram, 26 and 224. Art, music, poetry, architecture, science, luxury, etc. are categorically prohibited, 43.33 to 35, 6.32. Who, and another one, which is Bukhari 7.49 says, who thinks that musical instruments are lawful, whoever believe among them that the musical instruments are lawful, will be destroyed and transformed into pigs and apes. So can you believe it, that this, there is racial superiority? For example, the Turks, who consider themselves blue-blooded and who consider all the converts to be of low blood. And I will just read a little paragraph on how even they decided that the Muslims in India, when they were here, Ziauddin Barani in Tariq-e-Firoz Shahi writes that teachers of all kind are sternly ordered to teach nothing to the low-born dogs. वो कहता है इनको, अब you ask anybody, an educated Muslim, an uneducated Muslim, he will tell you, हम पे 3 चीजें फर्ज है, नमाज, रोजा and hajj. So exactly this is what is written there. He says, don't teach anything to these low-born dogs. Nothing more than the rules of namaz, roza and hajj were to be taught. And he says, unko khali important chapters of Quran padna sikhao, or inko, because these low-born dogs are capable of all vices, they are worthless and they are shameless and they are dirty of blood. We can clearly see that the Turks till date staunchly are believe in racial superiority. And now let's talk a little bit about the peaceful versus the radical. There are n number of examples. I have spoken on your, I think for 4 hours we talked about Sufis and what they did. In short here, who are Sufis? The scholars, the Muslim scholars and the Muslim historians themselves say that Prophet himself was the first Sufi. Okay, 1. Ali was, the second, and who was the head or the leader of what do you say? The Sufis, yeah. So it is absolutely clear that the Sufis participated in all the nitty-gritties of governance. They took share of loot of, and they accepted booty. They took share of booty. They accepted women as gifts. And till date, they play important role in power struggle. We are absolutely, we absolutely know that very, very well. I will just, I will want to share a few things here with you about that. That most of these Sufis had come to India also, along with all the raiding armies. And who were these people? Since, after the initial wars, when they would be actually sitting idle, when the wars weren't happening so much after the first initial ghazwas led by the Prophet, they would be actually just hanging around, laying in wait for, around the front lines of Bharat for, another next wars, etc. And so that is the time they also met wandering sadhus, and they learned they had a lot of interactions with them. They learned a lot of things from them. They learned, breathing exercises. Some of them copied, the Kalandars copied some of the, comfort yogis. And so there's a lot of huge data about that as well. But in short, I would just like to tell you how these people converted Hindus when they came to India. So Baba Farid converted Hindus in southern Punjab, which is now in Pakistan. Bana al-Haq, उन्होंने convert किया western plains के Hindus को. Gezu Daraz ने weavers of Bombay presidency को convert किया. Mabari Kandayat ने Deccan के Jains को convert किया. Shah Jalal ने, Shah Jalal and Jalaluddin Tabrizi, उसने East Bengal के Hindus को convert किया. Then how they were a part of the wars or the invasions. Bahanuddin invited Iltutmish to invade India. Ajmer Sufis ने Ghazni को, Muhammad Ghazni को invite किया, and he took a promise from them कि उसका नाम always खुतबे में पढ़ा जाएगा on the Friday खुतबा, उसके बदले में he will come and invade India. So Ahmad Sirindi ने declare किया भारत को Darul Islam and Darul Harb both at war, and to become to be made an Islamic state, and he was the first one who had actually emphasized on jizya. शाह वली उल्लाह ने अब्दाली को इनवाइट किया, उसके बेटे ने बरेलवी को बनाया, और बरेलवी, he appointed बरेलवी ने about 80,000 jihadis. Mind you, in the 18th century, अगर 80,000 jihadi बनाए थे, तो what would happen? What would the numbers be with the kind of rate that they multiply in? I will just take about another 5-7 minutes to finish off.
Meenakshi ji, we can come back to you because
okay,
there's a lot of material here to begin our panel. I apologize to my panelists and all the audience. There was a slight glitch due to which we had to start a little late.
Okay.
I would like to formally open this panel of dismantling global Islamic communist jihad. Welcome panelists, welcome audience to this great panel. The panel for now is Moderate Islam, Reality or Myth. Now, we live in times where we are confronted by increasingly frightening headlines telling us about massacres, showing us pictures of women who have acid thrown on their faces, women stoned to death, destruction of heritage, heavily veiled women who have remained anonymous for ages, with only a small window to look into the world. And we certainly see the Islamic State in the news a lot. Afghanistan, Syria, and India reported the highest number of terrorist attacks nationally in 2019. Overall, 2019 saw over 8,300 terrorist attacks worldwide and around 25,000 fatalities from terrorism. In 2020, Afghanistan ranked first on the Global Terrorism Index with a score as high as 9.59. Making it the country that was most affected by terrorism on earth. However, we need to unpack the history and theology of Islam to understand the various nuances that need to go into the making of image of Islam as we have it now, and the image that is the correct picture of Islam. I would like to begin the panel with Dr. Konrad Elst. Dr. Elst is an Indologist and one of the few Westerners to actively defend Hinduism. A soft-spoken man, Dr. Elst is known for his blunt and objective views. He has authored 30 books and was a foreign desk press editor, a foreign policy assistant in the Belgian Senate, and a visiting professor at 2 Indian universities. Welcome, Dr. Elst. Dr. Elst, one hears a lot about the different kinds of Islam. How many kinds of Islam are there, and which are the correct ones? And
well, yes, it's a very good question. How many kinds of Islam are there? Well, you see, you have a superficial division in several tendencies like Shiism and Sunnism. But ultimately, there's only one Islam. And so there are differences about dots and commas. But the belief that Muhammad was the prophet, that the Quran is the word of God, that is common to them all. And so as the Turkish president Recep Tayyip Erdogan has said, there is only one Islam. It is an insult. It is an insulting imposition of Western values to pretend that there are different kinds of Islam and that one kind of Islam should be promoted over other kinds. So there really is only one Islam. Of course, there are people whose behavior, whose writings give occasion to characterizations like extremist and moderate. That is true. But if you look more closely, those are not different kinds of Islam. There is an important analytical difference, and it's very important to insist on this difference in order to understand the question correctly. Namely, the difference is not between extremist and moderate Muslims. No, it is between a strict interpretation of Islam and a weak version of Islam, where Islam is espoused in name, where lip service is paid to Islam, but in fact, many non-Islamic values are brought in. You see, why are people, for example, why are people enthusiastic about music? You see, as the earlier speaker correctly said, music is not Islamic. You know, just recently, the Taliban in Afghanistan have again murdered or otherwise terrorized several musicians. And so music is un-Islamic because the Prophet couldn't stand music. This probably had to do with his own neurological disorder that explains the hallucinations which he interpreted as hearing the voice of God. Now, of course, that's a deduction that we can make from Islamic scripture. None of us was present there, so this is a hypothesis. But at any rate, the Prophet disapproved of music. And so, because Islam consists essentially in imitation of the Prophet, therefore the Taliban or the Ayatollahs in Iran, all serious Muslims, disapprove of music. Music is intrinsically un-Islamic. Now, what to do with all these moderates who do practice music? And you even have specific types of Islamic music or Sufi music like Qawwali, like Sema, and so they are forms of compromise between Islam and normal human nature. Human nature is naturally inclined to music, to enjoy music, to make music. And so some people born in a Muslim background still have that normal human tendency to music. So those people may, under social pressure, pay lots of emphatic lip service to Islam, but what they are actually doing is un-Islamic and remains un-Islamic. And so if I say music is un-Islamic, then of course some soft brain will come in between and say, oh, but I have a neighbor and he's a great singer and he's a fervent Muslim. Well, you see, he misunderstands. Okay, on the one hand, he may call himself a Muslim. On the other hand, to the extent that he enjoys music, he's not a Muslim, he's just a human being. So that distinction should always be carefully made. You see, this behavior, like, for instance, music, like tolerance of other religions, for example, which indeed you do find among many Indian Muslims. You see, they can perfectly tolerate having a Jain neighbor or a Sikh neighbor or whatever. That is just a human tendency. That's not Islamic. And indeed, in Islam, you have always movements to promote real Islam, to fight these soft, these humanistic tendencies. Like in India, you have the Tabligh movement. You see, as you may remember, among Hindus, there was the reform movement Arya Samaj, which was very active in what it called Shuddhi, or purification, which meant a reconversion of converts to Islam back to Hinduism, right? So, and this was possible because many Muslims were only very superficially Islamized and had retained many of the Hindu customs of their ancestors. And therefore, for them, it was not a big step to reconvert to Hinduism. So in order to combat this tendency, Muslims said, well, you see, we have to Islamize the Muslims. We have to make the nominal Muslims, the Muslims in name only, more conscious of real Islam. You see, we have to not drown them, but immerse them in real Islam and make them real intolerant Muslims. So that's the Tabligh movement. A recent leader of that was Maulana Wahiduddin Khan, whom I regret to say was very feted by Hindutva leaders. You see, thinking that, oh, if they could humor him and appease him, he would bring lots of Muslims not into Hinduism, but at least into some arrangement with the Hindu movement. So that's often, you see, this idea that soft-brained Hindus have, that if you are only nice enough to Muslims, then they will be nice to you. And so that's only true if you deal with Muslims who are not really Muslims, who have not really been immersed in Islam. But so real Islam is intolerant. It's intolerant to music, is intolerant to gestures towards the kafirs, the unbelievers, and so on. There is only one real Islam. Now, you can compare the role of real Islam in the life of ordinary Muslims to a box that is being passed on in a family from generation to generation. This box contains a poison. Now, the first generation, like let's say the first converts, who only convert under duress, under social pressure, or even under physical force, they simply convert to Islam without actually believing in it. Then their children go to the madrasas and so on. And so after a few generations, they're fully Muslim. They have completely forgotten about their non-Muslim origins. But you see, they're not really fanatical yet. But you see, this box, which is Islamic doctrine, is passed on from generation to generation. Then one day, some, usually a teenage boy gets enthusiastic. He gets religion. And he opens the box and he sees what Islam really stands for. And he becomes enthusiastic for this real Islam. And so then he joins the Taliban or Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab or the Islamic State. And then you get real Islam in action. Then you get terrorism and so on. So this is not to say that there are no moderate Muslims, only they are only moderate because they're to the extent that they're not Muslims. But you see, in human nature, all these strange combinations exist. So among Muslims too. So theologically, there is really no problem. Islam is Islam, and it's a very straightforward subject. You see, I myself have essentially lost interest in Islam maybe 20 years ago, simply because it's such a simple topic. You see, after a fairly short while, you have simply understood. And by the way, I am very fortunate, to see many young people like the former speaker who have delved into the subject of Islam and who are now translating this information about Islam for the present generation. So the information about Islam is available, remains available, becomes ever better available. There are websites specialized in discussing the different problems with Islam. But so ultimately, I for myself have decided, well, essentially everything about Islam has been said. Now we merely have to see what policies follow from this. And so that is more a human problem. You see, how do you tell Muslims this? I mean, you shouldn't throw them all into the Indian Ocean, of course. I don't think anybody in his right mind is saying that. But what should you do, you see? Should you prohibit Islam from being taught in school, for example? I think that's, again, a very far-reaching step to take. Some people do advocate that. Should you rather, as I tend to say, emphasize scientific education, teaching the scientific temper, not only devoted to ridiculous superstitions, but really to the hot issues like Islam, and show the contrast between what Muslims believe and what may really have happened. You see, Muhammad did not hear the voice of God. There is nothing in the Quran that shows it to be a prophetic book dictated by some supernatural being. No, it's entirely the product of a 7th century Arab businessman. There's absolutely nothing in the Quran that goes against this. So you see, this should widely be taught. So the policy of appeasement of Islam, that is what should stop. If you treat them as normal human beings, and if you treat Islam as one of the very many doctrines that human beings have thought up, then already the most fundamental step has been made. So otherwise, you see, of course, Islamic terrorism, Islamic riots create certain practical problems. For that, you have a security apparatus. And so let them do their work. That's not my job. But the ideological job has far more importance long term. You see, if you do like for instance, the Americans after 9/11, you deploy lots of military power. Well, that has a short-term result. Can't deny that it has had some results. Like initially, they beat back the Taliban in Afghanistan, initially. But then they did nothing of the necessary ideological work, not as propaganda among Muslims, but especially not in their own decision centers. And so all the successive American presidents and their entourage, they have consistently cultivated misinformation about Islam. Always saying, oh, Islam is a great religion, but the Muslims are great fools. The Muslims have misunderstood the Prophet and so on. That's all nonsense. You see, if they misunderstand the Prophet, well, that's a good thing. You see, if they take the Prophet seriously and follow his example, just like the Prophet destroyed all the statues in the Kaaba when he transformed this pagan place of pilgrimage into an Islamic place of pilgrimage. That way, all the Muslim conquerors, Aurangzeb and so on, Mahmud Ghaznavi and so on, they have destroyed Hindu temples. Or the Taliban have destroyed the Buddhas of Bamiyan. and so on, that's because they take the example of the Prophet serious. So that's the real problem. If policymakers in America or indeed in India had understood that, they would have made big strides towards solving the problem. That unfortunately has not happened, but that's what I keep working on. Right. So essentially, to quickly answer your question, there are moderates within the Muslim world, but that is to the extent that they are not Muslims. You can, well, yeah, one final comparison. The effect of alcohol on people, particularly on driving. You see, some people, they can drink themselves totally drunk and then take their car and drive home safely. Somehow they know how to pull it off. Other people, by contrast, they may have drunk very little or they may have drunk nothing at all. No matter what you do, they are a danger on the road.
That's very well said.
But between these two extremes, for most people, obviously, alcohol has a negative effect on your driving capacity. So similarly, the Islamic doctrine has a negative, fanaticizing effect on your attitude towards other human beings. Right. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ernst, for this wonderful exposition. I really liked your take on the Arya Samaj Shuddhi movement, the Tabligis, and what you said was people simply converted without believing in Islam. I really liked your take on that. I would now like to invite Dr. Bill Warner to the panel, and I would like to introduce him before that. Dr. Bill Warner is an expert on political Islam, an international speaker, an author of nearly 30 books and courses, and a blogger. Dr. Warner founded the Center for Study of Political Islam and Center for Study of Political Islam International to further explore and educate about the Islamic ideologies and its ramifications for the Western civilization. Dr. Warner, I would like to begin by asking you what motivated you to establish CSPI and CSPII, and what is political Islam?
Dr. Warner, you'll have to unmute yourself, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. When I saw the second plane hit the second tower on September 11th, 2001, I knew that I lived in a nation that didn't know a Hindu from a Sikh, from a Buddhist, from anything else. And I also realized that this would be an ideological war. When on September 11th, my phone began to ring from different friends calling me and saying, "You said there was going to be a big hit. How did you know that?" I said, "Well, I read their playbook," because I'd started reading about Islam when I was a college professor and had many Muslim students. So I'd already read the Quran, then I read Muhammad's life. So when Osama bin Laden called America to Islam, I knew that we were going to get whacked. And indeed, it was a classic. He attacked a financial center in the morning in a surprise attack, just as Muhammad preferred, after he had called them to Islam. So I made it my purpose to make the doctrine of Islam easy to read. When I say the doctrine of Islam, I mean the Quran, the Sirah, the life of Muhammad, and the Hadith, his traditions. I wanted to make all of these a source so that everyone could become their own expert. The only expert I refer to is Dr. Allah and Professor Muhammad. And that's what I teach my students. I don't teach them about experts. I teach them what Muhammad said and did and what the Quran says. I produced a Quran that's readable. So therefore, my students can discuss Islam in basics and on the basis of not what a Muslim says, particularly a moderate Muslim. They can do it on the basis of what they find in the doctrine. Now, to the point of view about what is political Islam, I read religious literature all of my life. I was raised a Christian, and by the time I was 16 years old, I was teaching the adult Bible class. I've studied the Torah. I've studied some Hindu scriptures. I've studied Zen Buddhism. So religion is very important to me. It is, although I do not now have a religion, I think it is a good thing because it teaches morals and brings a unity to a nation if done right. So the thing that struck me when I read the Islamic doctrine for the first time was how much of it was about me and you, not about how to be a Muslim. When you read a Buddhist sutra, it becomes a doctrine that is concerned with being a better Buddhist. But over half, 51% of the Quran, Surah, Hadith text is devoted to the kafir. As a matter of fact, the word kafir is so important, I went through and counted up how many times that it's used. It's used 345 times in the Quran to designate an unbeliever. So I'm a kafir and you're a kafir. I call that part of Islam that deals with the kafir political Islam. Why do I call it political? Because it is definitely not religious. Let me give you an example between the difference between political Islam and religious Islam. In America now, it's quite common, not in America, but in Europe, it's quite common for Muslims to commandeer the street and do Friday prayers. And some people say, well, they need to do that because their God commands them to pray on Friday. The prayer is Islamic, is religious. Commandeering the street and shutting down the traffic is a political act. So we need to see that it's the political part of Islam that affects us. I could care less about the religion of Islam. I don't care if they get 72 virgins or whatever else. I simply have no care about their religion whatsoever at all, other than to say it's unattractive to me. So what's important about Islam is what it says about you and me. I'd like to add something here about what's important about what we're doing now. We are the 5% talking to ourselves who are a member of the 5%, and what I call the 5%. One of the things that's happened in 20 years since 9/11 is that many people now know the doctrine of Islam. But I find this, the higher you go, the less they know. I literally created this rule because of talking with a general one time about political Islam. He knew absolutely nothing and didn't want to talk about it. But I found that if you talk with soldiers who had been in Iraq or Afghanistan, that they knew more about Islam than the generals did. So we're involved in an ideological war. The only way we're going to win is to convince our leadership the true nature of Islam, which everyone on this panel knows about. So what we have to do is we have to democratize our information so that everyone knows it. I, for instance, am all for Islam being taught in the schools. And when I say Islam, I mean teach them who Muhammad was, teach them what's in the Quran. Because I found that once people, and by the way, I know a Christian who has converted 2,400 Muslims to Christianity. How does he do it? He has a 2-hour method he uses in which he gets Muslims to educate themselves as to what's in the Quran and who Muhammad was. He does this in a very slow method asking of questions. This is ideological war. Now, most people don't want to know how to convert anybody. So he's been ineffective other than having personal success. But what I'm saying here is that most Muslims know nothing about Islam, and the best way to de-radicalize them, a poor term indeed, is to teach them exactly what is in the Quran. It is my experience that jihadis know the Quran very well. Jihadis understand the doctrine very well. So we need to take the knowledge that we have and make it available to all. And when I say all, in particular, our leaders. This is going to be difficult to do because in the United States, people such as myself are called racist, hater, bigot, Islamophobes. So people don't want to hear me. If I tried to speak on a college campus here in the United States, there would be, if not a riot, at least protest. The United States is slowly giving up on critical thought, which is a tragedy because the cornerstone of our civilization is what I call the golden rule, treating others as you would be treated. And our intellectual cornerstone is critical thought. We're giving up on critical thought. Now, Muslims' civilization is based on a dualistic ethical principle. That is, you treat another Muslim as a brother, but there are 13 verses in the Quran which say that a Muslim is never a brother or a true friend of a kafir. So that's the nature of Islam, and we need to understand that. So what we have here is a lot of knowledge. We now can...
Dr. Warner,
yes.
I would like to ask you a question which only I think you can answer very, very well. And it is this, that a non-Muslim is standing on the outside of Islam and looking in. How does one arrive at an appropriate lexicon or a terminology to define Islam?
Very important question. Very important question. Aristotle, one of the great philosophers of the West, taught that naming was one of the most powerful things you could do. For instance, we use the word terrorism. It's not terrorism, it's jihad. We shouldn't use the word terrorism because what's the difference? I could be a terrorist, but if you're a jihadist, you have an entire doctrine behind you. So therefore, it's an ideological war, and we need to deal with those who know Islam best, and they happen to be the jihadis. We need to explain to all people what the nature of Islam is and for instance, another thing we don't want to do is use modern Islam or radical Islam. You may think that cutting off people's heads is radical, or flying planes into the building is radical, but it is not radical, it is normative. There are two kinds of Muslims, basically. When you break the Quran down into its early form, Mecca, and then the latter form, Medina, you discover that in Mecca there was no jihad. There was only argumentation. And in Medina, 24% of the Quran written in Medina is about jihad. So here we see two important things. Number one, there's a dualism. Islam always has two opinions about any subject. And people want to argue, well, which one is the right one? I say, no, it is a principle called dualism. That is, both the Meccan Quran is true and so is the Medinan Quran true. But they contradict each other, you say. That is the nature of Islam. People have tried to resolve the contradiction, and what I've done as a scientist is simply to incorporate it in and call it dualism. They're both equally true, except the latter one is stronger than the first one. So have I answered your question? I can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Unmute, Rinku, unmute.
Dr. Warner, thank you so much for this wonderful addition to our knowledge of Islam today. And I would like to say that what you said is very, very true, that the prayer is religion, but commandeering the street is political. From here on, I would like to invite Sandeep Balakrishna ji. Sandeep ji, most of us are aware that nearly 500,000 girls and women were subjected to grooming by men of Pakistani origin in the United Kingdom, in places like Huddersfield, Rotherham, and even Oxford. And it generated quite a furor amongst the public because the review report that was finally released said that the ethnicity and this kind of offense could not be connected. So in spite of tons of data, we could not pinpoint the nature of this violence and sexual and religious grooming. Can you draw parallels with conditions that are in India?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me to such a learned panel. Very happy to see Dr. Conrad list once again. Hi, Conrad. Anyway, so what you mentioned, especially, as this, what you call grooming gangs, as is popularly known, it is euphemism for a...
Sandeep, please, can I please, could you use some earphones or something, because there's a lot of disturbance in the audio.
Well, no earphones at hand right now.
Now it's fine. Now it's fine. Yeah.
It's fine now? Okay. Okay. So yeah, what is today known as, grooming gangs, it's nothing new. It's just a new term for a very, very old phenomenon that is, as old as Islam itself. There are two things basically, which, Islam in its operation, in its real world operation, physical operation holds, which is also sanctified by scripture, because it's only Islam that in Islam that there's no real difference between theory and practice. Muhammad showed it through practice, and then, that Quran came about, it was codified in the Quran, just to simplify it very, very, compressed form. So from that perspective, it all goes back to this, what is also sanctioned by the Islamic doctrine of regarding Kafir land, because the entire earth belongs to Allah. And the non-conquered part of the earth, they still haven't seen light and wisdom that only, Islam can bring, which Allah can bring through the message of the so-called prophet, is that two things are primary, which is, enough history has, there's enough historical records on that, is that land and women are prized in Islam. That is non-Muslim lands and non-Muslim women. Somebody was mentioning about, reading out from the Quran about, how women were treated as booty, then sold as slaves, and then just to multiply the fold and all that. So grooming, because today, the nature of warfare and the nature of politics itself has dramatically changed from even last 150 years. The world, somebody in the mid 19th century, if he or she were to come and live in today's world, he would find it unrecognizable. It has changed very dramatically. So you're talking about a few hundred years, at least 1,000 years. Is that the warfare, the methods, and the scripture remains the same, except that the vocabulary has changed. That you can, Pakistan or any of these Gulf countries, they can't, physically take up an army and go out and invade, do a jihad and conquer Spain or Belgium or India or something like that. It's no longer possible. So what has happened is that, what is the next best route, right? So what is known as grooming gangs is this, right? That, you usurp kafir land and kafir women. Now, all traditional societies, for example, traditional Christian societies, I don't think they don't exist any longer. I'm subject to correction, in the sense that, which was there in medieval Europe or pre-medieval Europe. It doesn't exist anymore. So which is the only last remaining, traditional society in some form or the other? It is a Hindu society. So let's look at, the European or the Western societies, which have, largely discarded any notion of Christianity or any notion of religion, both in their politics and in their the way their society actually functions, the values they believe in, their lifestyles and everything. So they are unable to come up with, or even study at any rate, or the notion that, these grooming gangs, there is a scriptural reason they do this. That, it is drilled into them. What in India we call, the West calls it grooming gangs. Here we call it love jihad. So this is what I keep saying, and I've written fairly on multiple occasions, that for the longest time, India is the only country which has actually shown the entire world how to deal with Islam. For a simple reason, until the arrival of Mr. Mohandas Gandhi, but that's a different topic. So we have shown the world how to actually deal with Islam in a very, very highly effective way. And because India is unfortunately the biggest victim and the last survivor of Islam. None of the ancient civilizations which first came at the first contact with Islam, they were wiped out. So they there are no living beings to actually tell their tale. We continue to do that. We have that. So unfortunately, the West should be learning from, taking lessons, studying Hindu history, and especially the history of Islam in India and how we dealt with it. So these grooming gangs, all these, whatever is happening there in across Europe, Germany, Rotterdam, Netherlands, Britain, all that, if a book like Londonistan could not wake up England, nothing else can wake up. So it is scripturally sanctified, but it has taken a different form. And I suppose, that in a way that answers your question. And on, I can't, kind of resist giving this take, just adding a small point to this, this whole thing about moderate Islam. Salman Rushdie's apology, more than 20 or 30 years after he got the fatwa, his apology is the biggest counter to this whole myth of moderate Islam. As simple as that.
Can you elaborate on that, Sandeepji? That's a very interesting insight.
Yeah, well, for the longest time, Salman Rushdie was regarded as this icon of free speech and free expression, that he stood for this scientific temper and all that. I'm sure he does. I mean, I don't know much about, I can't read his mind. But the point is that he was funded by the British taxpayer for more than 2 decades, all because the Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran, he put a fatwa on his head saying that, I'm going to kill you. My boys are going to kill you. They're going to do a jihad on you for writing satanic verses. Okay, and then same Salman Rushdie also said, beware of, he wrote a beautiful essay in those days, when he still had that, whatever you call his spirit, that, beware of Muhammad. He actually, be careful with Muhammad, if I'm not, if my memory is right. He wrote a beautiful essay, it's available on the internet, you can read it. From that to nearly 30 years later, he gave an apology to, the same clerics. Khomeini is a cleric. Basically the most bigoted kind of a person you'll ever find. So he said, I mean, he didn't, obviously his apology was not directed at the cleric, but he worded it beautifully that, because I wrote this book, it has caused needless controversy, and, I feel very sad and sorry for being responsible for it. This he's saying after 30 years of being under, police protection funded by the taxpayers of England. So this is surrender. So if you say courage, right, you have to be courageous enough to face death. Ultimately, that's what courage means. Otherwise, it's useless, right? That no matter what danger comes, I will stick to my principles. So there, that punctures your whole thing of moderate Islam, right? Look at it in whichever way.
Sandeepji, that's a wonderful take on moderate Islam. And I would like to come back to you with another question after I have spoken to Abhas Baldaya ji, a very dynamic next speaker. Abhas ji, welcome. Abhas ji is a self-professed ex-Marxist, practicing architect, urban designer, and author. He's a part of the design team of the Namami Gange project and has authored 5 books, 2 of which are yet to be published. His latest work is an ex-communist's manifesto. Abhas ji, my question to you is, Dr. Ambedkar read political Islam very closely when he called out the Mopla riots for what they were. Can you tell us more on this? And why are we in denial of Mopla riots for what they were?
Namaste to everyone. And indeed, it's a pleasure to be surrounded with so many great panelists. I have been fond of hearing to Mr. Bill, and of course, Sir is someone I have always looked upon with a great respect, and of course, Sandeep ji is also there. So perhaps I would be one of the most made of all these people, but still, I'll put across my point based on the readings what I have. As far as Mr. Ambedkar is concerned, and his opinion about a thing called political Islam, I would say that he had dissected the subject very clinically, and he had gone into the depth of it and what the problem was. And what really becomes very interesting is that there was a period when he was in fact considering to convert to Islam. There was a period in his life. But after 1930s, from 1940s onwards, when he came across his detailed reading of the subject, his ideas changed drastically. And if I look at the current liberal gang of India, or the way they work and the way they are very fond of using the term Islamophobe, perhaps Ambedkar would be one of the tallest Islamophobe of the current time, even bigger than Veer Savarkar. So when I was discussing the same subject with some other panelists on some news debate, I was told that, it's not of any good cause to quote or cite Mr. Ambedkar or any Besant or any particular people of that era, because it's their opinion, what they have written, and they are not the facts. But even if we keep them aside for a while, that if we keep aside that what Ambedkar said or what any Besant said or what other people were saying about the whole episode of the Moplas and whatever happened, then also the facts are very criminal in nature, because the biggest problem is that this event happened. Of course, it was a great act of criminal character upon the Hindus. But the way it was buried under the carpet of buttressed with the support of the secularism or whatever we may like to call it, it is one of the biggest crimes which has happened to the Hindus. And there can be no denial that we saw one of the worst phases. I see that the way the academic has been crushed, it is certainly a very bad phase for all of us. Now, if I just go back to, if I start looking at the numbers, that what happened and how the things were. So around 2,500 Hindus were slaughtered as per the records. These are the written records. And of course, the numbers would have been more. Around 26,000 had fled down as refugees. Around 2,500 were forcibly converted. There were sexual assault on the female, and hundreds of Hindu mandirs were destroyed completely. And what is very interesting that these all happened in the wake of the Khilafat movement. Khilafat movement was a movement which is known as Khilafat, but actually it was a Khalifa movement. And it was a movement to safeguard the caliphate of the Ottomans. And when the whole Turkey was working very hard to throw off the caliphate, it was somewhere down in the south, not even the north, which is closer to Turkey. The Muslims were mobilized, and they were said that you are going to fight for the caliphate, and we will support you for the caliphate. And the Congress went on to support under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. And they were in return supposed to support us for the non-cooperation movement. So it was more like our national interest was bought at the cost of saving religious ideologies or principalities, which lies in the caliphate. Now, what is very when we further go into the reading of the works of Dr. Ambedkar, he has given a very interesting point that there was a case where it was said that why you guys are addressing Mahatma Gandhi as some kind of Mahatma, right? He, as per the Islamic doctrine or the Islamic ideas, he's not even supposed to be seen as Mahatma. So in fact, the person who was, let's for a time being assume that Mahatma Gandhi had certain great reason or something, he was doing something good. But in fact, Muslims were not even open to see him as his own kith and kin, like how Ambedkar rightly said that a Muslim cannot see a Hindu as his own kith and kin and can't see India as his own motherland. It comes, and if he's a true Muslim, it's all based on the idea of how good you are following the doctrine. So certainly what Mahatma Gandhi was doing was not even keeping Muslims very happy to that great extent, because they had to call him Mahatma and many other things. But at the same time, what I would see that it was more a principle of al-taqiyya, which they were trying to follow, that the whole idea was to use the political Islam to the greatest force and then ensure that the caliphate is enforced. Now, if I go back a bit to the history of who the Moplas were. So in the Malayali terms, they were the guests of the people who had come across, and perhaps they are one of the oldest the Muslims who had touched Southeast Asia. And of course, we have certain documents which even speak about how there was an interfaith marriage. You may call it stupidity or generosity or whatever. Certainly tolerance wouldn't be a right word. But yes, there was an interfaith marriage, and a lot of conversions also happened, which people often say that there was a willful conversion and not more. But when the Europeans came into the picture, things started changing, because the Europeans certainly had a very different game plan than the Hindus, because they, of course, all the missions which were out, they had certain different purpose. Whether you read Columbus or Vasco da Gama, their purpose was definitely different, which was coming from the European Renaissance, and something more was there on the plate. And so for them, the prosperity of the Moplas was not to be seen as how the Hindus had been seen. Hindus had helped them really grow their businesses, and the business had, and there was a whole trade route between the Gulf and India where all these things were happening. But the Europeans started putting the cap. And once the Europeans started putting the cap, the Hindus didn't come to support it. And later on, after the Khilafat movement, the things got propelled. And initially, even the Hindus were also quite, and there was a factor of, definitely a factor of the operation. There was a factor of operation which they were talking about. But that also has got a different picture altogether. initially the Hindus were supposed to support in those rebellion, but when the atrocities started happening, like this whole whatever you call a non-cooperation or khilafat, whatever was happening in the God's own land, it was really bringing a lot of brutalities upon the Hindus. And if you just go on to read the records, it's very disheartening, because of course, from the day I've been told that Mr. Ambedkar would be having his own opinion, or any peasant would be having opinion, then I have started looking into what exactly those people have to say who face the atrocity. So there's a very interesting letter which the Rani of Nilambur wrote as a petition to the lady reading, and it has been documented in the book of Gopalan Nair. And she gives a complete detail of the atrocities. She says that, but it is possible. Is it possible that your ladyship is not fully appraised of the horrors and atrocities perpetrated by the friendish rebels, of the many wells and tanks filled up with the mutilated but often only half-dead bodies of our nearest and dearest ones, who refuse to abandon their faith of our fathers, a pregnant woman cut to pieces and left on the roadsides, and in the jungles with the unborn babe protruding from the mangled corpse of our innocent and helpless children. And there are a lot more records. There are records from the newspaper. There are documents put across by the Arya Samajis. So there's a proper documentation which really support the numbers which I spoke initially about the mass conversions, and very recently, while I was talking about these things with one of my colleagues at my workplace, and he told me a tale, and which I never found any records. He said that there was even incidences, and he says that his ancestors had seen those atrocities. He's from Kerala, and he says that the people who were not ready to convert easily, they were put into the boiling water, and then the skin peeled off. So the atrocities which we see there definitely is coming from certain manual, or the thing what they have, what happened centuries ago. Now, if I deviate a bit and try to really decode the idea of Islam over here, then I never see that Islam is much of a religious idea at all. And it has always been something which is political.
Shri, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think you're, are you using Bluetooth headphones or something? Because
no,
there's a lot of cracking in the voice. Can you use a earphone, please?
No, it's a normal earphone. I'll try again.
Yeah, please try, because there's a lot of patchy audio.
Is it better now by any chance?
Yes, this is better. Yeah.
It's better now, yes.
Yeah, so if I just go a bit into understanding of Islam, and Islam is relatively very political in nature, because the recent discoveries or the facts which have come across are very stunning, and it really shows us that Islam was definitely formed as an idea to go more powerful than the existing Christian empire, that was the Byzantine Empire. That is the reason why Dome of Rock was also built at a certain place where it was much more higher than the Christian place. And of course, when the Kaaba shifted from places to places, this again speaks of how political it was in nature. There was nothing called any iota of spiritualism which existed there. And in fact, the creation of all the documents, whether it's hadith or like if we talk about bin Qasim per se, because he's related to our nation, it's told that he came and attacked Sindh in 712 AD. But the first document which speaks about bin Qasim appears in 895 AD, which is happening around 180 years after he's supposed to have, the 17-year-old guy is supposed to have ravished the Sindh. So all these documents were being created under the Abbasids. And of course, it followed thereon also, and Turks did a lot of document creation. They happened to be like a war manual. The more the wars, the more the hadiths were created, more the documents and the ideas like bin Qasim was created. Because Chachnama, the document which also talks about bin Qasim, happened a lot more later. It was also commissioned around 13th century. And there's a whole narrative that there was a chain of tales which existed, and there were narrators which web the story, but we don't find any primary sources. So coming back to the relation with all the things what we see today or what we saw in 1921, it really boils down to the idea that Islam was certainly formed with the idea of political dominance to throw up any ideas which seems like it can come on par with it. And that's how it draws its power. So what we saw in Mopla, or what we have been seeing thereon, is certainly coming from the idea by which it sprouted, and nothing more has changed in it.
Thank you, Shri, for this wonderful input. And my key takeaway from your viewpoint is that Islam is a lot more political than it's actually religious. Am I right in understanding that?
Yeah, absolutely. It is highly political.
All right. I will come back to you again with a question, Abhas. In the meanwhile, I'd like to speak to Sandeep Balakrishnaji and Dr. Warner. And I would like them both to give me their takes on who is a dhimmi and why do we have dhimmis even in countries which have other types of constitutions, maybe codified, uncodified, unitary, federal, etc., and which are not Sharia. So why do we have dhimmis in these countries also? Why do we have Islamic apologists? Sandeep ji, I would like to answer you this. I would like you to answer this first, and then I would like to request Dr. Warner to answer this question, please.
Okay. Thank you, Rinku ji. So, the last part of the question is quite interesting, that, you described dhimmis or zimmis as Islamic apologists. But how does Islam itself defines dhimmis? For example, I'll take like I keep repeating, right? The world has to learn how to deal with Islam from India. Okay, India perhaps had the largest, the most populous number of zimmis. There were so many Hindus that, they simply couldn't convert. Even during peacetime, they could not convert. Even so many number, and even during peacetime, they refused to convert. They would, Hindus, Kafirs, whatever, dhimmis, second class or third class citizens or third rate, actually their status was slightly higher than that of slaves. The status of Hindus in a pure Islamic rule was slightly higher than that of a slave. Okay, they were merely tolerated. Hindus refused to convert, but they were subjected to all kinds of indignities. Spitting into Muslim tax collectors, spitting into Hindus' mouths, and the poor victim could not show his disgust, but he had to meekly adopt an expression of submissiveness and utter humiliation. So this was all. I mean, enough number of historical accounts are there, and Muslims themselves have written this history they gloat about these things. So these were zimmis. In other words, second class, third class, almost slaves, but they were still Hindus. They suffered, they paid their jizya, they paid all kinds of taxes, they had their lands taken away from them, but they refused to convert. So this is one part of, historically, this is what is zimmis. And even in the early part of, Islam's expansion, immediately within 40 years of Muhammad's, death, people know, I mean, it's widely known, Syria, all the way up to Egypt, all the way up to Spain. I mean, they kept expanding left and right. Even there, Jews and Christians were called zimmis. So this is zimma or zimmi, second class, third class, whatever, degrading kind of a non-Muslims who were treated like this. So cut to the present time, that, the zimmis that you describe as Islamic apologists, they are anything but zimmis. Historically, at least in the context of Hindu history and Islamic history of India, our zimmis were actually, they had no other go. They did not let go of their ancestral dharma. They preferred to live and die and suffer as Hindus, no matter what these sultans called them. You call me zimmi, you call me slave, it doesn't matter. I'm still a Hindu. today, the class of people that, you describe as Islamic apologists, they have always existed in all societies. And, more so, these are, fairly recent creations. This kind of Islamic Hindus who've become Islamic apologists, especially the worst kind of Islamic apologists here are those who, what is that called? They out Nawabify the Nawabs themselves. I mean, this has a fairly, and the greatest representative of that in recent history was Nawab Nehru or Jawaharlal Nehru. So he was an icon for all these Islamic apologists in India, basically. So, I mean, for whatever reasons, out of cowardice, out of ignorance, out of career prospects, money, whatever, these guys become, or this kind of deranged extreme leftism, lots of things make them, brazen apologists for Islam. It's largely psychological, partly to do with career prospects, several other factors. Everything other than self-respect and cultural ownership and cultural self-confidence. Did I answer that? I mean, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Sandeepji. That was wonderful, the way you differentiated between the two categories. Can I now request Dr. Bill Warner to tell us that are we following Sharia even while we are not following Sharia? Why are we so scared of voicing our opinions about Islam or even criticizing it? Is Dr. Warner there?
I think we'll try to get Dr. Warner back, Dr. Rinkuji, and we can move on to the next panelist to get their opinion.
All right, Meenakshi, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, thank you. Hi. Yeah, so I was, since you got a little delayed, I was, suddenly bowled over, given the mic and asked to speak. Yeah, so what was the question?
Meenakshi, the question is, who were the dhimmis in the past? And do we have dhimmis in the present? I would like to ask you that.
Well, like Sandeep ji has explained it, totality. So I really do not need to say much about it. But nevertheless, just a second. Am I audible? Am I visible?
You're audible, yes. Yes, you're visible also now.
Just a moment. There's something wrong here. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So since he's already answered it, but nevertheless, the fact of the matter is, whatever you may call us, or whatever you may address us as, but the modern apologists cannot be called dhimmis, simply because they're just ignorant of the fact. They're just ignorant of the truth of Islam. They're ignorant about, it's like there's a huge difference. There is an ideology or a thought process or dharma that says, that considers the entire world as a family, as one family, and wishes, good, well for everybody. And there is this one book, which you are supposed to follow. If I follow my dharma, that is my Hindu dharma, whether I worship, whether I don't, I still remain a Hindu, right? But the one who doesn't follow the book is no more a Muslim. He's supposed to follow the book. He has to abide by the book. He has to emulate his, the Prophet. And that is what Sharia is. And that is what, so unless and until they know the difference about, between both the things, one is a dharma, which is following the cosmic law and abiding by it, and one is just following fancies of a man who legalizes every act of cruelty, every act of whether it is the barbarity, whether it is loot, whether it is rape, whether it is murder, whether it is slavery, whatever. So unless they know the difference, so I do not feel, or I do not think that we should call them zimmis or dhimmis. We can just call them people who are absolutely unaware of what the truth of Islam is. And that is what I try my level best at. So maybe after you're done with somebody else, I'd like to give you a few examples from the personal experiences or the things that I've learned from my family from the 1947 horrors, as well as what Quran has to say about women in Sharia.
Meenakshi ji, you can quickly tell us about that in about 5 to 6 minutes or so, if that is enough time.
One, that my family comes from that belt. Two of my aunts who were just about 15 and 13 at that time, who had come to India at that time. I'm not getting into the stories of what they went through, what my families went through, both my father's family and my mother's family. But since they had come here and they were like, serving every day, going to the camps, the refugee camps, to serve the people with Red Cross people, to attend to the wounded and all, and the kind of stories that they talked about, the kind of victims that came, the women, how brutally they were attacked, how their body parts were cut, and how they were treated. And both of these aunts of mine, both the Masis, retired from the topmost posts, one from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi, and one from the Medical Sciences Hospital in Mehrauli. So we have a lot of data from that. And this, man, the man who creates this book or who creates this law, what the book says is that by the order of Allah, it is the order of Allah when he marries 13 wives, including the wife of an adopted son, including the 9-year-old. So he is actually legalizing the lecherous behavior. He is legalizing the pedophilia. And there's another fact which most people aren't aware of, Aisha, people know of, but people aren't aware of the followers of Hassan and Hussein, who are the Shias. These boys, the Hassan and Hussein, are the sons of the Persian princess who was captured at the age of 3 and who was gifted to Ali. So he actually, as his concubine when she was just 3, so he actually followed the footsteps of his, his father-in-law. So you have chapters, verse 24 in Quran, which is chapter 4 and verse 24, which talks of muta, which is the temporary marriages. So obviously everything is legalized. Sunnis call it muta, but Sunnis call it misar, and the rest call it muta. You have examples of Zakir Naik, known to have lured women into this, the Hindu women, the poor Hindu women. You have sheikhs coming from UAE to Pakistan and, India for this, Hyderabad. Then you have, 4.34, which says that the women are inferior because Allah has made them so. He's given them advantage over women, and because they spend their money on her, because they, have more knowledge, reason, authority, and as low and as cheap as that Prophet himself says that the best wife is the one who, the moment you look at her, she will please you, and the book says that she will protect herself, her private parts to in the absence of the man, and things like these, very, very demeaning things. And then you have this, whether they're rulers or whether it is people till date actually following them. If you are aware of this, that the 9th century, there was this Abdul Rahman who had 6,000 concubines. You have Mullah Ismail of Morocco who had 4,000 in his harem, and he had 1,200 children out of them. You have, the so-called great Akbar, who had 5,000, Jahangir had 5,000, Shah Jahan had 6,000, The Ottoman sultans had till 1921 their harems full of women. You have in 1954 also, you have the Nawab of Bahawalpur, Sindh, who has 4,000 of them. So this modern version of grooming, or whether you call it the, using takia for love jihad or whatever. It is absolutely, there's no difference in the way a Muslim thinks today, the whatever acts he does, you know, and women, for that matter, cannot even call their polygamous husbands as cheat. That is haram. Anger, you know, you're expressing your anger on the polygamy is haram. Marrying a non-Muslim is haram. So all this adds to the demographic changes in any part of the world. And these, you know, invaders also, following their prophet, they captured lands, they invaded, they enslaved, you know, people. They made them more bloodthirsty. Ye bhi records mein hai that you, when you capture someone, you actually make him more bloodthirsty. You say a convert is more of a Muslim than the original Muslim, you know. So you have this huge example of this janissary of the Ottoman Empire, which is via which they actually won the Byzantine Empire, the Constantinople. They could capture it. So they would, you know, capture about 8-10-year-old boys and castrate them or not castrate them, and they would actually train them to be fierce jihadis, and they used the people of a land to actually defeat the people of the same land, you know, the natives of the same land. So this is what even Firoz Shah Tughlaq did, you know, in India. So he had about 2 lakh slave boys. So there are many such examples, you know, it's like an endless discussion. But in my opinion, as to whatever I understood, whatever I learned, also, since we are into hotel and we have a lot of, you know, hotel industry, we have a lot of people, a lot of Muslim, especially in Bombay, a lot of women coming to us every day for jobs, you know, and 99.9% of them are uneducated. They're young and divorced, a mother of 2 at the age of 20. Half of them, some also burned, physically assaulted. So this is the kind of and whatever you may try, you know, it is very difficult till you take the book out of, this is my opinion, till you take the book out of a Muslim, he will remain a Muslim because that is what he's supposed to do. And that is what his book asks him to do, to emulate or to follow the deeds, each and every act of the Prophet. If you believe him, then you are a Muslim. If you do not believe him, you are a kafir. You are in some just another somebody like us. So unless they're educated and brought out of that entire thing, it's an impossible situation. And I think this has to go. The message has to go in public more and more, and the people have to be educated on what that book is, what that cult is, and what is it out to do to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi ji. That was very insightful, and coming out from your own experiences makes it all the more personal and very, very touching. Thank you so much. Abbas ji, I wanted to come back to you with another question here. We had spoken about the ability to voice and name categories of Islam. I want to get your input on how the left sees Islam. The doctrine of the left categorically instructs its students to allow freedom of expression, freedom of religion. And Islam demands and demands till it subjugates and conquers. Now, can you draw just 2 parallels for this encroachment of political Islam into the categories that exist in India? Very, very briefly.
Yeah, so hope right now the audio is perfect.
It is.
Yeah. So, left, which really exists right now, is completely based on doctrine of anti-majoritarianism. That is how they work. Wherever they will be, they will try to just dismantle the majoritarian idea, because left comes from a concept of it's like an equation. That equation is that from that equation, if you remove that constant of atrocity or the class struggle, then that equation fails drastically. So for that equation to work, the class struggle needs to go on and on. So then when the class struggle needs to go on and on, it depends on the classes which they are trying to make. Now, when it comes to India or the subcontinent per se, or rather we should just focus on India right now, it is the Hindus who are the majority of the people. And by nature, they have been whatever you may like to call them, docile, or someone who at least for certain centuries have not been that reactive to the situation, that, sab chalta hai wala attitude has really carried on forward. This is a truth, and there is no denial to it. I accept it completely. And when this happens, they will try to really bring down the Hindu ideas, or the idea which is the majoritarianism, because they go back to the focus, their focus goes back to the cultural Marxism, or if you want to pick the deconstructivism of Derrida, which Derrida's works were more of radical Marxism, what we can say, from which the postmodernism takes a lot of clues from. So it's based on the idea of that the society is based on the customs, traditions, or created by the wealthy people. It has nothing to do with any other essence than the wealthy people, or the majority of the people who really set the parameter. So for the left to work and this the class struggle to go on, this majority needs to be brought down. And in order to bring down the majority in India, it's definitely Hindus. And like Ambedkar had categorized all the dharmic faiths of India under the Hindu category that time when he put it across in the constitution. So it really affects all of them, whether it's the Buddhists, whether it's the Sikh, or each and everyone coming from the Indic faith. And then they will get onto the propagandas like it was during the CAA, isn't it, that it was said that La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah is a very secular kind of notion. So that is how the political Islam was injected into the veins of already the people who I do consider that are Dhimmis, because my understanding of Dhimmis is something very different. So they got carried away, and we saw a lot of tweets and a lot of articles and a lot of things which happened around it. So that was one of the case. Then again, you see a lot of opposition to the whole fractions of Hindutva, which comes from the so-called left. Now, if we just pick one of the peg of this whole narrative, they say Andre Tuske. Now, the people are saying that they are trying to dismantle Hindutva. Fair enough. Like many say that Hindutva is all about the Hindu nationalism. Okay, take it away. Now, but they say that we are very happy with the Hinduism because Hinduism is something which is very pluralistic and it is a very pure form of religion and whatnot. They say it's good about it when it comes to the tweets and the things. But in action, Andre Tuske goes on to write an article saying that the situation of Nirvaya and many other female in the society is as equivalent as of Draupadi. So what she did here is that she not only demonized our Shastra, that is of the Mahabharata, and how the Shastras perceive the female as, but she also showed that the Hindus by default are like that. So it is a truth that those people who want to side by the left or want to be called as a left are not even standing by the Hinduism, but their whole idea is to dismantle this idea of Hindutva. Again, if I go a bit back to the Mopla situation, it was the Mopla situation which had made Savarkar really dwell into the idea and come up with a new notion of Hindutva, which was far different than what Chandranath Basu had coined in 1892, right? Many people, I'm very surprised that all these academicians are not even aware that Hindutva was first coined in 1892, not by Savarkar. Savarkar just popularized in a different form. So what it did, it was an opposition to the very strong world political Islam, which was brewing back then. So then they said that, the Hindus need to be politically active and be united. So, and it went on and on. The prophecies of Savarkar kept on becoming truth. And right now, if you remove this quotient of Hindutva, that is when this political Islam will step in, because the Hindutva is a kind of barrier to them. And it really sets a case very right for, like, for example, we right now, Andre Tuske is talking extensively, has been talking extensively about Aurangzeb. Now, she's a female. She talks about the atrocity by Hindus upon the female, quoting our Shastras. But she is a fangirl of Aurangzeb, whose own Fatwa Alamgiri extensively talks about the sex slavery and whatnot. So even if you're a rational one, a true left one, like anti-religion or per se, then that is how you need to work on. But it's not about left or right too. They will turn into a rightist where needed. They will turn into a leftist when needed. But the whole idea is to bring down the majoritarian force which exists as a cultural safeguarder of a particular nation or a society. So this assault is this idea to go hand in hand with the Islam is no sympathy to the Islam, because the Muslims are most persecuted by the communists. You look at the Soviet, you look at China. So that's how the case is. So we all are not living in a fool of paradise. Internet has really brought the things so open to us. A lot of texts are there. So we are completely aware of what is there on the ground.
True, true. That's very well said, Abhasji. And that kind of brings us to the summation of this panel also. And you've already summed it up for me. The Islamist communist jihad, you have done it so well for me. Thank you so much. Now it's time for the next panel, and the organizers are telling me to wind up. I wonder if there are any questions from the audience.
As of now, we don't have any, Rinkuji.
All right, Tanya, thank you so much. So we'll just wind up this panel, and I'd say just this bit, that censoring ourselves to please the Islamists, the pro-Islamists, or the radical Islamists, or the moderate Islamists is an underhanded subversion of democracy and an attack on free speech and jihad of the pen and the tongue, which operates through our own hands. And without free speech, you no longer have a republic or a democracy. What you have is only a tyranny. With this, I would like to wind up this panel. I would like to thank Dr. Conrad Ailes, Dr. Bill Warner, Shri Sandeep Balakrishna, Shri Abhas Madhayarji, and Sushri Meenakshi Sharanji. Thank you, organizers. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, everybody. Before we move on to Tahirji to take on the third panel, I just want everybody to know that we have around 3,000 people watching this on all the platforms that we are streaming live, and also more than 10,000 tweets on #Dismantling Jihad. So this is a wonderful feat, and thank you all for making this possible. I'll pass it on to Tahirji now. Tahirji, please take over.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Dr. Rinko ji, for moderating. Wonderful. Hello, thank you very much, Dr. Rinko ji, for moderating a wonderful session. Now we are entering into a third panel discussion, Islamic Jihad's Global Funding Network and Communist Left Support. And in this session, we do have 6 wonderful speakers: Advocate Monica Arora ji, Framwas Gauter ji, Sardar Ravi Ranjan Singh ji, Binay Kumar Singh ji, Khalid Umar ji, Jerome Antono ji. I welcome all of you, and I'll just give my one-sentence input regarding this Islamic Jihad's Global Funding Network and Communist Left Supports. I have seen this funding network for the past 30 years. I have seen a shifting from Iraq, from Libya, from Saudi Arabia, Gulf states. Now, right in the center of the United States of America, there are Islamists so strong. They have their own money, their business people are so passionate. They give millions and millions of dollars to further their quote unquote evil agenda, I must say. And you know that communist leftist support comes from biggest tech corporations these days. So that is a situation. And first speaker, I'll have all those speakers in order what I see in our poster. So I welcome, first of all, very respectable Advocate Monica Arora ji. She's an Indian lawyer practicing in the Supreme Court of India and the High Court of Delhi. She's a former president of Delhi University Students Union. She is also an author and a speaker. She's a co-author of a wonderful book, the book Daily Rights 2020, The Untold Story. Welcome, Monica ji, please.
Namaskar, Tahirji. I'm so honored and so proud to share this platform with such esteemed speakers. Indeed, honor is all mine here. And I just want to focus here on a small aspect of this entire problem, and that is my tryst with the communist jihadi network in India. I'll say, yes, the global forces operate here, but how they have been operating. And I never chose this field. This field chose me. I was simply doing my law. I was simply taking my cases. But somehow or the other, I became the center of all these things happening around me. And till this date, whatever we do, God knows how we irritate this network, and this network comes after us. So we never chose it, they chose us. And if I may just start by stating that today being 11th of September, and I remember in 1893, 11th of September, जब स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने वहां पर विश्व धर्म संसद सम्मेलन को संबोधित किया था और कहा था कि I come from that civilization which is the mother of all civilizations. He said कि जिस तरह से सब नदियां अलग अलग रास्तों से होकर समुद्र में मिल जाती हैं, उसी प्रकार से सभी अपना अपना मार्ग पर पूजा करते करते उसी ईश्वर के पास जाते हैं. इसलिए मैं किसी को टॉलरेट नहीं करता, मैं सभी को एक्सेप्ट करता हूं कि मैं भी सच्चा हूं और तुम भी सच्चे हो, हम सब सच्चे हैं, हमारे मार्ग उस ईश्वर के पास ही जाते हैं. ये टॉलरेंस का मार्ग, ये यूनिवर्सल एक्सेप्टेंस का मार्ग, ये विवेकानंद जी ने हम सबको और दुनिया को दिया था. साथ ही उन्होंने एक बहुत जबरदस्त बात कही थी जो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग भूल जाते हैं. उन्होंने कहा था कि मैं विरोध करता हूं, हम सबको विरोध करना चाहिए, तलवार की कट्टरता का भी और कलम की कट्टरता का भी. तलवार की बम धमाकों की कट्टरता हमने देखी है 11 सितंबर 2001 में जब अमेरिका पे आतंकी हमला हुआ था. जिहादी कट्टरता हमने देखी है जब सीरिया में ISIS ने सत्ता संभाल ली थी. आज हम वो कट्टरता देख रहे हैं अफगानिस्तान में, जहां महिलाएं पढ़ नहीं सकती, ऊपर से नीचे तक बुर्के में रहती हैं, आदमी के बिना घर से बाहर नहीं जा सकती, सेक्स स्लेव बनाकर मंडियों में बेचा जा रहा है. शरिया कानून ने उनका जीवन नरक बना दिया है. कम्युनिस्ट चाइना चुप है, रशिया लगभग चुप है, इस्लामिक देश वेलकम कर रहे हैं कि शायद यहीं से इस्लामिक राज्य की शुरुआत हो जाए. ये तो थी तलवार की कट्टरता, पर जो कलम की कट्टरता है ना, वो हम सब देख रहे हैं. जो 2 दिन से कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है, डिसमैंटलिंग ग्लोबल हिंदुत्व कॉन्फ्रेंस. इसमें कोई हिंदू स्कॉलर नहीं है, कोई हिंदुत्व पे अकेडमिशियन नहीं है. ये पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविस्ट्स हैं, ये हेट मॉन्गरर्स हैं. दे हेट हिंदुइज्म, दे हेट इंडिया, और इनका जमावड़ा इकट्ठा हुआ है जो अपने आप को अकेडमिशियंस कह रहा है. तो इसी जो कलम की कट्टरता है, हम इसकी बात कर रहे हैं. आपने पोस्टर हम सबने देखा है, इनका पोस्टर पे दिखा रहे हैं कि राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ के लोगों को वो नेल्स की तरह निकाला जा रहा है. हमें गलतफहमी में रहना नहीं चाहिए, हम हैं भी नहीं. ये केवल RSS के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये केवल सावरकर जी के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये केवल विवेकानंद जी और अरविंदो के खिलाफ नहीं है, ये हिंदुत्व के खिलाफ है, ये हिंदू धर्म के खिलाफ है, ये भारत के खिलाफ है. और अगर मैं ये कह सकूं कि जो हिंदू पूरी दुनिया में कहीं भी रह रहा है, ये उसके खिलाफ है, ये उसके बच्चों की सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी और भविष्य के खिलाफ है. ये इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को हिंदुस्तान में कर सकते थे. अगर सोनिया गांधी जी की सरकार होती तो इन्होंने खुद ही लिखा है, हम कॉन्फ्रेंस हिंदुस्तान में ही कर सकते थे. पर शायद मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार आई है, इनके लिए ऐसी पॉलिटिकल हेट फिल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस करना जरा मुश्किल सा होता जा रहा है. ऑनलाइन मीडियम से कर रहे हैं, ग्लोबल कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आज सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, इसलिए हमें ध्यान में आ रहा है कि कितनी हेट स्पीचेस दी जा रही हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऊपर. लेकिन ये इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटीज में, अगर मैं कहीं ना कहीं कह सकूं, बाकी की यूनिवर्सिटीज में 365 दिन यही हेट कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होती हैं. 24 घंटे जब भी मौका मिलता है, वो प्रोफेसर्स जो बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, वो ऐसे ही हिंदुत्व के प्रति हेट्रेड पढ़ाते हैं. वो ऐसी ऐसी चीजें पढ़ाती हैं जो सुनना भी हमारे लिए पाप हो सकता है. इनको कोई रोकने वाला नहीं होता. कितने ही डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, कितने ही हमारे जो सेंटर्स हैं, वह लगातार ये जो लेफ्टिस्ट प्रोफेसर है वो यही कर रहे हैं. और इसका तो हमने सामने देखा है और भुगता है. अगर मैं कह सकूं तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान में स्कूल्स की टेक्स्ट बुक्स में पढ़ाया जा रहा था कि भगत सिंह, लाला लाजपत राय बाल गंगाधर तिलक, ये एक्सट्रीमिस्ट थे, टेररिस्ट थे। हमने कहा टेररिस्ट और एक्सट्रीमिस्ट फ्रीडम फाइटर्स को कहा जा रहा है। हमने केसेस फाइल किए, इंडियन कोर्ट्स में केसेस फाइल किए, फाइट किए और जीते। अब भगत सिंह जी को टेररिस्ट नहीं कहा जाता, उनको फ्रीडम फाइटर कहा जाता है। उसके बाद जब हमारा ही बच्चा बीए पढ़ने जाता है, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में जाता है, भी 3 साल 4 साल पहले तक उसको A.K. रामानुजन का आर्टिकल 300 रामायणास पढ़ाया जाता था हिस्ट्री के अंदर। और इस आर्टिकल में क्या पढ़ाया जाता था, इतना खराब पढ़ाया जाता था कि रावण की छींक से सीता पैदा हुई, रावण सीता का बाप था, लक्ष्मण और सीता के अनैतिक संबंध थे, हनुमान जी लंका के शयन कक्षों में रोज रात को विचरा करते थे कि वहां पर पति पत्नी क्या कर रहे हैं। इस प्रकार का सब पढ़ाया जाता था। हमने जब केसेस फाइल किए हाई कोर्ट में, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, और अल्टीमेटली दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से इस कोर्स को हटवाया तो बवाल हो गया। और ऐसा ही बवाल उसके बाद हुआ जब, क्योंकि बच्चा पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन में जाता है, वहां वेंडी डॉनिगर की किताब पढ़ाई जाती है, हिंदूज एंड ऑल्टरनेटिव हिस्ट्री, पब्लिश बाय पेंगुइन पब्लिशर्स। वो ये नहीं बताएंगे कि पढ़ाया क्या जा रहा है, वो बताएंगे वेंडी डॉनिगर सच अ गुड स्कॉलर, यू नो शी इज अ स्कॉलर इन हिंदुत्व। अरे पढ़ा क्या रही है, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है ना। दे विल नेवर कम ऑन फैक्ट्स। लेट मी टेल द फैक्ट्स। वेंडी डॉनिगर की बुक हिंदूज एंड ऑल्टरनेटिव हिस्ट्री में पढ़ाया जा रहा था। विवेकानंद जी और गांधी जी से कहा गया आप भोजन में क्या खाएंगे, उन्होंने कहा गौ मांस परोसा जाए, सर्व अस बीफ। उन्होंने जो फ्रीडम फाइटर थे मंगल पांडे, उनको चरसी कहा, गांजा पीते थे, ओपियम के नशे में रहते थे। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई को कहा शी वाज लॉयल टू द ब्रिटिशर्स। और शिवलिंग का आकार का इतना भद्दा वर्णन करते हैं कि मैं वो बोल भी नहीं सकती यहाँ। और वेंडी डॉनिगर कई जगह लिखती है कि ये सब रिसर्च मटेरियल कहां से मिला, तो शी रेफर्ड टू द राइटिंग्स ऑफ शशि थरूर। ऐसा शैलो वर्क। वी वेंट टू द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ। हमने वहां पे इस नेटवर्क को एक्सपोज करते हुए कहा, कम्युनिस्ट जिहादी नेटवर्क को, कि व्हाट इज दिस गोइंग ऑन। वी strongly object to such portions which depict our gods and goddesses, our freedom fighters in bad light. It's defamatory. Kindly remove these portions. We went to the court of law. Cases file किए, 3 साल तक केसेस चले। जब समन गया वेंडी डॉनिगर को और यहाँ पेंगुइन पब्लिशर्स को, तो हमारे ऑफिस में आ गए। ऑफिस में आके पेंगुइन पब्लिशर्स ने कहा, मोनिका जी, दिस बुक इज ट्रैश, इट इज बेस्ट सूटेड इन द डस्टबिन, वी विल ट्रैश द बुक, वी विल पल्प द बुक, we'll sign this compromise with you. उन्होंने अपना साइन करके दिया, हमने केस विड्रॉ कर लिया। अब A.K. रामानुजन या वेंडी डॉनिगर ये जो लिख रहे हैं ना 300 रामायणास, हिंदूज एंड ऑल्टरनेटिव हिस्ट्री, they never dared to write an Islamic alternative history. They never dared to write 300 Qurans. इनका तो चार्ली हेब्डो हो जाता, इनका तो बख्शा भी नहीं जाता। वो क्या चलते हैं ना नारे, सरतन से जुदा, सरतन से जुदा। फंडिंग रुक जाती है इनकी, सारा इनका ज्ञान हिंदुत्व पर ही आता है। लेकिन हम बैठे हैं ना यहाँ, हम कहीं नारेबाजी नहीं करते, हम जिंदाबाद मुर्दाबाद नहीं करते, हम काले झंडे नहीं दिखाते, हम पत्थर नहीं मारते। वी सिंपली अबाइड बाय द रूल ऑफ लॉ। हम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया में हमारे पास राइट्स दी गई हैं, हम उन राइट्स को एक्सरसाइज करके कोर्ट में जाते और कहते हैं फ्रीडम ऑफ रिलीजन इज देयर फॉर एवरीबॉडी, सर्वधर्म समभाव, इट कांट बी एंटी मेजॉरिटी। तो इसीलिए ये जो ऑब्जेक्शनेबल पोर्शंस हैं, इनके कोई फुटनोट्स नहीं, कोई रिसर्च मटेरियल नहीं है, प्लीज इसको हटाइए। ये लोग हटा लेते हैं उसको। लेकिन फिर जो शुरू होता है, ये ग्लोबल नेटवर्क फोर्स में आता है और कहता है दिस इज तालिबानाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन, दिस इज हिंदू फ्रिंज स्ट्राइकिंग अगेन। ऐसा लगता है कि हम लोग रातों रात एक्सट्रीमिस्ट हो गए। वो सब बुरा लिख रहे हैं, वो डिसमैंटल कर रहे हैं हमारे श्रद्धा के केंद्रों को, हमारे देवी देवताओं को, हमारे रिलीजन को, हमारे धर्म को, हमारे महापुरुषों को, हमारी हिस्ट्री को, हमारी बुक्स को। हम ये भी नहीं कह सकते कि तुम जो कर रहे हो वो गलत कर रहे हो। We don't even have the right to respond academically. Why? Is this one-sided? ये तो एक माओइस्ट और जिहादी अटैक है जो एजुकेशन पे नहीं चल रहा, कोर्ट्स में भी चल रहा है। और आखिरी में जो एक एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूंगी, मैं सीए का एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूंगी। सीए में हमारे घर से लगभग 25 किलोमीटर दूर, 25 किलोमीटर दूर, वहां दंगे हो रहे थे, राइट्स हो रहे थे। हम वहां ग्राउंड जीरो पर गए, वहां जाकर हमने रिपोर्ट कलेक्ट किया, विक्टिम से बात किया, एंड वी डॉक्यूमेंटेड दैट फैक्ट फाइंडिंग रिपोर्ट। इसको हम एक बुक के फॉर्म में लेकर आए कि दिल्ली राइट्स 2020 एंड अनटोल्ड स्टोरी। ब्लूम्सबेरी ने उसको पढ़ा, लीगल डिपार्टमेंट ने देखा, उसको ब्लूम्सबेरी ने पब्लिश कर दिया। बट सडनली जिस दिन लॉन्च होना था लास्ट अगस्त में, दिस कॉन्स्पिरेसी वाज हैच्ड बाय दिस कम्युनिस्ट जिहादी नेटवर्क, some fellow named Atish Tasir of that ill fame, क्या था वो, Modi divider in chief, Times magazine, one person named William Dalrymple, कोई एक बॉलीवुड की एक्ट्रेस, कोई एक वहां हॉलीवुड से, they started tweeting that Bloomsbury, how can you publish this book? This was a fact-finding report. You can say it is good, it is bad, you can find it truth reading worthy, or you can dump it. But how can you cancel a book? This is book jihad going on, and they practically, Bloomsbury succumbed to their pressure. उसने withdraw कर लिया, they aborted their own child, the book. लेकिन हमारा क्या नुकसान हुआ? Gowda publisher आ गया, and the book became the bestseller. We sold more than 50,000 such copies. लेकिन आप देखिए ये काम कैसे करते हैं। और क्योंकि मैं जेएनयू की लॉयर भी हूं, मैं इनसे रोज मेरा इनसे वास्ता पड़ता है, एवरी डे। आई थिंक आई एम लेस विद द नेशनलिस्ट एंड मोर विद दिस नेटवर्क। और ये लोग क्या करते हैं, अगर मैं इसको 1 मिनट में आखिर में ताहिर जी बता पाऊं, जो मैं रोज देखती हूँ, अगर हम लोग जेएनयू में, जवाहरलाल यूनिवर्सिटी में एक रूल लेकर आते हैं कि वी विल हैव कंपल्सरी अटेंडेंस फॉर ऑल, तुम्हें 25,000 रुपये महीना दे रहे हैं ना, चलो क्लास अटेंड करो, यू विल हैव कंपल्सरी अटेंडेंस, कल से रूल लेकर आते हैं, तो इनका जो स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो प्रोटेस्ट करती है, उसके वो अपना बैटन देती है इनके टीचर्स की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, वो प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं और कहते हैं कि वी सपोर्ट द स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। उसके बाद रातों रात इनकी पिटिशन बन जाती है, और पिटिशन ये लोग कोर्ट में डालते हैं, और कोर्ट में इनके जो ड्राफ्टिंग एडवोकेट्स होते हैं, उनकी पूरी टीम होती है, वो सीनियर एडवोकेट्स कपिल सिब्बल जी हैं, बाकी लोग हैं, उनको लेकर आते हैं, और वहां पर वो पूरी पिटिशन तैयार है, सेम डे कोर्ट में मेंशन की जाती है, कोर्ट में लगवा दी जाती है, और आर्ग्यूमेंट हो जाता है। और आर्ग्यूमेंट के बाद जब 2 बजे आर्ग्यूमेंट खत्म होता है, हम लंच में अपनी चेंबर में आते हैं, अपना मोबाइल उठाते हैं कि देखें क्या न्यूज है, तो वायर, क्विंट, स्क्रोल, इन सब ने उसमें 5-5 हजार वर्ड्स के आर्टिकल्स लिखे होते हैं कि कैसे पिटिशन फाइल की गई, कोर्ट में क्या हुआ, वहां से उनके लॉयर ने क्या कहा, यहां से हमने क्या किया, फिर उन आर्टिकल्स को ट्वीट किया जाता है। इनकी नेक्स्ट आर्मी आती है, ये अपना बैटन नेक्स्ट आर्मी को दे देते हैं, ट्विटर की आर्मी को, वहां पर वो ट्वीट करते हैं, फिर सेलिब्रिटी ट्वीट्स करवाते हैं हिंदुस्तान में, एकेडमिशियन से, जर्नलिस्ट से, बॉलीवुड से, हॉलीवुड से, किसी एक प्राइज विनर को पकड़ लेते हैं, इंटरनेशनल सेलिब्रिटी को पकड़ लेते हैं, इट बिकम्स बिग। दिस इज हाउ द इकोसिस्टम वर्क्स। इट इज अ रिले रेस, इट्स अ बैटन रेस। इनका पूरा जो इकोसिस्टम है उसकी आर्मीज अलग अलग हैं, स्टूडेंट्स की आर्मी अलग है, टीचर्स की आर्मी अलग है, स्टाफ की आर्मी अलग है, लॉयर्स की आर्मी अलग है, सेलिब्रिटीज की आर्मी अलग है, इंटरनेशनली जो पोजीशन होल्डर्स हैं उनकी आर्मी अलग है, इनके जर्नलिस्ट की आर्मी अलग है, अपना अपना काम करके आगे ये बेटन पकड़ाते जाते हैं। देयर इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग नीड कि हम भी ऐसा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप करें। एक मुद्दे पर हम जो लिख सकते हैं आर्टिकल्स वो लिखें, जो वीडियोस बना सकते हैं वो वीडियो बनाएं, जो इस पर कुछ ट्रेंडिंग कर सकते हैं ट्विटर पर वो ट्रेंडिंग करें, जो इस पर कहीं भी ज्ञापन दे सकते हैं, मेमोरेंडम दे सकते हैं इंटरनेशनल एजेंसीज को, वो करें। हर कोई अपना अपना काम करे, तभी जाकर इस मिनेस को हम रोक सकते हैं। क्योंकि आप देखिए हिंदुस्तान में जब मोदी गवर्नमेंट आ गई है, इनकी फंडिंग रुक गई है, तो इनको थोड़ा डर सा लगता है ये हेट्रेड का प्रचार करने के लिए। दूसरा सोशल मीडिया आ गया है, तो इनका झूठ कहीं दबता नहीं है, ये किसी प्लेटफॉर्म को कैंसिल नहीं कर सकते। सोशल मीडिया इंडिपेंडेंट है, जैसे आज इनकी कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक्सपोज करा, ऐसे ही इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को बता भी रहा है। तो इसलिए आज ये थोड़े बहुत बचे हैं जो हिंदुस्तान में, कुछ जेएनयू में बच गए हैं, कुछ केरला में बच गए हैं, कुछ मीडिया में बच गए हैं, बाकी कहीं बचे नहीं है। तो इसलिए अमेरिका ने तो घुटने टेक दिया अफगानिस्तान में, बाकी कंट्रीज को समझ नहीं आ पा रहा कि इनसे लड़ें तो कैसे लड़ें। हमने सरवाइव किया है ना हिंदुस्तान में, 1000 साल तक सरवाइव किया है। 800 साल तो मुगलों को सरवाइव किया, 200 साल तक हमने ब्रिटिशर्स को सरवाइव किया, और फिर 70 साल से कम्युनिस्ट को सरवाइव कर रहे हैं, आज भी जिंदा हैं। क्योंकि जब राज्य इनके पास था तब राष्ट्र जो था वो हमारे पास था, हमारे संत समाज के पास था, हमारे आम इंसान के पास था, जिसने अपने धर्म का मार्ग नहीं छोड़ा। इसलिए मैं आखिर में यही कहूंगी कि आज ये दीवार पर्दे की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन है कि ये बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना हम सबका मकसद नहीं, हमारी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए, और तेरे सीने में नहीं तो मेरे सीने में सही हो कहीं भी राष्ट्रभक्ति की आग, लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
जय हिंद, धन्यवाद Monica Arora ji. Thank you very much for your very precise words. As you mentioned that we need to create our own ecosystem, and I really congratulate Kapil Mishra bhai to creating that kind of a great platform. And today we are doing a conference through Hindu ecosystem facilitated by Sangam Talks. I would like to move on to a very great scholar of our time, Mr. Francois Getter. He is a wonderful, wonderful author. He happened to be South Asia correspondent for Leaf Icaro and a columnist in leading Indian newspapers. He is an author of several best-selling books. Welcome, sir. We would love to hear your views on this very delicate issue.
First, I would like to say that whatever I have learned, whatever I say, I have learned it in your country, in India, and my gratefulness goes to Mother India, to this wonderful country which adopted me and which I have adopted. So I am no great scholar. Whatever scholarship I have learned it here at the feet of Mother India. Now, of course, the title of the conference is absolutely apt and correct, but what I would like to add is what's more important to me is dismantling Western Indology. Hello?
I'm
Hello?
extremely sorry, Francois ji. I think one of our panelists' mic was on. I'm sorry. Please start again.
Yeah, so what's important to me is dismantling Western Indology. The greatest culprits in this story are Western Indologies. In fact, the brain behind this dismantling Hindutva conference is a Frenchman called Christophe Jaffrelot. Now, Christophe Jaffrelot has been the leader of Indology in France for the last 25 years and my personal enemy. And he has written a number of books on dismantling Hindutva. Actually, apart from his hate for Mr. Modi and the BJP and Hindus, he has written 2-3 books on the fact that Hindutva is funded by Hindus abroad, particularly in the United States. And it's necessary to dismantle this network, this nexus. So I believe that, and he's very closely associated with Stanford University and Princeton, which have published his book. So he's the brain behind this conference. Now, Mr. Jaffrelot is funded by the French government, actually. He belongs to an organization called CNRS, which means National Center of Research and Scientific Research, which is funded by the French government. So the funny thing is that the French government pays Mr. Jaffrelot to enlighten the French people about India, which is a very far away and very difficult country for French people to understand. And what Mr. Jaffrelot does, not only Mr. Jaffrelot, but Mr. Witzel and Mrs. Doniger in the United States, and in Sweden, in Norway, in England, there are different Indologists who are hostile to India. So what Mr. Jaffrelot does is that he brings down India by talking about Hindu fundamentalism, Hindu Taliban, of course, Hindutva, caste. Mr. Modi, his latest book is about Mr. Modi being a danger to democracy in India, and particularly he targets Hindus. Now, the funny thing is that, as I said, the French government is sponsoring him. And I've been fighting Mr. Jaffrelot for 25 years, but every time something happens, elections in India, some catastrophe, Mr. Modi coming to power, Godhra. Newspapers and television call Mr. Jaffaro because it's like a circle. They all feed each other. So it's very difficult for people like me who have been for 25, 30 years trying to defend the Hindus, trying to defend India, trying to promote India as an economic destination for the West and for the French in particular, to say that India is a democracy contrary to China. India is a place of tolerance. Every persecuted minority has found place in India. Mr. Jaffalo is there all the time, and he says the opposite. Now, I would like to quote another French indologist. He's Indian actually, but he lived in France. He speaks French fluently. His name is Sanjay Subramaniam. He teaches not only at the Prachyam Collège de France, which is a very up university in Paris, but he's also associated with many American universities like UCLA. Now, Mr. Sanjay Subramaniam has also been running down Mr. Modi, Hindus. I recently saw an article of him where he criticizes Mr. Modi, the BJP and Hindus. The funny thing is that not only, of course, he's also funded by the French government, but he's the brother of India's external minister, Mr. Jay Shankar. Nobody knows that one of the bitter enemies of Mr. Modi and the BJP and Hindus in France, who is an Indian himself, so being an Indian, he gets even more credit than Mr. Jaffalo, is the brother of Mr. Jay Shankar, who is India's external affairs minister. I mean, this is an absolutely crazy thing. So, recently, I met the new education minister in India, and I told him that there is an entire nexus of hostile Indologists in European and American countries. So we need to bring up, younger generation of Indologists, bring them to India, give them some grounding in Sanskrit, in spirituality. What is the puja? What is the temple? Who are the Hindus? What is the history of India? And then send them back to the West so that in time, they supersede the Jaffalos and the Subramaniams. Oh, he's the fourth education minister to whom I said that, from Smriti Irani to Mr. Javadekar to the present one, Mr. Pokhriyan or Mr. Pradhan. He's the fourth person to have said, the problem is that Western Indologists are feeding wrong information to the people because they're the one who are the newspapers, they're the one who are on the TV, they're the one who organize conferences like the Dismantling of Hindutva. So you need to tackle this problem. Mr. Jaffalo, he's on the board of Ashoka University. I don't know. I told the previous education minister that he was on the board of Ashoka University. I don't know if he was removed or not. I don't think he's been removed. He's on the board of Ashoka University. Every time he's invited to India, he goes to JNU, he writes an article in the Indian Express, the Indian government gives him visa. The Chinese would have long ago refused visa or kicked him out. But this man, who's the brother, who's the other colleague, is the brother of the External Affairs Minister of India, is invited India, he gets visas to come to India, he slanders India, he slanders Hindus. I've been fighting him for 25 years, but I'm helpless. I mean, I'm a one-man army, What can I do? If the French government sponsors him, he comes to India, there's an office of the CNRS in the French embassy in Delhi. The French embassy invites him. Oh, this guy is, nobody can bypass him. And they've been within the rank, the people who wanted to say something else about India, but he throttled them, he brought them down. So he's a monopoly. And I mean, for 35 years in the CNRS, there have been Indologists who have been hostile to India before Mr. Modi, even when the Congress was in power. Talking about Hindu fanatism, talking about the Taliban mindset of the RSS, and so we are helpless. Unless the Indian government, the power is with the Indian government, the power is with Mr. Modi. He only has the power to say, okay, let us do something about Indology, Western Indology. Since Max Muller, Max Muller may have been a great guy, but since Max Muller who believed that after all, Christianity was the democratic and the civilized manner, that, okay, Hindus may have good Sanskrit, but ultimately Max Muller remained a Christian, or Macaulay before him. So these people are they're the forefathers of a hostile, subtle Western Indology. which, you know, studies Indian temples, Sanskrit, but in fact brings down India. The problem with these Westerners is that they do not want to be identified with the subject they're studying. So they're saying, okay, we will study Sanskrit, but how can you study Sanskrit unless, you know, you go to temples, you see what the puja is, you meet the pandits, you know, you cannot. But these people want to separate it. They say, okay, we study Sanskrit, but, you know, we don't want to associate it with Hinduism. Hinduism is dirty. Sanskrit is separate. This is going on from the British times. You know, it's a legacy of the British people. And that is today alive in France, in Sweden, in United States, in England, everywhere. So unless we tackle the evil of Western Indology, we will never win. We will never win that war. And you know, and the ball is in the Indian government side. They only can do it. And I must say, because I think my time is running out, I must say, and I have said it again and again and again, you know, that Hindus are 1.2 billion in the world, one of the most civilized, intelligent, educated, affluent community, you know, in the entire planet, but they're so disunited. This conference could not happen, you know, if Hindus in the United States would just tackle these people, you know. Just tackle these people, all these Hindus who are participating in that, forget about the Muslims, forget about Jaffarlo, but all these Hindus, professors in American universities who are spitting on their country, spitting on their prime minister, spitting on their people, you know, they should be tackled. I'm sorry, you know, I mean, we don't have to do like the Muslims, you know, and kill them or, you know, throttle them or, you know, bring down planes on them, you know, but some kind of physical confrontation is necessary. Unless the Hindus come out of their comfort zone, you know, and this conference is also a comfort zone, you know, we are there online and, you know, but unless Hindus are willing to go down in the streets and confront physically these people who are spitting on this wonderful country, this wonderful civilization, this wonderful spirituality, you know, it'll go on. The Jaffarlos and the Donigert and the Witzel of the world, you know that, you know, they can't say anything because the Hindus will never retaliate. They're safe. They wouldn't say anything about the Muslim, about Mohammed, because they know that they'll be killed. They and their families and their people. But Hindus, you know, it's a safe bet because the Hindus will never retaliate in any way, even in a, you know, peaceful, you know, ahimsa kind of dharna, you know, where you sit in the front of these people's house, you know, and don't let them come out of their house because they are traitors, you know. They're traitors to their religion, to their people, to their nation, to their prime minister. So as a Frenchman, you know, a non-Hindu Catholic, you know, born, you know, I am offended by, you know, not only by the Jaffarlos, but also how Hindus are letting themselves be belittled, slandered, you know, and you know, it's a shame. It's a shame, really. It's a shame. So my thing is that unless you tackle Western Indology, which is at the root of this matter, you know, okay, it is leftist, you know, it is supported by Islamists, but it's Western Indology. These are Indologists, you know, who are sponsored by the governments to enlighten people about India. These are real, you know, real snakes. Once I remember when I started fighting against the CNRS of the organization that sponsored Mr. Jaffarlo, you know, I had a great friend, a yogi who told me, a Frenchman who told me, oh, you are very courageous because this is like a, you know, this is like a fortress. And it is a fortress. It is a fortress. But, you know, a fortress can be brought down. So this conference is no use unless we tackle these people physically. Unless we go to, unless the youth, you know, the youth of India, the Hindus, you know, in the United States have the courage to come out of their comfort home, you know, of the universities and go and confront these people. Go and confront them. Okay, now it is online, but these people can be found. Their addresses can be found. Their emails can be found. They have to be tackled. You know, you can flood their emails. You know, you can call them on their mobiles. You know, there are so many ways that you can tackle these people that next time they will think twice before doing a conference like that. At the time when the Taliban came to power, to compare, you know, the RSS to the Taliban, you know, RSS are, you know, harmless, all these fadis, you know. I mean, when I came as a journalist, I thought, oh, RSS is very dangerous. And then I met them in Delhi and in Nagpur, and I saw these, in that time, these old guys, you know, in their brown long shorts, you know, and white shirts, you know. And I thought, they're just, all fadi that is, no, they're just harmless people. So to compare at the time of the Taliban takeover, the RSS and the Hindus to Taliban is a crime. I'm sorry, it is no laughing matter. It's a crime, and unless the Hindus and the Hindu youth in particular do something about it, it's hopeless, man. It's hopeless, I mean, we can do 1 million conferences, but it's hopeless. And the Jaffalos and the Witzel and the Doniger will go on because they know that they can say anything, even if it is utter rubbish, if it is criminally rubbish, they can say anything because Hindus just take it lying down. They just take it lying down. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir. So nice of you. You said very well that we, the Hindus, need to be active in terms of countering their narrative aggressively. Until unless we don't do that, we won't be able to achieve much for sure. Moving on, as I was told by the organizers that we are being watched over 3,000 viewers at the moment. So internationally, we are kind of focused at the moment. So I've been asked to
also,
request the
Tahirji, I would like to add that the Dismantling Global Hindutva Conference just has 25 views on the live stream.
Oh my God. So look at the comparison. Thank you. Thank you for feeding us that update. Wonderful, wonderful. So people are paying more attention to our point of view. And as our speaker just said, that we need to be active now in terms of countering their narrative very aggressively. And hopefully it's a turning point for all of us. We'll move to that direction and we'll hit them hard intellectually and in terms of our activism. So I have been also told to request the speakers that we should stick to English most of the time because we are being watched over 3,000 at the moment. And I do have a couple of very esteemed speakers lined up. I'll move on to my very good friend, another guru, Sardar Ravi Ranjan Singh Ji. Sardar Ravi Ranjan Singh Ji is the chairman, Jhatka Certification Authority. He is a professional news analyst, traveled India and abroad independently and delegate with Indian prime ministers. He is struggling hard, I must say, in terms of his movement, Jhatka Certification Authority. I welcome Sardar Ravi Ranjan Singh Ji. Sat Sri Akal, please.
Sat Sri Akal Ji, Ram Ram, Jai Janendra. First, thanks to Kapil Mishra, who has come with a very innovative idea of Hindu ecosystem. And here I also thank Sangam Talks and who have given me an opportunity, and Tahir Goraji. My subject is, as we had discussed before several times, that is halalonomics. All what we are saying is every battle, be it the real battle or be it the court battle, Monica ji and we were together in one case where mosque was being forcibly installed in the High Court premises. And the argument was that once Humayun prayed here, and so it qualifies to be a mosque, and Hindus, when we mentioned that it is very old civilization and Hindus were here, that is right within the fort of the Pandavas. They said, well, Pandavas they were drunkards, they used to drink. This was the argument which took place there. So, okay, if we have to go back to the history, there are a number of cases we were together. And one was against, I think, there was a forcible mosque just outside the Red Fort. So that is, our argument was that if we have to put back the clock, it cannot be for 157 years or 257 years. If we have to put back the clock, it has to put back to 10,000 years. Or we have to move forward. So we cannot say that we'll go back, but to this such and such date. So this is what we have been, and all these cases, the lawyers, the kind of fee they are getting, I think Monica ji can never imagine that. The kind of support they are getting, and this all comes from, this is all economics that makes the world go round. It is money makes the world go round. And most of this funding is from halalonomics. It is not mere halal, it is halalonomics. And we are trying to counter it. First, let's see it in two parts. When we say halal, most of us, we take it as a method of slaughtering, but it is not mere method of slaughtering. Yes, slaughtering can be a part of halal. Halal means permissible, legitimate. So even slaughtering can be legitimate or illegitimate. And unfortunately, this word halal, that means legitimate, it has been, the Islamic legitimacy has been accepted as universal legitimacy. So what is legitimate in Islam has been accepted as universally acceptable, legitimate, whereas that is far from the reality. In Islam, there are so many things that are legitimate, say marriage within the relations, within blood relations, halala, and then there are borderlines. We can say it as a culture, or it's Islam, that, or the game tarisha, gamia, and then what do you say, farewell sex. This all is allowed or is not haram. Well, there are different theories about halal and haram, but unfortunately, what is Islamic halal has been accepted as universal halal, universally permissible. That is where the problem is. And we have been seeing it as a shopkeeper, halal shop that sells the meat. One of my friends was saying that when I was young, I used to think that Mr. Halal is some businessman who has got his franchises all over the city. So moving, one part is the meat part, that is slaughtering. Animal must face Makkah, etc., etc. But that is halal. Halal is not merely halal, it's halalonomics. Like I have the products I'll like to show here. These are all vegetable products. You can see a vegetable mark here. And then again, there's a halal mark. So how come this is halal? A part of this economy, the part of this purchase is going to halal, and through halal, it is going to different channels. And it has been exposed by agencies worldwide, media worldwide, that this is being used for terror, and if not necessarily for the active terror, it is being used for the active terror also, but need not be active terror. It is also used as passive terror. Say what my friend just now, funding. Now how these funds, and this, the few rupees packet, there's a fund already gone to halal or jihad, whatever we say, by my purchase of this packet. And this comes to, when we sum together the figures, there are different figures. Some figures come, estimates are about 10 trillion USD economy. So that is 3 times bigger than our Indian economy. So we cannot accept this kind of thing, and we shouldn't hope that we can fight against the terror or against Hindophobia or against anything with this kind of money. And the worldwide Muslim buying capacity is between 5 to 10%. So that means rest of this 10 trillion USD, it is, I am financing that, or you are financing that, and we are financing our own debt. What we say specifically in Hindi, that is, hum apni supari khud de rahe hain, and we are happy about it. That's one thing. So first, then we came with the idea of to counter halal, and we are getting success inch by inch. There are more Jhatka shops now. There's more jhatka. This is only the meat part. And when I promote jhatka, I no way promote non-vegetarianism. This is only for people who are already taking meat. They should take as per what our culture is, what our civilization is, what our people have been doing. And for the Sikhs, it is specifically banned not to have halal. So that is the meat part of it. By no way I'm saying that you shift over from vegetarian to a jhatkarian. But even being a vegetarian, you are a halaltarian. You are already consuming halal with these biscuits, with these chips, with these chocolates, and with this chocolate pack. So this is what is leading to our fall. Fall of Kabul, which I say fall of the civilizations, fall of the planet, is somewhere related to our indiscriminating buying of the products which support terrorism. So we have to be careful. We don't have to pick a gun. I don't have to pick a gun. I have to drop a packet. There are 2 packets available. I have to choose. That's all I have to do. By doing so, what we plan, what our blueprint here, it is, that is shift from halalonomics to humanenomics. This is humanenomics, what we need. That is full of compassion and that cares for everyone. There's no discrimination. For economic, I don't have to see who is producing that. I have to see the product, not the producer. So that is what I have to get. For me, it is not the religious certificate that is very important. For me, it is the quality that is important. So when it comes to food and for everything, and when halal is on when I go to a lawyer somewhere, there are halal certified lawyers. I'm not in India, but there are halal certified lawyers somewhere. So I don't have to go to a lawyer who is certified. I have to go to a lawyer who can defend me or who can save me. But people are going to halal lawyers. And in India, there are halal hospitals. What that halal hospitals means, this is halalonomics. Someone coming from Shakedown, having 2 hospitals at disposal, will definitely prefer a halal certified hospital. And what halal certified hospital is, the employees have to be Muslim as far as possible. It is not that no, there will be no Muslim, but yes, definitely there's a game of preference and discrimination. So that will tempt another hospital to get halalized, get halal certificate, and be in the competition. So that way, one after the other, all the hospitals will be halalized. And then one fine morning, there will be a fatwa that these halal certified hospitals, they will have only this community as their employee. And there can be discrimination even for the patients. There's a 5 days queue for that and 10 days queue for this operation. If you are this. If you are halal certified, if you are a Muslim, if you are this, you have a preference. So these are the things which we can foresee. We have to join the dots. We have to see the history. So that is, we have to come out from halalonomics and shift to humanenomics. That is our focus area. And seeing halal in 2 parts, vegetarian parts, that's the flagship, but that's not the main battleship. Main battleship is the rest of the economy. Halal medicines, halal advocates, halal doctors, halal hospitals, halal housing complex, and blah, 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 all halals. So that has to be ethical, that has to be maryada. That is one thing. So what we are coming up with the counter certification, we are in the counter certification of Jhatka. And this is how this agency came into being. Before that, we were and working as another agency, but we came specifically for certifying Jhatka products. And then for others, we have another our parallel organizations which certify other products like Maryada and all this. That's another part. But the crux of the matter is that unless we take care of halalonomics, we cannot take care of jihad. It is mother of all jihads because it is economy that is making us. And unfortunately, while we are like, we have doctors, we have engineers. Just now in a panel, I was saying that this green jihad and red jihad combo, that is killing us. And this Western world, they feel they are very powerful, omnipotent. But the matter of the fact is this G7 ignored there is a organization called C9. That is combination of 9 universities of China. And now they have, of course, that is C15 or something like. And they have got their people installed in each and every university of US, in Canada. They are in every research lab. So China is already there. Immigration jihad, migration jihad, refugee jihad, or rather to say refugee jihads. So all these people who come, they are in a they are men of a particular age bracket, and they run away from their country as if they are going to be targets, and their women and children are going to be safe, and old people are going to be safe. So they come here leaving behind their women to target other women outside. So this is refugee jihad. And how this refugee jihad and love jihad and all these jihads are, it's like I and say Tahir ji, we have a field, we have a khet. Then there's a fence between that. This is Tahir ji's field, this is my agriculture field. So there's a fence. So this is A jihad and this is B jihad. But underneath, there's same water that is flowing in his field and in my field. And it's the same air. So it's all jihads are one jihad. Yes, there are fences between the jihad and there are specialized forces for jihad. And now this green jihad, how it has taken America from inside. It is not that they surrendered, that the Afghan soldiers surrendered. They never surrendered. In fact, they were never different. So it was one Taliban in uniform and other in salwar kameez. There were two Talibans. And we assumed that they are different, but they were never different. They never surrendered. They were always one. So this is, we have to understand. Just now in a panel, I was saying it's like someone goes to a jungle and he sees a pack of wolves. Some of them are white, some of them are Vicks, and some of them are, say, black wolves. And we start identifying, okay, black wolves I can tame and I can make them fight against the white. No, they are one. So this kind of, this Taliban, good Taliban, bad Taliban, IS is against Taliban. Yes, wolves fight among themselves. They kill each other. But at the same time, when they have to go for their shikar, for hunting, for them, you are a target. It makes no difference, and they are all together. We have learned as a human, we have learned so much. We have laws, law books. We have science, poetry, literature. Wolf knows nothing, but knows how to hunt. So we don't have to, our being educated, our being, this is not going to help. Because wolf knows nothing. So we have to be ready not to be hunted. That is very important. And economics is a tool which is hunting us. Yes, bombing, intellectual bombing, this all is because of the money they have got at their disposal. And it is we who are paying for it. And I'll also like to share the joy that Jhatka is getting success day by day. And on 16th of this month, couple of days from now, World Jhatka Day is being celebrated. So that is how the things are coming up. Jhatka was always there, but now it is resurfacing. So that is very important. So same way, I have to be conscious everywhere that I don't have to buy a product which is a death warrant for me. Whilst buying a product that is a death warrant for me, I shouldn't buy that. And that is as simple. I have an option of choice. I have an option. I can choose A, I can choose B. And for that, one stage is I simply pick and don't speak why I'm not even to my shopkeeper whom I'm buying from, because I don't want to spoil my secular image. So, okay, but I can drop. Second is I can protest and drop. And third is I can protest loudly, which we have been doing. And because of this, a Government of India organization that was a single point window for meat export, for all agriculture export. They had a circular, thoroughly illegal in some way, against the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, that only halal meat can be exported. So that was something that was killing the non-halal meat economy. We got it removed. There was a lot of effort. So it is not that we are against someone. We are not saying that, okay, there should be no halal export. If the country like, say, Iraq demands, so this is between buyer and the seller. But why should a government institution force that you can only export halal, whereas much of our export was for countries like Vietnam? They had nothing to, they never asked for halal certificate, but it was the Government of India's institutions which were forcing us. So we have done away with that. That is one success. And then the municipalities in Delhi, they have already come with the law that is every restaurant has to display what kind of meat they are serving. It was not there previously. So at least people will come to know. And the third is, again, we have to join the dots. The green jihad, the red jihad has been taking over. America or green jihad has always been trying to take over the superpowers, whatever superpowers they were there. And this time, as you know, Goraji, Pakistan is a country which is owned by its military. They literally own it. It is run by military. There's no, and when it comes to China, China is governed by its Communist Party. And when it comes to Western world, say US or Canada or something, it is being governed by their corporates. And now green jihadis have targeted the corporates. They have already targeted it, and they are already inside. They have taken it from inside. And top corporates, their daughters are under love jihad. And it's not that easy to get to seduce a girl from that background. There is a proper planning, programmed planning, and there's an institutional backing. Say a girl from a very prominent corporate was fond of horse riding. So accidentally some Olympian horse rider meets her. You cannot influence a girl of one of the richest people, daughter of a richest man, or one of the richest man. With your money, you cannot influence. You cannot influence with anything else. But it is where the weak point was attacked, that she was fond of horse riding. So this is how the green jihad is taking over US from inside. They are already on the driving wheel, driving seat. So that is what it is. And to dismantle all this, what they said, it's what the problem with these jihads is, green jihad and red jihaders. Strictly speaking, when it comes to color therapy, green and red, they are opposite. And in a certain proportion, when they are mixed, they become orange. That's so they are opposing each other, but at the same time, they are targeting together. And this jihad and economics is their only binding. No other binding they have between. They're opposite in each and every way. So they are taking our civilizations from inside. And it is not we have got Islamophobia. It is red jihad and green jihad. They have got a truthophobia. They are scared of truth. They are scared to accept that earth is not flat. Simply one who does not accept earth is not flat, there is no point of arguing any scientific theory with that. So that is to sum up the things. One is, we have to take over from halalonomics and shift to humanenomics. That is our first priority. And for this, we don't have to wage a war, a proper war where the battle tanks move. We just have to be careful and I don't have to drop a bomb. I have to drop a packet. That's the end.
Yes, sorry, Ravi bhai.
Yeah.
We have taken your all points because we have a limited time and our next speakers are ready. Thank you very much. You said everything what we needed to hear. And halal economy is obviously their source of funding, and halala is their source of layer. So moving further with our next panelist, Vinay Kumar Singh ji, who's an author, researcher, columnist, and a regular TV panelist with realistic perspectives on national security, internal security, and policy issues. He has extensively researched on Maoist missionary alliance, illegal cattle trade, terror nexus, coal mafia cartel, chit fund, and Ponzi schemes. I welcome Vinay Kumar Singh ji, please.
Yeah, sorry, I was unmuted. Thanks, Tahir ji. Thanks, Sardar Ravi Ranjan Singh ji, for enlightening us on such a topic. Thanks, the Sangam Talks team and Kapil for providing us such a wonderful platform. I was wondering that what the problem someone have that they want to dismantle Hindutva. So the answer what I found was very simple, that if you suppose that is the time of pandemic, the Islamic terrorism, the radical Islamic, they are on the rise. And at the time of pandemic, someone wants to choke the supply of oxygen. So at the time of this problem, someone wants to choke the solution process. And Hindutva, it is not any ism. We are a solution to this problem. We are a healer to the wounded globe. So that's someone wants to choke that process. So I think that's the answer to that. And again, my book name is Bleeding India, 4 Aggressors, 1,000 Cards, and it has got a chapter on the finances of this network. So I have gone through a few case studies, so many the terrorist attack in Sri Lanka, some of the instances like Bhima Koregaon, what happened there. So what I found that there was a nexus, and that was a quadriga. And what that quadriga was, that the first element of that quadriga was the radical Islamist in alliance with the second part was communist, and the third part was the Christian missionaries, and the fourth portion which provided cover fire to this troika was a gang, or you can say a band of activists, lawyers, intellectuals, people from cultural fields, people, legal professionals, and all this combined, they provide cover fire to this troika. Why this troika was formed? Because there was a CMI. The CMI means a common minimum intention, and that was followed by a CMP, the common minimum program. So this troika has the common minimum program of bleeding India, of destructing India, of breaking India. And this fourth, they provide cover fire, they provide narrative to this troika. And you know, they function on a little Joe format. The little Joe means, little Joe is a cardinal number, which means 4. It is a 3 plus 1 number. So the first 3, they work on a CMP, and the fourth, they provide logistical and cover fire, and they provide a narrative to that. I start with the example. I will focus more on the finances. So how this quadriga is financed. So let us take a case of one of the most famous case from Kerala, the Akhila Asokan case. She married one Muslim guy, Safin Jahan. So this Akhila Asokan and Safin Jahan, the case was very clear. They both were not minor. So if they want to marry, a Hindu girl wants to marry a Muslim guy, nobody can, no law can stop them. And ultimately that's what happened. The Supreme Court favored, in the Supreme Court judgment, they went into the favor of this marriage. But the most important point, that both this Akhila Asokan and Safin Jahan, they were from a very humble background. They were not very economically sound. And for the legal fee, 1 crore rupees was paid. So this was a matter of surprise, that these guys, they are from such a humble background, and who are the people, those who are paying 1 crore as their legal fee? And what is the outcome of that? So 2 questions are there. From where this 1 crore is coming? So the answer to that PFI, Popular Front of India, the most famous these days, they funded these legal fees. They funded these 1 crore rupees. And what was the output? The output was also very simple, that they celebrated this as a victory, and they celebrated the Akhila Asokan as a symbol of victory, and they celebrated it everywhere. That look, we have won this case as a religion, as a you say that it is love jihad, but we have won this case. So that celebration, you know, that is used by them later on in different things. And again, why this nexus is formed? Because radical Islamists and communists, on the first hand, they are opposed to each other. What is the common element binding them? So I will refer to the founding fathers of the Communist Party of India, Comrade Maulana Hasrat Mohani Sahab. He gave a formula for this alliance. He said that Islam and communism both are same. If you add God, Allah to communism, it becomes Islam. And if you minus Allah, it again becomes communism. So this was a formula. So you can be a radical Islamist at one time, and just by a fraction of a second, you can be a communist on the other second. So this was a formula by Comrade Maulana Hasrat Mohani, that you can shift from a radical Islamist platform to a communist platform in a matter of seconds. Ravi Ranjan sir was talking about this halal jihad. One jihad which you must have seen just 2 days before. A priest from Kerala, his name is Mar Joseph. He's a bishop from Palai. he talked about love jihad and narcotics jihad. In India, narcotics jihad was used in any news article for the first time. But let us go back. In 2017, EFSAS, European Foundation from South Asia Studies, in November 2017, they came up with a report on narco jihad, and that what this narco jihad was. So that report mentions one interview by Pakistani journalist named Ahmed Rashid. He interviewed a Pakistani official. So what the Pakistani official said on this narco jihad, that opium is permissible because it is consumed by the Kafirs, not by the Afghanis and not by the Muslims. And the reports again mentions that warlords, insurgents, drug traffickers, and corrupt officials saw an opportunity of abusing the vulnerability of the state, which resulted from ongoing violent conflicts and extreme autocracy, and were capable of establishing dominion and monopoly over key territories, inland and particularly its peripheries. That report again mentions that now, on this date, Afghanistan amounts to 90% of the heroin and opium production of the world. And again, this is just not about economy. The output, the economic output of this opium trade is funding terrorist organizations. And again, you know, that is a religious motive is behind that, which is called as narco jihad. But in India, I was surprised that for the first time 2 days back, a Christian priest, he just mentioned this narco jihad thing. Let us talk about this Bhima Koregaon story. So ultimately what came out, it looked like, that it was a class conflict. Dalits, those who want to celebrate their victory over the Peshwas, and they went into conflict with the Brahmins. But when the Pune police and later on NIA started investigating into the matter, what came out? There was a plan to assassinate, there was a plan to kill the Prime Minister of India. And again, it's a very interesting case about this quadriga functioning, that it was not a project of a single-handed person or a particular organization. The Christian missionaries were involved, the Maoists were involved, the radical Islamists were involved. I am giving you an example. Rona Wilson, the main conspirator behind the plot to assassinate the Prime Minister, his name popped up into the Bhima Koregaon investigation. He was planning and he was lobbying to revoke the ban on PFI in Jharkhand. So see, Rona Wilson, a Christian, he was planning, he was lobbying to get a ban revoked on a radical Islamist organization called PFI. Again, the second name was Jewish priest who the most privileged prisoner, Sten Swami, who died in a prison of his choice. So his name was also there. And he was a Christian missionary. And what he really did, he was a member of the CPI Maoist, and he was responsible for the international relations, for underground cadres, for building underground cadres. So when you see this case, you will find a web. The missionaries involved, the radical Islamists involved, the CPI Maoists involved, and again, a backup team, a legal team, a cultural team, a human rights organizations team, a team which declares themselves or who portrays themselves as the most intellectual. Let us focus on the financing part. How these things are funded. So let us discuss the BCCI story. I have mentioned that in my book also. BCCI, it was a bank founded by a Pakistani called Aga Hassan Abidi. So there is an American movie, the Hollywood movie called Operation Sea Chase, that is based on that BCCI, on the collapse of that BCCI. The BCCI that got permission in 1977 to open a representative office in Mumbai. And in 1979, they had a full-fledged branch. And surprisingly, Chaudhry Charan Singh, the minority government, based on some intels, they cancelled the license of that bank. And again, to the surprise, in 1983, this bank got the consent and it finally collapsed worldwide in 1991. What this bank did and how it got permission. The American DEA, the Canadian Royal Mounted Police, the Indian agencies, they were all opposed to giving license to this bank. And who was the Reserve Bank governor? Sardar Manmohan Singh Ji, the great Sardar Manmohan Singh Ji. He gave license to a bank regarding which there was an intel that it is a drug money bank, it is a terrorist bank, and despite that they got the license. And finally what they did in India, this Aga Hassan Abidi, he traveled across the country. He funded the Khalistani movement. He funded the insurgents in Northeast. He funded the Maoist activities. And again, he established the heroin and the high-end drugs cartel network in India. This is what the BCCI did before collapsing. And the permission was given by the Mr. Clean Sardar Manmohan Singh Ji. The kind of penetration these organizations are having in our political system, in our bureaucratic system, that despite having intel from the DEA, from the worldwide, from many countries and your agencies, nobody can stop them from getting the license. Again, the second BCCI nowadays is a Himalayan bank. It is a bank operating in Nepal. And it has collaborated with one bank of Pakistan called Habib Bank. And it is exactly doing the same thing what BCCI did. You go to the eastern borders of this country and all the mess, all the terrorist activities, all the radical activities, that is being funded by this Himalayan bank. So there is not one, way of funding these activities. Like we came up with FCRA 2020. There was a problem to them. There was a lot of hue and cry about that FCRA 2020. But you will be surprised that again the fund flow, the flow of foreign funds is no less. It is same as before. Because they have come up with new modus operandi. They have come up with something called pocket funding. So we need to, we are supposed to be a soft kind of democracy. And these problems are not exclusive with India. Many countries, they are facing the same problems like us. Let us take an example of Russia. In 2012, Russia was having a law called Russian Foreign Agent Law. Russia found that it is not sufficient. So in 2015, they came up with a law. It is like our FCRA, that Undesirable Organizations Law 2015. And you will be again surprised that the organizations, those who got problems because of this law, were the same organizations, those who are creating mess in India. The Oxfam, the Amnesty, the Carnegie, the Open Society Foundation of George Soros. Hungary, they banned George Soros. China, what we are facing today, China has faced 3 decades back. In 1987, China prosecuted, they hanged 4 persons related to George Soros. So China in 1987
My apologies,
was alert.
Pinoji. We are running out of time. I understand you have tons of knowledge and we have taken your all important points, and definitely we'll be having all those research papers and books now through our Hindu ecosystem all over, and that's the purpose of Hindu ecosystem. So we are running now short of time, and we still have two very esteemed speakers. Thank you very much, Vinayji. Thank you. Now I'll move to Khalid Omarji. Khalid Omarji and I both share the probably the same birthplace. Once former Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Stephen Harper, I was interviewing him, asked me, how would you like to define yourself? I said that I'm a Canadian Punjabi of Hindu heritage, born in political Pakistan and born in political Islamic family. Maybe the same case with Khalid Omarji. Khalid Omarji, please join us. Your many articles are very famous in our Hindu community, especially the one, what is wrong in India becoming a Hindu Rashtra. So please shed your light on this global financing network of Islamists and jihadis and communists, please.
Thank you very much, Goraji, and I hope everyone can hear me well. Well, I've been listening to everyone with quite an interest, and the esteemed panelists have spoken on the modus operandi of the communist and Islamic nexus in the world, and particularly in India. Advocate Monika ji spoke about the and Sardar Ravi Singh ji spoke about the economics, the halal economics. It was quite surprising for me to know that there can be a halal hospitals and halal doctors as well. So it's quite a learning. And Mr. Binay Singh spoke about the financial side, especially about the BCCI Bank. So I believe the question remains that why it is happening. So I would like to understand why the global communist left supports the radical Islamic Jihad and why India is particularly a target. So quickly, I would say that first we need to find out the inherent intellectual similarities between these two ideologies. So I would say that both are fascist. So the irony is that calling somebody fascist now is a slur, but Marxists become the fashion statement of humanity and justice. Whereas we conveniently forget that Marxists have killed even more humans than the fascists did. So we need to identify the elephant of fascism in Islam and Marxism. So for just a background, fascism is the name which Mussolini chose for his political ideology after the First World War. But both Marxism and fascism have basically socialist tendencies, believing in the state control. The only difference being that the communism is based upon class and fascists use nationalism. There's hardly any other difference. Mussolini grew up as a socialist and he maintained his belief in the efficacy of socialism until the end of his life. He undoubtedly considered that fascism is just a variant of socialism that was nationalistic. So we see that the states like Soviet Union, China, and North Korea used Marxist philosophy to create dictatorships the way Germany did with fascism, and Islam do the same through Sharia law. So if we look deeply, we find that fascism and totalitarianism are really the ideologies of the left and Islam. Both Islam and Marxism support authoritarian rule as a prerequisite for social justice. Marx's utopian classless society required the dictatorship of the proletariat, and all the modern Islamic thinkers, they believe that democracy is against the basic ideology of Islam, and Allah is the sovereign and not the will of the people. So Islam, to me, has an inherent love affair with Nazism. Nazi slogan, Ein Volk, Ein Hawk, and Ein Führer, which is one nation, one empire, one leader, is nothing but La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. If Führer is replaced by Muhammad, it's the same. So the Prophet of Islam was political, religious, and a military leader, all into one. And that's the reason, basically, that why Islam will always remain the source of militancy and terrorism in the world. The modern thinkers of Islam regard, Islam not as a religion, but as an ideology of power that unites heaven and earth into one entity, ruled by Islamic thought and ideals. So Islamic thought is compatible with fascism and communism, as all these models are based upon the superiority of the leader and the denigration of the freedom of thinking. So I would say that the fuel which runs the engine of Islam, as well as the Marxism and Nazism, is hatred. So the object of hatred is change. In Nazism, it's a race. In communism, it's a class. And in Islam, it is the infidels. So therefore, we reach the conclusion that the left liberals and Islam are natural bed partners. Both are ideologies of the extreme, both vouch for power, both want a state to govern, both want control on freedom of thinking, both dictate censorship. Freedom of speech is the first casualty in any dictatorship. So India, due to its culture and religious traditions going back thousands of years, and due to its education, is a target. We need to look at the demography of the world of India. And this will actually show us why the liberal left Marxism supports the Islamic Jihad. With 204 million Muslims in India, Muslim population in India is the world's third largest and the world's largest Muslim minority population. Well, India is home to about 11% of the world Muslim population, and which will be 15.5% by 2050, as per the estimates. So the Indians, if we look at the Indian subcontinent, Muslims are 500 million, which is around 30% of the world's total Muslims. This is something which is a staggering figure. So the liberal left wants to destroy Hindutva. And the educational institutions and USA are having a conference today on dismantling global Hindutva. So you understand the reasons. Both the left and Islam, they ultimately want to control the world through their superstate, which is now, I would say, through corporations. It's not about China or USA or Soviet Union anymore. It's the world which is ruled by big corporations. And the regime change doesn't need tanks and bombs now. All you need is democratically, you can do the regime change through your smartphone and through your palms. So I would like to, to remind you of the President Eisenhower's farewell speech on January 17th, 1961, where he gave the US and the world, I would say, a dire warning, what he described as a threat to democratic government. He called it the military industrial complex, MIC. So in 60 years now, after that, we see that reality is really biting us hard, with MIC having additional partners in the shape of now big tech, big pharma, and big finance. They want to control what we hear, what we listen, the way we vote. And that is a bloodless and coolest, control of power. So free speech and dharmic teachings can stand against the tyranny of this, which I believe, of this MIC and big tech, big pharma, big banks, and information IT giants. So now when the radio and TV was born, that altered the information age. But they were controlled and they had a regulatory checks and balances. Then came the internet and it transformed the public scare. In fact, if ever there was a public scare, Now it is all virtual. Today we are sharing our minds and sitting thousands of miles and several time zones apart. That has given the big tech the space and the power to control humanity. The way we think, the way we act. This is now they have got the opportunity to create an Orwellian world. Today, our communication platforms are just controlled by 4 big tech companies: Twitter, Facebook, Google, and Amazon. And they have the power to collectively ban citizens whenever they want in the world. Even the sitting president of USA can be banned. So I believe that the Hindu Dharma has the cultural and the intellectual power and history behind it to stand against this tyranny. India is a very big country, it's a continent. So Hinduism, if we go by the traditions and the teachings, Hinduism stands for absolutely free speech. There's never been a culture of book burning in India. Openness to ideas is expressed in the Vedas. So Hinduism is a polytheistic religion. It is not a doctrine-based religion. It allows all kinds of beliefs. And that is what the liberal left is worried about, in my opinion. India is home to the 94% of the global Hindu population, and the Muslims are spread all around the world. So they become the communists think that it would be their partners in gaining control and subverting democracy and free speech. So, which are the two guardians of human liberty, I would say. So the liberal left think that they would be able to deal with the Muslim once they're able to break the last barrier to their world control, which I think is India. Muslims know that they will kill infidels and leftists alike when they win. So they're both doing kind of a takiya at the moment. And the leftists in the academia, which are a sold commodity, they have a naive view that all the religions are the same. This is what they are being taught, which is not, obviously. How can you equate Jains and Muslims? So that is, in brief, as the time is short, my understanding that why Islam and the liberal left nexus actually exists and operates. So I think I would end this.
Thank you very much, Khalid Umarji. You are always very refreshing, and your thoughts are eye-openers for all of us. Thank you very much. And in the end, for our panel today, I welcome Jerome Antoji as a great scholar. He's a practicing Christian, born and raised in a pious Roman Catholic family. He's a politico-religious observer and an anti-conversion activist who's unapologetic about his nationalist leanings. Welcome, Jerome ji. Please, floor is yours.
Jerome ji, you're not audible.
You'll have to unmute.
Jerome ji, can you wear some earphones or headphones? No, we aren't able to hear you even now. No, not audible, Jerome ji. Can you try probably coming on your phone then? Not audible. You can try two things, either logging off and logging in, or probably logging in from a different device or phone.
We were having trouble hearing Jerome ji. Hopefully he'll be back in a minute.
Jerome ji, can you try and speak, please? We're not able to hear you. No, I think you'll have to log in from a different device, probably a phone, if you can try. Probably the audio is not working on this device. So till the time Jerome ji fixes his audio, Tahir ji, can we take the concluding remarks from our panelists?
Absolutely, absolutely. So yes, please, I would ask Monica ji first.
Tahir ji, there was one more thing which I forgot to mention, was the recent genocide which happened in Bengal. If you see this phenomena here, means after elections, when little genocide was happening from one house to the other in almost all the districts of Bengal. And that time, the communists, academicians, journalists, everybody was quiet. They were muted. In fact, people who are of their own ideology, like alt news and others, there were certain fake videos put in the Bengal videos and stated that nothing of that sort happened. So during those times, I think we interviewed more than 200 such victims of violence, gave their full complaints, entire complaints to the Human Rights Commission. And may I just announce from here that in almost all the cases now, FIRs have been lodged. CBI has all the cases, and those people are not being intimidated today because their FIRs were lodged by none other than Human Rights, at the instance of Human Rights Commission. So what I state is that be it educational institutions or be it courts, be it after elections, wherever we have this demography where a certain percentage is more of certain groups, there we face such problems. But what we can do is whatever is in our domain, we must do it. Governments will do what they have to do. The groups will do what they have to do. But we as people must do our bit in this, I'll say, civilizational war. It is basically war upon a civilization who believes in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, ki sabka bhala ho yahan par. It believes ki ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. The truth is one, God is one, but there's so many paths leading to God. It's a war against the civilization. We all have this bounden duty to protect that civilization. So whatever we can do, we must do our bit. It starts from our house. At least tell your own children. I don't think we should have TVs in our house in the evenings when we have dinner. Sit with the children, tell your own children what's happening around, what's happening in Bengal, what's happening in Kerala, what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. What was this Dismantling Global Hindutva Conference? What was this Dismantling Jihad Conference? Let's start from our houses. I think the lanes and my lanes will take care of themselves. Thank you.
Agreed, agreed. Ravi ji, any quick comment? Sardar Ravi Ranjan ji?
Well, there's nothing much to say. I've already spoken everything inside out, my heart. And what Monica ji was saying right now, I have seen that she is practicing what she is preaching. When it comes to how to run a house and how to run a family, I've seen her children. So I know how cultured they are. So that's one thing. And
Right.
Khalid ji has really, told so many things that I was not aware of.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And Vinay ji, any conclusive remarks, quick remarks? Khalid ji?
To a few minutes, I would say that the generally the allegation on the BJP government is that they are pursuing a path of Hindu fundamentalism. So, like on the basis on the way the Islamic fundamentalism is. So the question is that what is fundamentalism, and does it really exist in Hinduism? So for me, for fundamentalism to exist in any religion, it must have some common characteristics and common ideology. So take, for example, the Christianity. You can't be a Christian unless you believe in Trinity and Holy Spirit. And similarly, you can't be a Muslim unless you believe that Allah is the only God and the Muhammad is his last messenger. So on the other hand, Hinduism has no single founder. It has set of widely accepted doctrines. It has no physically defining characteristics such as race or ethnicity. So it has thousands of different identities. It has no common ideology as Islam and Christianity has. So that's why I would say that Hinduism is not capable to become a fundamentalist religion as such, because there are no fundamentals here. So it is possible that some people, some adherents of the faith can be more assertive of their identities, be that militant and violent. But Hinduism is not capable of becoming extremism beyond a certain point as Christianity, Islam has done, and they can be. So we need to understand the concept of monotheism is fundamental and extremist in its nature. And that ends up in tyranny and totalitarianism. For Islam, all the others are subject of hate as being kafirs and idol worshippers, infidels, etc. On the other hand, the Rig Veda says the truth is one. Sages call it by different various names. That is the defining ethos of Hinduism, and we should be proud of it. That Hinduism does not have any element of fascism or extremism or fundamentalism in it, inherently.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well said. Vinay ji, last quick comment from your side.
Yeah, I just got to know from Kapil's tweet that it is 25 versus 50,000, and they claim that they got representation from 40 universities and not a single representative from each university. Because if one person each from every university would have participated, there would have at least 40 of them. So it was great meeting you all. And one more thing, the last thing which I would like to add, that look, Hinduism, it is not ism. We are not something, that it is written and it is the last word. We are an experiment. We are an ongoing experiment. We are not like a pond, we are like a river. So you cannot claim that the river at point of time, it is same as 1,000 years back or lakhs years back. The river, it is fresh in each and every second. So the Hindu thought process is an ongoing flow like a river, and it is always new, it is experimenting. And again, the last thing which I would like to add, that this radical rise in Afghanistan, it has posed a great threat to the humanity, and Hinduism and Hinduness is an answer to that.
Right, very well said. We are always in an evolving state. So unfortunately, I just heard the news that that Jerome Ji's audio system is not working, so we have to skip our very esteemed panelists now. On behalf of all panelists, I would like to be very, very grateful to Hindu ecosystem hosting such a wonderful conference, and also very grateful to Sangam Talks. And the final words from our brother Shri Kapil Mishra ji. Welcome, Kapil Mishra ji, for hosting such a successful conference. You proved in a very short notice that the people who were doing dismantling global Hindutva for so long could not even get more than 24 people. And in just couple of few days, within a couple of days, you brought 1,000 and 1,000 people. Welcome, sir, and we really salute you.
Thank you, Tahir Gauraji. And they got dismantled totally. Today, when this event is happening, dismantling Islamic and communist jihad, at this moment, only on Twitter, we already have 75,000 total viewers. And they who were trying to talk about dismantling Hindutva, total viewers, they have 25. They were claiming support from 45 universities. And they have 25 viewers. That is the power of our unity. And I am not including viewers on our YouTube platforms, Facebook platforms. We have Jaipur Dialogues hosting it. We have Sangam Talk hosting it. Last 5-6 hours since this discussion has started, more than 5 lakh people online have joined us on various platforms. 70,000 tweets. #dismantling jihad. And yes, we had to do it. We were forced to do it because today it's 9/11 and they want to talk about Hindutva. They want to divert the attention from real issues. They want to divert the attention from real threat to humanity. And yes, all the panelists, all the eminent speakers who joined us today, all were very clear that it is not only jihadis, Islamists who are a threat, but the bigger threat is these so-called liberals and Marxists and communists who are actually trying to provide the cover-up, the mask. People who were organizing dismantling Hindutva event, they were not jihadis. They are mask cover-up for jihadis. So I would like to thank everyone for joining on such a short notice. I would like to thank all the audiences all across the globe, people from Japan, Australia, who are staying back till late in the evening, and people from USA and Canada who got up early today to join this event. So people from all across the globe, from Singapore, from Thailand, from UK, from Middle East, और सारे भारत के हमारे साथी जो भी देर रात तक जगे हुए हैं, ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, कन्वर्सेशन में जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी लोगों का, हजारों लाखों लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आभार, थैंक यू। आज हम सबका जुड़ना बहुत जरूरी था, लेकिन ये केवल शुरुआत है। The kind of ecosystem that they had, we not only need to destroy their ecosystem, evil ecosystem, but also we need to build up our own ecosystem for humanity, for truth, for logic, to convey the right history that Monica Arora ji was talking about. We need to build that ecosystem, and this is just a beginning for that. तो सभी लोगों का जो इस इवेंट से जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सबका बहुत बहुत आभार और स्पेशल थैंक्स जयपुर डायलॉग्स का, और वेरी वेरी स्पेशल थैंक्स संगम टॉक्स का, राहुल दीवान जी का, तानिया जी का, प्रज्ञा जी का, पर्णा जी का, संजय दीक्षित जी का, उनके बेटे का, उनका बहुत बहुत आभार जिन्होंने ये सब टेक्निकल अरेंजमेंट, ये लाइव करना, सब स्पीकर्स के साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करना, लास्ट मोमेंट तक अभी तक पूरी टीम जगी हुई है, लगी हुई है, उन सबका बहुत बहुत आभार। और आप सभी स्पीकर्स का, मुझे मालूम है आप में से किसी के पास भी टाइम नहीं है, यू ऑल आर बिजी प्रोफेशनल्स वर्किंग फॉर द कॉज, राइटिंग द राइट फाइटिंग द राइट बैटल्स, उसके बावजूद आप टाइम निकाल कर आए हैं। सरदार रवि रंजन जी, आपने हलाल इकोनॉमिक्स के बारे में, फंडिंग के बारे में जिहाद की जो आपने बताया। विनय जी, आपकी बुक जो एक्सपोज करती है शायद टेरर फंडिंग और इनके नेक्सस, ये जो क्वाड्रिगा जो आप उसको बोलते हैं, इसके बारे में इस देश को इतनी डीपली किसी ने शायद पहले कभी नहीं बोला है। आप यहाँ पर आए स्मिता जी, जापान ने कैसे रेडिकल इस्लाम को एज ए नेशन, एज ए सोसाइटी, एज ए कम्युनिटी ब्लॉक किया है, उसके लेसन्स आपने दिए हैं सब लोगों को। मोनिका अरोड़ा जी ने किस प्रकार से झूठी हिस्ट्री पढ़ाई जाती रही है, किस प्रकार से बुक्स तक को रोकने की कोशिश की जाती है, असली फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन को रोकने वाले लोग जो हैं उनके बारे में मोनिका जी ने बताया है। खालिद उमर जी, हम सब आपके फैन हैं और जितनी बेबाकी से आप बात रखते हैं और एक्चुअल में रियल सेक्युलरिज्म क्या होता है ये आपके थ्रू समझ में आता है। और जब आपने ये बोला कि धर्म, हिंदू धर्म, उसको पास ये एक्सपीरियंस और ये समझ है, उसको सुन के बहुत सारे लोगों के मैं सोशल मीडिया में रिएक्शंस देख रहा था। थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस। जेरोम जी को हम नहीं सुन पाए और बहुत मन है, कभी ना कभी सुनेंगे। और ताहिर गोरा जी, थैंक यू, ऑसम, यू आर अमेजिंग एंड सो हम्बल। शाम से आप जुड़े हुए हैं, कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं, मॉडरेट कर रहे हैं। इट इज ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू हियर यू, इट इज ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर एंड वी नो कि आपने कितने दिल से, कितनी सच्चाई से, कितनी प्योरिटी से आप इन सारे कॉजेस से जुड़े हुए हैं और किस प्रकार के लोगों के खिलाफ लड़ते हुए आप बोलते हैं। इतना आसान नहीं है। और मुझे याद है जब आपसे पहली बार मेरा इंटरेक्शन हुआ तो आपने बताया कि राम के शहर का रहने वाला एक पाकिस्तानी जिसके दिल में सच्चा हिंदुस्तान बसता है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत आभार आपका भी, सीरियसली। और ये इवेंट इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाता आपके बिना। मीनाक्षी शरण जी, जिन्होंने आज हमको ज्वाइन किया और बताया, बंटवारे के बारे में भी बताया, किस प्रकार से वायलेंस हुआ था। प्रोनाल एस जी हम सब के गुरु के समान है, हम लोग हमेशा उनको फॉलो करते हैं, सुनते हैं। और बिल वार्नर जी, पॉलिटिकल इस्लाम के बारे में, आभास जी जिन्होंने जो हमेशा बहुत डीपली, संदीप बालकृष्णन जी, ये सब इतने डिटेल में हमेशा से बताते हैं लेकिन इतने शॉर्ट नोटिस में आप सब लोग यहाँ पर जुड़े। रॉबर्ट स्पेंसर जी जिन्होंने जिहाद के अलग अलग फॉर्म्स के बारे में डिस्कस किया। सुकी चहल जी जो कि खालिस्तान के फेक मूवमेंट के पीछे जो आईएसआई है, इस्लामिक जिहादी पावर्स हैं, उनके बारे में खुलकर हमेशा से बोलते रहे हैं। विभूति झा जी, नीरज अत्री जी, सभी लोग, एवरीवन हु हैज जॉइंड टुडे, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और ये जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में कहा, दिस इज जस्ट अ बिगनिंग। हम लोगों को इकट्ठे मिलकर और बहुत सारे डायलॉग्स करने हैं, कन्वर्जेशंस करने हैं। और ये बात आज जरूर हम सब ने मिलकर प्रूव की है कि लॉजिक, ट्रुथ और यूनिटी, इसके साथ हम इन सारी बड़ी बड़ी जो एविल पावर है, ह्यूमैनिटी पे जो खतरा है पिछले 1500 साल से, आज कई लोगों ने लिखा है ट्विटर पे 50 मिलियन मर्डर्स इन जस्ट लास्ट 100 ईयर हैज बीन डन बाय कम्युनिस्ट एंड जिहादीज। ये इसके अगेंस्ट हम लोगों को अपने केवल धर्म के लिए नहीं, अपने केवल देश के लिए नहीं, बल्कि ह्यूमैनिटी के लिए we need to come together, we need to work together, we need to fight together and we need to win together. Again, thank you everyone, बहुत बहुत आभार आज जुड़ने के लिए। लड़ेंगे और जीतेंगे। वंदे मातरम, भारत माता की जय। थैंक यू, नमस्ते, जय हिंद।
Thank you very much.